of damage. Will dodge the Sunstrike. Shadow Realm.
Very fire.
In the air. He's going to be able to survive as a result, but look at the pressure being made.
Start the game.
No one in the mid lane, 21-3 versus Laurel's 14-2, so great start for P-Vision there.
Also,
so from Spirit's perspective, if you're giving the early game to P-Vision, what's their game plan?
Well, their game plan, I don't know if they can stop it as Satanic.
He's just dead. So Anchor Smash takes him out via collapse.
This is one thing that I need to talk about, because usually when you pick Tide in this matchup, it's because, you know, you get Kraken Shell, level 1, you get level 3, you have level 2 Kraken Shell, and you just kind of withstand the pressure. But they're going a completely different route. They can just play aggressive with the Stark Willow +4. Notice taking some pressure.
Away from Yatoro, Sunstrike does hit, but it's shared. Noticed. Likely will be able to walk away.
Still overall a lot of pressure, but yeah, you can see the full stat build, but even so, Yatoro and Rue doing a very good job up here. But like talking about the early game, I don't know if Spirit can really push back all that much. I mean, they are doing a good job in the laning, as not me. We'll take a death to his name.
And Collapse won't be too sad about that. Gets some nice solo XP. As you can see, his CS is top 2 already in the game, so he's having himself a great lane overall. It's more action mid lane. No one, just a bit of harassment. And in terms of the 6-minute rotations for the power runes, which team do you think has the advantage?
It should be P-Vision. I think just simply the fact that, so you have no one mid who's winning the lane. I also like what he has queued up currently. You know, phase boots into an urn, probably a vessel. As 9 classes here with a play.
Yeah, Laurel. Good timing from 9 class. Gets all the spirits right on top of his face with the frog stomp to help out. Good kill from P-Vision.
Very, very nice moves. You can see in the meantime also notice that he has perfect lane control. This was right before the nighttime. So if you're P-Vision and 9 class, you kind of have free real estate. You want to keep playing with the frog at mid, you want to rotate to Notice up top later.
Quê ra mid định làm gì đây hay chăng? Ngủ được là ngủ được đầu ăn, nhưng và là đã ra câu thả tường băng ra, và là có mạng của đầu ăn, và IO có chạy được hay không? Sunshine đắp một kill dễ dàng thì cho là kịp chốc dài mà cũng không thể là hỗ trợ được gì cả. 2 mạng của Parivison đã phải nằm xuống. Trả thù thành công đến từ Invoker.
Talk to me about this Grim. I mean, normally we think of 2 things, which is the Inkswell targets.
Yep.
And, well, we don't really think of Soulblind targets as often because I feel like that's kind of an icing on the cake. It's more the Aghanim Scepter later in the game, the Dark Portrait.
Yeah, it's definitely a big bonus. I think, first of all, I like Grim a lot more than, you know, what the hero used to be. I think with the innate, where if you click people or if you have any spells on them, you see them in the fog, it makes it super nice and easy to trade. Satanic.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's gone.
You don't even need the Sunstrike. This lane is going swimmingly.
Spirit are getting some outplays on the lanes currently. As hold
top
that.
Lane, yep, Silence right on top of Laurel, so his double kill will be thwarted, nullified as the tier 1 tower now being pressured from P-Vision.
This is a very, very heads-up move from Noticed. I love that. Like, Morphling in the top lane, sure, if you go up against him, it's like a 1v1 farm fest in terms of the CS, but if you go mid, what is Morphling's answer? And what is Tidehunter's answer? They don't want to move from their lanes.
Yeah. Satanic left alone for the time being. Gonna get stunned under his tier 1, but happy to farm away at the moment.
I think also, so what's nice with Grimstroke is we've seen a lot more people go for like the silence, which is quite nice against the Tidehunter. But like on all of this, losing your tier 1 mid tower minute 7 in a greedy draft that's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Might be in some trouble again. Satanic getting ganked now from Yatoro coming through the gate.
Sunshine.
But you can see
collapse phải làm lại. Not me có lẽ sẽ là những cái thời trang khi mà cả Satanic cũng như Low One thì đang đuổi theo rất là gắt.
the offlane, you're not going to be able to do anything like this.
Nó bị chạy được rồi.
Ultimate by now.
Absolutely not. He'd be lower level than this, but Rue did a very good job. He stole the enemy Wisdom Shrine, then TP's bottom and takes his own. And I do think that when you're the team that needs time, stealing a Wisdom Shrine is so damn strong. Like, because it is the supports, they need to back up the cores to make the moves in the early game. So both 9class and Ducalis definitely will be slowed down here.
And what is the theory behind the IO pick, other than the fact that you have this double heal core, well, not core, but...
First of all, I think the hero is very good. It's also a hero that is nearly permabanned against P-Vision, and it works so well in this draft and with how you
Ở
also
đây
want to
Satanic
play
đang bị trói lại và
He's gonna take the Ravage, Sunstrike as well, so another death for
còn bao nhiêu chiều nữa thì đi.
for Satanic already.
Bạn tiếp tục dành cho La.
Collapse, continuing to dominate this lane, despite that little death he had earlier, is going to be very happy with how things are progressing so far.
Vậy thì họ,
Spirit,
Team Spirit họ đang muốn bắt vào vị trí của Ducalis.
find his way in the tree line, but Collapse and company,
Rồi bị trói lại rồi.
they will surround and
Bạn
take
cho
him.
Not Me.
Okay, yeah, a lot of these early moves.
Ratoro cũng xuống đây và việc nhận lên cao chỉ là unlock cái trụ còn đang yếu máu thôi.
Multiple kills in his bottom lane, trading the top for the bottom pressure at the moment and taking P-Vision safe lane power. I'm not gonna lie, they should be very happy with how the game is going at the moment.
But we've had P-Vision games where even behind, it doesn't feel like they're rushed at all. And if they get to that mid to late game, especially with the likes of Kez, I mean, how good is their late game? Because just looking at the heroes, it doesn't seem, no, Jinx will not going to be there in time.
Nice timing on the TP. Their late game is still honestly quite good. Like, you've got Grim against Morph. It's a good illusion. Obviously, it depends a lot also on like the itemization. Can you force your Toro to like buy a butterfly MKB where then the illusion kind of owns himself, or is it going to be something different? But a lot of Night Stalker drafts is also about the mid game, the post laning stage. Because if you're P-Vision, you run somewhere. Let's hold that 9class in the Bramble.
Full Bedlam, 9class actually dead. Straight up. It's going to be a trade.
Will be a 1-for-1, but yeah, Night Stalker owns the minute to 20 mark. He's usually like the king of the map, just using your ult against these heroes like Bane, Willow, Invoker. None of these heroes can really stand their ground early on, so even if P-Vision are slightly behind early on, I would absolutely expect them to take over the map within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, notice working on a Blink Dagger as his first main item after the drums. So just looking to be ultra aggressive. We'll see how that works out for him. I mean, it kind of aligns with what their lineup wants to do. This does seem very early-centric overall.
Yeah.
With a little bit of Kez in the late game.
Because they definitely, like, eventually what they want to reach is like the IO Largo together as, let's see, we have got a sleeve set up, but I think this is more pressure than really anything else. Because they don't have the easiest playmake, right, on P-Vision. If you're Spirit, you're happy keeping a very stale map where not much is happening, tied bottom, Yatoro stays top. Most of the plays kind of have to be initiated through the Night Stalker. And him having to go drums Blink, it's not a bad build by any means, but it is very early game centric.
And does the build change at all for any of these heroes based on the positions? Like Largo, for example, has a Soul Ring going for Spirit Vest. We don't see that in an offlane very often. Typically, okay, Terrorize onto 3 with the Sunstrike. It is going to hit the IO. And that's the death of 9class.
Very nice job. He's just protecting their own area. As not quite done yet, there's Laurel throwing out a random tornado into the Meteor.
Yeah, looks like Not Me will be the eventual trade of supports.
We have revenge tonight.
Okay, still, we're seeing some really good things. Like, this is just players understanding kind of the limit that they can play on. You know, Not Me in the jungle gets a Terrorize into the Bedlam just with a Sunstrike combo. And while it is a 1-for-1 trade, it gives a lot of space to Team Spirit.
Collapse is going to take a nice juicy stack here, though, with the help of the Meteor Hammer from Laurel.
Also gonna have the Consecrated Wrap soon. And while they do have good heroes to like deal with what Spirit have, need to say it again, I do think that this current state of the game is beneficial for Spirit.
Yep, first grip of the game.
Sunstrike.
With the Sunstrike.
Một phi đang ném thức vào vị trí đầu tiên.
Wait for him to finish the job and Ducalis a little bit too late to the party.
Bạn dành cho vị trí của
Yeah, nice play. I do think that Rue is, like I've said before, he's getting off a lot of good plays. First, the double Wisdom Shrine steal. You get a lot of sacks going for your Tide. Now finding this play on notice close to his tier 1 tower.
So after the Meteor Hammer, it's going to be Boots of Travel for Laurel. And course, the blink for the Tide after the consecrated wraps. Nothing too crazy.
I'm still looking at how P-Vision want to progress the map currently. Of course, you have IO, you have Night Stalker ult available. It looks like they are eyeing collapse here.
Yeah, very tanky with the wraps. We're going to see the nighttime come from Noticed. He's going to be able to get the slow with the Void. Terrorize is coming. It hits 2 as collapse. That's enough distance to get away. Nicely done from Not Me.
See if they can turn this into something else. Relocate up top, but doesn't really look like it.
Yeah, Spirit able to dodge 2 sides of the map now.
Need to commend Spirit on their map play here. Like, a lot of the time when they want to keep an open map, they're playing like a 2-1-2 split. You have one of the cores that is always bodied by one of the supports. Saw it there with Not Me down bottom, very good terrorize. And at the same time, Ru up top protecting Yatoro.
Yeah, 9 class.
Needs a target.
Bramble, Sunstrike. Should be a kill. Nicely done from Spirit. Collapse actually changing his itemization. So after the wraps, we'll be going for a Yules.
1-6 rồi, Spirit rồi.
Okay, I mean, it is obviously a good way for him to, first of all, gives you a relocate cancel, which is quite nice later on. And I think also when this Night Stalker like runs on you, you can Yule him, then still find a position to also get the Ravage off for yourself. So actually, I don't really mind it. It's also a good item when you want to play like a more open map, right? You get more mana regen, a little bit more move speed. If they gank you, it's easier for you to get away. No one hasn't really found a real entry into this game yet. He does have the Vessel available and will get the 14-minute active rune.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Largo, once he gets that second item is when he really starts to pop off. I mean, question is, does that change with the build that he's actually going? Because Spirit Vessel, like we said, is not the norm. You're going to see Kaya, you're going to see Ags.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be like the Kaya, maybe some Kaya Sanj if he wants. You could look at a Lotus potentially. I think it's quite good against both the supports. Like if we look at both Bane and Willow, they don't really have any counterplay. If you pre-Lotus, Bane can't really play. If there's a Terrorize, you can always take that off as well. But at least, even though there's been a lot of games that went, or a lot of kills rather, that went Spirit's way, it is only a 2k gold lead.
True.
Interesting. He just got to TP away. I don't know if the Inkso wasn't available, but Not Me getting out scot-free, even with the relocate being used during all of this.
Mech now online for 9 class. It's so weird to see him play these kind of, I mean, not that IO is a standard here. It's not a 9 class.
No, like his Kogla and IO, I do think like over time, this guy got to calibrate, you know, from being the weirdo hipster monkey guy who just jumps around on trees. He's starting to definitely develop his overall hero pool.
Kogla makes a little bit more sense just because you can kind of roam free, you can be greedy with farm. IO, you not really being
I guess the thing with IO nowadays is that you can play it again with maxing spirits. It's quite good. So if you do have a good lane, you can kind of do this, or when the game slows down, you can just farm some camps and be chilling. He was also like some 25-game win streak, as hold that for a moment, Satanic.
Yeah, already uses the Echo Slash and Collapse. It's going to be hard to do this without Ru. Will he be spotted? There's the Fiend's Grip. They get everything they need. Just the single Fiend's Grip is more than enough. So a great pickoff for Spirit. As
Luôn nhiều máu ấy nhỉ?
Get out just fine. They're going to turn their sights on a Not Me. So it'll be a support for a carry, not exactly.
No one cũng chưa free rồi.
About if you're P-Vision, as no one's going to get gushed.
EMP nổ ra.
EMP though, and no one out of mana is going to pop the wall. No big Ravage coming out from Collapse, hitting 3. As 9 class gets the mech, keeping
Rồi nằm xuống.
but he dies shortly after.
Đâu tít nào đến. Cả bác mộng ngay từ bên. Bạn cho là Locate đi đâu đây? Chạy được, nhưng mà chạy được có Ducalit về, nhưng mà Cola vẫn dí theo lại lốc lên từ là chắc chắn là sẽ nằm xuống. Mạng cho ai đây? Mạng cho La, và nạn nhân tiếp theo phải làm lại là Ducalit.
Like the understanding that they're pressuring bottom and they do attack mid at the
3.000 tiền bên này cho Spirit.
Can TP over. I also didn't quite spot what happened at the end with the sleep on Notice. I don't know if Ru got like a dodge on like the overall relocate towards the very end. But I think just the understanding here that after killing bottom, you can still
xem lại và quay chậm. Khi mà killing spree mà tuy nhiên thì họ phản công rất nhanh ở đây. Két một phát nữa thôi là La phải làm xuống hay không? Ôi trời ơi. Mà tuy nhiên thì collab cũng đã xuất hiện và kết thúc vị trí mạng của Cass. Và tuy nhiên thì có cả Notice và IO ở đây, cả game chop cũng ra luôn mà. Và sẽ phải bỏ mạng lại hay chăng? Và chưa. Collab về được, có gậy lốc cho collab.
The play that Satanic got here, definitely worth it for him. Like, you're behind. I think there was a streak on Laurel. He got like 600 gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you said, he has 5 deaths.
Là
His
goal.
net worth is still very, very good on the Kez. Obviously, you'd prefer not to be 1,000 gold behind your Toro's Morphling.
Cũng có cho mình được xem Blink rồi.
Is the hero of the game.
Manta cho là Toro.
To go along with the Vlads that he picked up earlier will be a Hurricane Pike, and yeah, I wanted to ask about the itemizations in terms of late game versus the Grimstroke. Do you avoid certain items? He looks like he has Butterfly queued up.
I mean,
Is that the right choice?
You want to avoid going Butterfly and MKB together as they're finding a Toro.
Into the crippling fear. TP is coming. He gets the attribute shift off. There's the Raptor Dance. It's more than enough. As the Terrorize a little bit too slow. Notice gets the kill. Big one onto Yatoro. First death of the game.
Honestly, I'm happy for them that they find this play, because their draft absolutely can do this. Probably could have done that even earlier as well. Noticed, looking on Not Me. Was very quick on the side.
They get gushed for his efforts, though. Now stuck inside the bramble. Double root indeed. Sunstrike not needed. Well, they get the trade.
Đầu tiên phải làm xuống.
Obviously not the one
Team
that's
3 vây
wanted,
bởi
but
3 vây bởi các thành viên của Team Split ở đây. Satanic, Ducalis.
for sure. Like you said, they should not be up in this early game, or at least that was not the plan.
Lock lên. Thôi rồi.
Bleed another hero here on Ducalis.
Có cả Lock đi đầu ra.
Morphling itemization. So we see that Yatoro has a Pike queued
Điều
up.
Rim chốc phải làm lại thôi.
Play with Pike or BKB.
Để xô cho Cass.
against Night Stalker, very important. Wait, hold up, they're not done yet.
Ôi vẫn du ngu kìa, nhưng mà có đam nữa không? Cass ơi, rồi ôi, thôi rồi. Ravet cộng với cả Sunstrike, nhưng mạng trình Zoru đập liên tục với vị trí của IO. Mà phản công đến từ Parivision. Mà có các thành viên của Team Split thì lại là đông hơn. Đầu tít phải chạy. Và trụ top thì cũng có lẽ cũng sẽ phải làm xuống thôi.
He's top net worth again on this tide. Obviously, tide is incredible against IO when you get there and you don't have to play against like IO Slark, IO Ursa, like these combos that kind of own you. But still, like it's another one of these performances where also Rua, there's some overperforming going on from these players.
Absolutely. I mean, when's the last time you saw Satanic die 6 times before the 20-minute mark? That is a rarity.
It's definitely been a while, but they just have their number in a lot of these plays right now.
Yeah, and like you said, Yatoro hasn't been needed in these fights, really. He's shown up for a couple here and there, but for the most part, just been left untested.
It matters a lot because when you have this Morphling come out, like they have heroes that can deal with Morph. I would say more so in like the early game and the mid game. You can collapse on him with the relocates, with the Night Stalker silence. But the more you get to like the mid game, the 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark, Morphling starts itemizing against Night Stalker to not die. Like first of all, it's to farm, but then it's to survive. So this is absolutely not the spot they want to be in.
Yeah. Well, see if Satanic can make a comeback. We have seen many of those for this lineup. Again, they have yet to lose a single game at this tournament so far. They're going to turn things right on top of Laurel. He gets demolished. Relocate used. Satanic desperately needing that kill.
Well, and that is the power of some of, you know, their overall mobility. You have Night Stalker, you've got the relocate.
Oh, this is great news. They can go for Roche.
Yeah, they
don't have to worry about Invoker for 40 seconds.
You just got the fresh Desolator.
So where's Collapse? That's all we care about.
He is alive. He's got Blink. He's got Yules.
Oh boy.
Guys, we know the drill.
Little early collapse.
Rosan.
Instinctual.
Mình collab ở đây, ngăn collab đã bao vây tất cả thành viên của Parivision. Collab xấu đấy. Ủa, Phasan vẫn chưa làm xuống. Collab kìa. Collab đang quẩy giữa 5 thành viên của nhưng mà Ezit chờ một Blink ạ. Ôi trời ơi. Datoro có double kill. Parivision ơi, cái gì này? Ôi trời ơi, một mình collab cân tất cả.
I got the
A
security.
single casual waveform just taking that for himself. All the hard work was collapse.
And this is the stuff that you're gonna see in like the most high skill
Đúng
matches.
rồi, không chém lại Taki.
You can go here and even though you're not
Collab bảo vệ tất cả, trong khi đó thì các window của bên chỉ hỗ trợ từ xa mà thôi. Những cái rất là trâu, câu giờ rất là nhiều thời gian cho đến khi Mọc Linh ra và thì đơn giản là Mọc Linh bắn và có được Rosan cũng như là Aegis. Ôi trời, và Division này họ đang làm cái gì vậy? Không có Rosan mà bỏ lại 4 mạng cho Spirit.
Devoured that buffet.
Now it's a 10k lead with the Aegis on hand.
Còn Rosan quá là đắt đi.
Type of like plan even that P-Vision are looking for here. Definitely not an easy game to execute from this point onward. They do still have a lot of power spikes that are coming. Obviously their scale is like, you know, nothing bad at all. You have Largo, you have Night Stalker, you have Kez. If you can get a couple of BKBs going your way, I think that would be one kind of timing that they'll be looking for. And of course, the Dookie Duke Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke, always very good against the Morphling.
Is Satanic gonna have double-digit deaths this game?
He very likely could. He's at 7.
He's not far off. He's gonna need to turn this around if P-Vision are gonna hold on at all. And remember, they only need a single game in this series to secure top of the groups here.
Yeah, Spirit ain't having any of that. They like to place very high and well at EWC. I want to get the 2-0 here.
A Spirit with the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes.
Jules as well on
how much do they want to get out of this? Obviously, just taking the Roche in general is a great deny.
Yeah. No, I believe that they should be getting, instead of 2.5 minutes, there's a very high chance you're getting all the tier 2s and outpost control, which then just gives you the overall map. There's no need to really push for a Rax. You could hit the high ground to force people back, but I think closing out all the tier 2s would be the main objective. Yeah. As Collapse found himself stuck in a tree line.
It happens.
Not as bad as one of the PGLs where he got stuck on a cliff for 6 minutes.
Oh,
I feel like that was
maybe
also Tidehunter. I think he just ended up using a Ravage because nothing happened.
Collab.
I vaguely remember that. You
Quá, to bị kẹt giữa cây ạ. Blink thì chạy đơn giản thôi.
Still tier 2s up and running for P-Vision.
Cute little animation on the Froggy Frog. Want to see later, you know, because you can turn into the Largo, maybe steal the Croak, give it to Laurel if you want. I don't know if that's like his main target. I think turning into the Kez is also pretty chill if you want. Of course, Night Stalker, you can steal the Silence.
I mean, surely he doesn't want to turn into Largo in a fight. It's not, can't be that
I mean,
good.
you can steal
Largo
the
có
spell and,
BKB.
I mean,
Croak
I'm
and
not
just
saying
turn
it's
around.
bad, it's just that surely there's better options. Like even the Night Stalker would be better, I would think.
Honestly, I don't really know. I think if you want to like, if you want to make Laurel pop off, which I don't know if you need to help him do that because you're already owning anyway.
He ain't no support. That's a Morphling carry right there, tell you what.
Let's see a Toro though, bro. He's big picture type of player.
It's true.
But honestly, at this point too, I think his ult is kind of a bonus. He might just go rampant even without it. As 50 seconds left on the Aegis, did clear every single tier 2 tower, and they picked up a gem.
What's the Aghanim Scepter timing here? Oh my god, I was actually memeing, but he has a greedy enchantment on Grimstroke, so he's only 1,000 away from Dark Portrait already. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, Grim farms fast. You can clear waves with Ink Swell.
Still.
Lúc Liên Thạch thả xuống và
And this is what I'm talking about with Night Stalker. If
Collab bao game rồi.
extremely well early,
Gì đây?
hero feels like it feels bad to have on your
Lỗi
team.
gì
You
hay
might
sao?
as well have just had picked any other option.
They definitely expected this game to go better because Night Stalker, even with not the best early game, if you find ways to go on the enemy draft, like collapse on a guy, you have the relocate. I do think that maybe it has a bit to do that no one is playing Largo. Usually he's, I think, a lot more of a playmaker for the team. Set up the tempo, set up the place overall, like get all the relocates going. But this
Maybe a
time
little
around,
bit too cute from P-Vision.
I mean, maybe. Like, you did last pick this Night Stalker to make a lot of things, you know, happen in this early to mid game, and I don't really think that happened as Toro with the end of the Aegis going for a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we'll get the tower. Well, it is fortified, so maybe not. They're going to play it safe. 13k lead has truly ballooned after that Roche fight.
Yeah, and
Now
they also
Shiva's online for Laurel.
you have full map control. As P Vision, they still have two pretty good wards out. You can see the one here on no one and one on the bottom side of the map, but Collapse walking around with a 13k gold lead and a gem. You will soon say goodbye to most of your map.
Laurel finds himself a frog now. Delicious treat after delicious treat. Even a Fiend's Grip, this BKB completely useless.
Có BKB nhưng mà cũng phải đi thôi. Nhưng mà lượng đam của Invoker là quá lớn. Ở đây thì Light Class thì lại relocate về.
And for no one saw that BKB, it'll be Ags next, so man, this is tough to see a comeback without Kez going crazy.
At this point, my eyes are on the Dark Portrait.
That's
I
true.
think you get the Morphling illusion. I'm pretty sure if you're 9 class, you're tethering that one. You're not tethering a hero anymore.
Titanic nghèo quá.
You're tethering that illusion and trying to make it go ham. The only thing with Morph illusion is it's honestly like it doesn't have the highest HP. Of course, it's gonna have a butterfly, which at that point it's gonna be quite
Carry và mid lane của Spirit thì vẫn đang đứng đầu network với 18.000 tiền. Ở đây thì Night Stalker bị bắt lại và chắc chắn là đi rồi. Mà dành tiếp tục cho Not Me.
That's why like top tier vision is so like there's so many small things going into it. Like look at Spirit, they're warding their own triangle because when you're up this much gold, you understand that the enemy team they need to start being creative. They're gonna farm your top jungle, they're gonna try to squeeze in here or there. Without this ward, you're not finding this kill on a random Night Stalker in your own triangle. But this is just game sense and understanding of what the enemy team can do.
Well, they have the Axe, so the question is, do they just wait for Spirit to come high ground? Although there's no Aegis, so they really aren't in any rush.
Butterfly cho Morphling.
It's going to align with the Butterfly, which, weirdly enough, the Grimstroke is going to be kind of happy about.
Yeah, at least about this timing, it's definitely one of the ones you're happier about. I would assume if you're P Vision, I don't know if you need to smoke necessarily right now, but you need to be contesting the second Roche. That's going to be the name of the game currently, where also you see them use a relocate in the top lane, you know, push out some more waves, squeeze in a little more gold, try and get no one closer to his Aghanim Scepter.
And Laurel just looking for anyone to leave the base for P Vision. No one connected to Io. Gonna lick off Collapse. The rest of his team nearby. There's the Yules.
They want to force something
into the
here.
Bramble, into the Anchor, and they get a Nightmare onto the Kez with a Grip as well. Meteors, everything used. Satanic is already dead. They couldn't get anything going for P Vision. They're going to lose some buildings.
Again, it's just perfect setup. They have a ward on the, you know, the gate outside the base. They see Satanic walk in immediately, and they just get it. This is 40 seconds down without him. No relocate available anymore as well. This is a free Rax.
Yeah, not even Dark Portrait used. It's daytime. They find another Yule's play onto the Grimstroke. Will he even have time to use the Dark Portrait? No. 45 seconds with no Ducalis.
This is bad news,
This is 2 sets at the very least, if not more.
Honestly, I think without the Grim available, even if Kez respawns, you can just keep going.
Another Anchor, this time onto Aya with the damage coming out from the Dark Willow as well. Sunstrike not needed yet again because the damage is overwhelming for Spirit now.
All right, who's dying next? Let's keep up the 1-by-1 train.
Well, I want to see the Dark Portrait at least once. He's going to be up in 15 seconds. This is an Alacrity Morphling.
Just a
now,
casual 460
the Mega
damage.
Creeps. Yeah, no big deal. An Aghanim Scepter by Laurel. Okay. This is going to be Cataclysm, it looks like.
Yeah, you've got the Ravage. You know that some people are definitely going to be stacked up. There's no summons, no illusions to tank any of that. As the Spirit will play this very cleanly, get nearly everything apart from one melee Rax. Now Roche, of course, is going to be theirs for the taking.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic, we've seen this so many times. The only one not smoked right now.
Are scanning.
They are scanned out.
Showing. Yeah, they are aware, but again, Spirit at the major advantage now. 30 seconds till road. Obviously, just wait for that.
Dire's top tower is under
Man, it's just a tough one to also contest here. Like, how do you do it? You know, Spirit, they have outpost control. Of course, there aren't any buybacks available yet for them, but even so, like, you have incredibly fat heroes. Yatoro as well, getting very close to a Skadi. You have Rue, who's getting close to an Aghanim Scepter. Also, I love that collapse. In my opinion, this is an underbought item, the Krellos Crozier. like just the passive where you reduce enemies like health restoration by 30%.
Yeah.
We see a lot of Kados, we see a lot of Necros. There's IOs in the game. It's like also you go very fast. You have a Ghost Scepter. It's quite nice. I do think this is an item we should see more, especially when there's heals.
Baron cho Spirit.
There's a Roshan Belt, one of your favorites.
Roshan cho Spirit.
Go for this, but see Spirit already ready.
Em nhiều game quá bị loạn.
Start things out, looking for the Ravage is collapsed, gonna reset
Ôi
a little
trời
bit of
ơi.
Buyback instantly from the Dark Willow. So P-Vision get a single kill. Can they get
Nó bị buyback rồi.
Right?
No one with the BKB.
Thả Tien Anh xuống EMP, nấu tiếp và BKB lên cả. Nhưng mà nhìn ra Toro kìa, ra Toro lao lên rồi. Thôi.
Eventually, Toro just finishes the job.
GG rồi. Còn GG đến từ Hoàng nào thôi. Ultra kill cho ra Toro, Rampage cho ra go Wicked Six. 1-0 cho Spirit.
Who are now one game away from securing themselves #1 in the game.
Oh, this is gonna be a spicy next game because Spirit, they are like, this is some prime form. You know, they bust out the Morphling after a long time. I think Ru as well had a lot of small but crazy plays in this game, starting from the Wisdom Shrine, setting up all the correct, you know, sleeps into the grips around the map. And if you're P-Vision, I think you definitely did not get going the way you wanted, especially with this early draft, like the IO, the Largo, the Night Stalker, you didn't really get any plays going. Spirit, masterclass.
Felt like it was a little all-in on the early game for P-Vision. If things didn't go picture perfect, that they were going to suffer the consequences, and they did just that. In the last second switch to Largo mid, Night Stalker offlane, talked about it. If Night Stalker doesn't have a good time, he is a completely useless hero in the mid to late game.
Yeah.
They have to be the ones that are setting the pace, but that was not the case here.
Definitely big credit to Spirit. If you're P-Vision also, you need to step up. Like the gameplay, it has to go up. Like what Spirit did in these lanes, I think is not normal. Like 304 deaths on Satanic's Kez in the safe lane by like minute 10. Yatoro having a full free game. He has 1 death to his name. You picked offlane Night Stalker to at least pressure this Morphling a bit or play with more relocates. They did not get those plays going.
No. A lot of Sunstrikes hit and
So-
collapse.
so-
Again,
so-
despite the
so-
scoreline. 4-2 doesn't look that impressive. This guy absolutely owned this game on the Tidehunter. That Roche play, which we'll get the highlight, I'm sure, coming up next.
Oh, this better be a highlight, bro.
It is just sickening how consistent he is at doing this. Didn't get the Aegis steal himself because they killed Roche and he died first, but Yatoro was the greedy boy and took it for himself.
There just has to be like a rule. When this guy is alive, you need to either kill him first, stop roaching, find him, do something. Because you know that this team, it doesn't matter if someone is dead, if there's something they don't have. If they have just a sliver of any type of chance to contest, they will be there.
And they will almost always, I mean, I wonder what their percentage is.
It's too much.
Their success rate at taking the Aegis, it is absolutely absurd. As we go to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Something in the air indeed, Brian. There's something in the air for Collapse at EWC. It's just magical.
Yeah, there's been a lot of series so far where we
Tí chờ đến game thi đấu thứ 2 nào.
on paper they could win, but in general the results have just gone the way that we
Đi, lấy nước đã.
expected, and this was such a pleasant, I wouldn't even say it's like a surprise, but I'm like excited to see that Team Spirit won that game, because first off, if they lost game 1, then game 2 wouldn't have mattered. Now we're effectively in a best of 1 to decide who wins the group, but that was an awesome high-level performance from Team Spirit. It was honestly a good performance from both sides, but I think they threw more punches effectively in the early game.
Yeah, the story of this game was, can Team Spirit weather the storm? Because we saw this really strong early mid-game timing from the double sustain heroes from P-Vision, but they didn't have to weather the storm. They were the storm. They were setting the tempo at some point in that early game. They made all these tiny little moves at the start that we're going to look at earlier. We're going to look at later that gave them a bit of that lead, but P-Vision just could not play into them at a certain point, and I really liked that they were able to bring their Morphling through the gate and play off of him early on. And P-Vision, they were definitely caught off surprise.
Yeah, I know we're gonna look at how Spirit will be able to set the pace, but I wonder why P-Vision was not. Because is it the Largo? We haven't seen them do Largo mid before, Brian. Did you feel like it played out the way you wanted it to? Obviously it lost, but did you feel like it still had the impact that P-Vision wanted from it?
I mean, I thought what was really cool about the Largo mid was that you know, we were talking about pregame. Is Largo going to rotate to Morphling's lane, or like how are they going to do this? But they actually brought the Night Stalker IO to Largo's lane, so they almost treated him like he was an offlaner in the sense of how they rotated the early game. I don't think the Largo was meant to have, like, it wasn't the pick that was meant to win them the draft. Like, the Largo was rotated to mid, I think, in order to enable this Night Stalker, but at the end of the day, it did not have the impact you wanted because you bought this Vessel, and you did get one crucial kill on Yaturo's Morphling before his Manta came out. But, you know, you mentioned that, like, why weren't they aggressive? I honestly feel like there were so many small plays from Team Spirit, whether it's Yaturo going through the gate, whether it's Rue going towards the mid lane. Like, there were just so many cool rotations, and, like, this was by far the most enjoyable early game for me to watch. Like, I know Team Spirit came out on top, but there were just... It was literally like watching a fight where they're just throwing punches back and forth nonstop.
Yeah, and I do think they just showed up very heavily on lanes today on Team Spirit. Like, for P-Vision's draft to work, and we could have seen an entirely different game if the lanes hadn't gone so well, they needed to get a couple of the early game kills, group up early, and take advantage of Team Spirit's heroes needing more scaling and more time. But that lane on top with Bane and Morphling actually ended up doing really well against the Night Stalker, which maybe they didn't factor in, and that Tidehunter also had a fantastic lane. So you had two side lanes that won, and sure, you got a kill on Invoker in the early game, but because the side lanes were able to move their supports around, Invoker also had a good start.
Yeah, so let's take a look at those moves that the supports were making, because those were instrumental to having Team Spirit be in this position.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Rue in specific because he was everywhere on this Bane, but this is him setting up for the kill on No One's Largo after Laurel had died in that early game. And we see Not Me also joining from the side, but this was essential for Laurel to get back into the game after him getting killed earlier on. And this isn't the only time we're going to see Rue pop off here in this early game. He actually goes and steals the Wisdom Rune, enabling Team Spirit to get a double Wisdom Rune. He actually just walked for free behind the IO Night Stalker and did the last second Nightmare. In this clip, we're going to see Not Me catching Satanic's Kez with that last second Bramble, clipping him, and then they were able to take advantage of Tidehunter's level 6. In this clip, we also see Not Me just getting the kill on IO between 4 heroes, and sure, they get the trade, but that is a trade you take anytime, Brian.
Yeah, and meanwhile, throughout all of this, we see at 12 minutes into the game, they're taking like a 5-stack Ancients. I'm just looking at all these early game rotations, and I'm like, when did he find the time on Rue to stack these camps 5 times amongst all of these ganks? The fact that they were able to, like Mira said, they had a good start to the top lane that allowed Rue to effectively rotate between mid and bottom, and then also in the meantime be stacking a camp. Like, there's just so many little factors that ended up there, and I think for me, it's obviously Rue's a very good player. I think he massively overperformed this game. Like, this is the type of thing we talked about in the pregame, which is that any player at any point for Team Spirit can step up. I feel like multiple players at multiple different points stepped up, and for Rue specifically, this might have been one of the best early games I've ever witnessed.
So where do we want P-Vision to take this? Because this was an outplay, right? Because we looked at the draft, we're like, okay, on paper, this should be P-Vision early and then Spirit late. That's kind of like their plan, and it turned out to be Spirit all the way, basically. So with the plan of P-Vision, there wasn't much wrong with it, per se. How are you going to adjust from it? This is also their first loss, Effie, so we don't know how they do with adjustments.
It very much was. I do think this is not the most difficult adjustment because their draft was very one note. It's like, we have sustain, we're going to run at you, and we're going to heal, and you're not going to be able to do anything with your late game. It's just a matter of making sure that you can fight at all stages of the game, and they could just change up their mid hero, not have a Largo, have something like an Ember Spirit that can play tempo, and it would make it easier.
I mean, based on what Team Spirit's done this event, which is like good performances, but nothing mind-blowing, if I was P-Vision after that game, I'd be like, okay, you got us. Like, I was not ready for you. Came ready to play today, guys. I'll just say that I always appreciate the little item choices that players make. This was a really cool Yule's pickup from Collapse on Tide. It's so amazing defensively against the Silence of Grimstroke as well as Night Stalker, but also Willow as a support. Like, if you don't have Bane there and you don't have this Yule's, there's no setup for kills on the map, but because you have this Yule's, that's what item Willow usually goes for, and it sets up all of her spells, so it kind of gave them this extra kill combo on the map. And I think P-Vision, they just weren't ready for this. I think that's why Satanic died. There were multiple times where if I'm looking at on paper at Team Spirit's draft, I'm like, they don't really have the setup necessary in order to kill me. They have a bunch of soft disables. I'm like a mobile guy with a dispel and everything. But yeah, just well played all around.
I have a Morphling question for you, or rather a question about Morphling.
Okay.
This was the second game we saw Morphling, the first win for Morphling. Could it have been any other carry, or was the fact that Yatoro was Morphling a big deciding factor here?
I would say it was a big deciding factor, and I really liked the confidence to pick it there, because I don't think many heroes could have been able to out-CS a Night Stalker like that. And also, the self-sustain and durability of a Morphling is what enables Bane to move around. Like, if it's a typical carry hero that gets bullied out of lane and needs the babysitting, you don't move around like that on Rue. So definitely a really cool pick. It was the second Morphling game at this EWC, the first win. So there's something there, Brian.
Yeah, there's like group of 5 carries. There's like Life Stealer, Morphling, Weaver, Tiny. They don't really jungle very fast, but they're also really good at staying in their lane. And you wanted a hero that, like Mira said, is self-sufficient, but also the bonus of the Morphling is against IO specifically, you want a carry that it sees a reload coming on top of it and it has an escape plan. They managed to 4-man gank him one time, but that illustrated it required a lick into a Night Stalker silence, into like a perfectly timed ink swell. I mean, it was just... That was the Morphling. What he always creates is you need a very specific answer in order to be able to kill him. And Yatoro, I think, better than anyone else, will recognize your draft is kind of awkward when it comes to killing Morphling. And the Night Stalker pick was amazing for P-Vision's draft, but it did not solve that individual problem unless they got momentum, which the Morphling also stopped. So I do think it was a very pivotal pick.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few heroes in Dota that even when they're not good and they're nerfed, I was talking to Brian about this in the green room, but they fill you with dread. Like, they fill you with a sense of despair when you're playing against them because you feel like you're racing against the clock. And Morphling is one of those heroes that if you don't win the early game and you look at the enemy draft and they have a Morphling, you just... all your hope and optimism is like slowly going out the drain. And I feel like that's what it must have been for Paravision.
Well, it sounds like they have a lot to recover from. This is their first loss in the group stage, as we said, and it's an important series. There's only one more game left between these two teams in this group, and this game will decide, because there's no chance for tiebreakers in this group. So this one game will decide which one of these two teams gets to skip the survival stage and is instantly locked in to top 8 here at this EWC. A lot of pressure on this upcoming game. Let's find out how our commentary team of Sunsfan and Kezu feel about this series in particular.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hi there, Suns fan here with...
That's me, Kezu.
Well, it's just Kezu, but yes, welcome to another series of great dotes. We have P-Vision versus Team Spirit.
Yep.
I mean, one of these teams is undefeated. That's P-Vision, Spirit. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Just double checking. You never want to be wrong here. What do you think about this series? I mean, these are two top dogs of the group.
True. I mean, like you said, P-Vision, they're still undefeated. To me, they look a little bit better than Spirit. But at the same time, without throwing some shade at the other teams, I don't think these two teams were tested that much yet. So it's a good test for both of them to actually play against an S-tier team.
That's right. Now, has Yatoro shaved his head or changed his hair color today?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
No, he is not.
How do you know? Have you seen him?
No, but I can tell. He waits for the final day. That's when he comes with like Super Saiyan hair, or like blue hair, or a bald head.
Okay, nobody cares anymore. This has gone for too long, so we'll see you guys for the next series. Thanks.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We're getting ready for game number 2 between P-Vision and Team Spirit. A unique situation for P-Vision. We don't know what they're gonna do when they're a game down, because they have not been a game down yet. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, when they were 1 game down, they did not lose a single game since. And we know what they're doing. What's coming our way in the draft, that remains to be seen as we're narrowing in on that one, Effie. I want to know what they should be doing, what they should be addressing. Is there anything in the opening that you would like to see changed? Because we did see Team Spirit prioritizing that overall first pick Bane in this game in particular, and we saw Rue on Bane, and you highlighted him specifically because he made it look S tier.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, and conceptually it's a great hero versus P-Vision with a lot of the strategies that they want to run. The IO being an example, the Kez opener that they played didn't necessarily work out. So if Team Spirit run back this starting Bane, I don't think we're going to see that Kez into IO follow-up. I do think they're going to fall back on their Keeper of the Light that they just look so strong on here.
Yeah, there's so many dimensions to drafting that I remember saying this in game 1 as a carrier's perspective, that if I'm playing against Bane, I'm either picking like an illusion guy or I'm hoping one of my supports has a reliable Fiend's Grip cancel. Otherwise, my game is just generally really hard to play. And I think P-Vision might have gone a little bit too all in on their own draft. And there are times where there's a healthy blend of dealing with the problems that are presented to you by the enemy team's draft. I think because P-Vision played around their own timings almost entirely with their draft, that means that it will fall pretty short, pretty flat when you lose momentum or steam in the game. Like even just as simple as they open Bane, you have a reliable save from Fiend's Grip. Like that's the kind of simplicity that I would like to see inserted back into P-Vision's draft. And so I'm just going to be keeping an eye on this game because, you know, Kezu mentioned neither of these teams have really been tested yet. And I think it's like, in theory, it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to underestimate your opponents, but at the same time, these are things they're probably have been getting away with, where they're allowed to play for their own draft, and you have to step it up and think about what Team Spirit's ready to bring it today. So what problems is Maposhka going to present with Puppey in game 2?
Well, we have a slight change in bans, only very slight. So of course the teams changed sides with now first pick going the way of P-Vision. The only change in bans is that the team that has first pick, instead of banning Axe, they banned Doom. We did see a Doom ban in the second phase, of course. And of course the change with the Willow position for most likely getting picked up first.
That's really interesting to me because I thought the support that P-Vision would try to steal is actually the Bane, but they go for the Willow instead and they double down on the Hoodwink first phase ban. To me, this says that they think that the offlane is the problem actually, and that if they ban Hoodwink and take Dark Willow, then there is not a strong enabling support for Collapse. But I still think there are some that exist, like the Techies, for example.
Yeah, I do think there are potentially other options. I think what's really fascinating for me right now is...
Or the Rubik, sorry.
Yeah, Rubik's a decent answer. I'm just thinking maybe Treant's power is purely in the two carries that are banned every first round, the Drow and the SF,
There's a
because
high chance of that.
we've been seeing it more and more that teams are banning the carries first round, and then they're just skipping Treant Protector, a hero that's been picked or banned pretty much every game thus far. And I guess, I mean, there's times as you go on later in the tournament, if you ban a combo piece that you're effectively banning two heroes, I think people think they're getting 2 for 1 by banning these, and that's why they're doing, or effectively 3 for 2, I guess, by banning SF and Drow together.
Yeah,
And
do you
Rubik,
also-
go ahead.
Do you also think that's, if you would pick Treant first phase, you kind of lock yourself in a little bit in terms of what type of laning partner you'll give with the Treant, and maybe what type of offlaner your enemy team can play into it. Whereas with these two picks, world's your oyster. You can go anywhere.
Absolutely,
with it.
yeah. If you have Treant Protector, you are like, okay, what ranged carry are we going to pick? But like you said, we virtually know nothing about what the guys are going to do. I think it's funny because sometimes you get the, okay, let's just pick Drow. You know exactly what our strategy is, but can you beat it? And then sometimes it favors teams to just say, okay, we're revealing absolutely no information. Because Rubik and Willow, they're kind of just standalone strong laners. Like, it doesn't particularly say anything about their lane duo or their counter matchups in the game. I don't really factor this in too much. It's like both of them offer unique things, a little bit of damage, a little bit of team fight. What do you think so far, Amir?
Well, they do end up banning the Treant, so maybe it's just a team-specific thing for later down the line, but I definitely agree. I mean, taking this Rubik as a response to Lulu, I think, was just taking that strong support for Not Me before they could take everything out in that second phase. He's had some exceptional performances on it, and you do have good spells to steal from Willow. She's not the best steal, but she's pretty solid for Rubik.
I have to ask if there's like, or I have to imagine if there's any block picking happening with Rubik. Like, is there anything that P-Vision would normally go for as like a synergy with Willow?
They're not really that big on the Underlord, which is really the only counter pick that I can think of for picking Rubik.
Yeah, because it's nice to lock in Nami's hero, but why now, basically? Like, why prioritize Rubik over all the other heroes? It's like, it makes sense as a pick, but I always wonder what's the reasoning for it being the best pick on that spot.
I think that, like I mentioned, P-Vision are kind of targeting this offlane by banning supports. So you ban Hoodwink, you take Willow, and you're essentially saying we took the best two enabling heroes for collapse. So they wanted to lock one in before they get banned out in the second phase.
This reminds me of the Mao series where Puppy banned 7 carries against Crystallis, and he still left his hero to last. And then there was like nothing left. Okay, let's pick DK. So I guess that's probably what they're, like you said, if they don't pick Rubik here, then P-Vision has the 2 bans, not for the 5, which they banned the Treant Bane, but they could have banned 2 4s, and there's likely not too many good options left.
Yeah, I think for sure that's what it is, and we see a Winter Wyvern come out, and this hero typically is a response pick to heroes like Lone Druid, but I think it's also a very effective response versus lanes like Axe, where they want to just chip away at you. They want to press Battle Hunger, they want to make sure you're never at full HP. Winter Wyvern, now that you go level 2 heal, you can counteract a lot of this style of lane.
Okay, I also, hats off to Puppy for this one, because if I'm a carry and I'm against Bane, I need a Fiend Script cancel. If I'm a carry and I'm against Axe, I need something that prevents me from dying to Blade Mail Call. Like, yes, I can play around it, I can buy SNY, I can buy BKB, I can position myself, but it makes it so the heroes that traditionally would just die to that no matter what, I can pick them in the draft. I can itemize not purely for the Axe. There are 4 other enemy heroes in this game, so the Wyvern Cold Embrace prevents that combo. It's like, I think the laning stage is a big part of it. You have the sustain to go through the Battle Hunger, but for me, it's much more about that mid to late game. If we have Wyvern standing behind the carry, it just makes Axe's job a lot more difficult. You often don't want to pick Kez into Axe. Am I saying it's great? Not necessarily, but I would say this matchup's way worse for Kez without the Wyvern than it is with it.
Yeah, I think this Wyvern kind of makes Kez's life easy, not just on lane, but for those Blade Mail calls that you talked about. And now this Wyvern is actually looking like the most important hero so far on P-Vision's draft. So now if you're Team Spirit, you have to think to yourself, we gotta jump this guy. Like, we gotta pick some Laurel
Winter Wyvern và đặc biệt là
can just run at this backline non-stop.
I thought they were going to go Storm because I think it's a little bit harder to counter. I think Puck is quite susceptible to maybe like a Viper. This is a sick Viper mid game. I actually think no one's going to whip out the Viper response. Because 2 ways to deal with puck are or 3 ways to deal with puck. One is to have so much sustain and beefiness that puck never does meaningful damage. Another one is to have insta stuns, and the third one is to just dumpster it in lane. I don't think we'll see the no one sniper. That's like another option for really slaughtering the puck. I think against these specific heroes, Viper's the best, but then maybe giving away Viper ult is bad against Rubik. I wouldn't personally factor in the Rubik with my pick here.
Yeah, I think Ember can be solid enough. Even we've seen no one have some great games on him, especially versus puck. But I just do want to say they had to take the puck here because if you don't puck, you're getting pucked on 18. That's how
Puck or be pucked, I think is the saying.
You gotta puck them before they puck you.
Exactly. Only one meaning to this.
Only one, but the Phoenix does come out for Team Spirit. It gives them that little layer of coverage, you know, some long range damage to follow up on the call, some team fight control versus the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, taking their time.
This is a tough pick, I think. Like, there's just there's a lot of different approaches you can take here. You can take the lane dominance, you can take the map movement gameplay, like the Ember Spirit. Like, Ember... The thing about Ember is I think he's... Yeah, okay, I didn't love the Ember because I wanted a hero that wanted to, like, play around his team. I think on the map right now, if you're by yourself, you're probably going to die no matter what hero you are. So I would rather having a hero that leads the charge and has follow-up from his team. Slardar makes a bit more sense there. We've seen teams go for, like, Slardar, sometimes, like, Earthshaker as a response to this puck mid.
You think for sure it's mid Slardar?
I wouldn't say it's for sure, but... Slardar generally struggle. Slardar is almost all right-click in the laning stage. Like, yeah, he has Slithering Crush or whatever, but his Crush is only as powerful as the amount of times he can hit you afterwards. So picking him against attack speed slow 5s, like Crystal Maiden or Phoenix, is not ideal, in my opinion.
Agreed. I mean, if I'm Phoenix and I'm playing against Slardar on lane, I'm pretty happy. But if I'm playing against the mid Slardar who's got an early blink and is forcing me to press dive, or forcing me to use Supernova.
You might even have to Supernova.
Yeah, when I don't want to, that's miserable. So
yeah.
Definitely a good fit in the mid lane here.
They banned the Centaur, so it looks like Team Spirit's anticipating the Slardar mid as well.
On the same page. On the other side, we got the Terrorblade already removed. What would you like to see Yatoro play this time around? He is going to get overall last pick, so he is going to see which offlaner he will have to deal with on lane.
Kind of an annoying pick for him right now just because of this Winter Wyvern that's going to be like kind of countering a lot of that physical damage, and you're playing against Kez plus Slardar, you know you're going to get burst.
So I was thinking, okay, Wind Ranger seems premier, so they're probably going to ban that. It's a hero we haven't seen too much of, but I'm predicting a Muerta pick for...
Ooh, that's a nice pick here.
Yatoro. It goes through the Wyvern Cold Embrace. It's a ranged hero that has a defense mechanism against Kez right clicks as well as Slardar right clicks. That's what I actually think that's the best pick. I don't. Muerta's fallen off quite hard, but we have started to see teams dip into the B and C tier carry heroes. So I imagine it's on P Vision's radar that they're probably going to pick a ranged guy or girl in the case of Muerta. They have a Willow. Centaur would have been nice. I think any setup stun hero for Willow in lane. Underlord would be okay too.
The ultimate Willow combo is... Oh, they still ban out the Ember. Just respecting that side as well. But is the Mars. We have seen Mars come out a couple times. I don't think it's been very successful. They go with the Pangolier.
Okay. I mean, this Pango can be played mid, it can be played off lane, but it does feel like when it comes out, no one just wants to run it on the mid lane. The thing is, I think I would still like to see it be played on the off lane because you're playing against a puck. It can go very wrong for you very fast.
I think TA now becomes an option. Muerta is still good defensively, but then you have nothing to hit the roll.
Ooh.
They go a completely different route.
That was one of the unpicked heroes today.
It was.
In the graphic as well, and she showed up. I mean, on paper, it's fantastic. Not even for the hero dynamics or interactions that you'll probably mention, Brian, but just for the map play. Like, there's actually not that much wave clear coming out from the Slardar and Kez draft early on. Like, sure, it's going to exist later, But Naga could create a lot of wave issues in this game.
If Naga gets, it's a weird timing to say, but if Naga gets to treads level 5, then that's the point where the illusion time is about 100%. You're actually getting meaningful Riptide procs when it comes to pushing the lane. Like it's very difficult to Slithering Crush and kill the illusions in time. A lot of this lane against Willow Slaughter, what Naga does best out of all the carries is she just shoves the lane and leaves. And there's no tower pressure from these heroes on the side of P-Vision. If Yatoro gets to that point where he can just send 2 illusions at the wave, he's jungling camps, Rue can just leave him alone, they can play through Collapse. I actually think those first 4 levels on Naga are going to decide this game, quite frankly, because I think if he gets there, then they don't have any answers.
And it's quite the good carry matchup against Kez, right? Kez isn't really known for clearing AoE damage early on. He's kind of big single target burst into disengage, which you can't comfortably do against a Naga.
Yeah, Naga also, the build historically, and I think he will go this game, is Manta into Orchid, and that just destroys Kez on the map. Like, the big thing for Kez is there's very few heroes that can represent meaningful kill threat on him from the carry role, and that, especially when you're playing the map, like, yeah, you have like the Ursas and stuff that'll burst him in team fights, but there's very few that will set up the kill on the Kez. And so basically, I'm looking at bottom lane. If Yatoro has the start that Naga can get, they actually nerfed Naga's early game because in 7.41 she got some meaningful buffs and she was getting picked a lot in pubs and had a really high win rate. They nerfed like her base attack speed and stuff like this. So that's the only question mark I have. If he gets to that Manta Orchid Butterfly Heart, I think Naga's unstoppable this game.
Let's find out if this Naga is going to get unstoppable and if Team Spirit can punch their ticket to the playoffs or if it will be P-Vision instead. Before we head into the game, we're heading to our casters, Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, welcome to game number 2. Sunsfan here with Kezu. We've talked a lot about Collapse and his Aegis steals throughout his entire career. Do you have any idea how many that may be?
Wow, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because everybody, I've got my brand new. Oh, look at this. So light too. My Lenovo Legion. So you want to know Collapse's Aegis steals? Yes. Okay, when did Collapse steal Aegis last? Says here, yesterday his 47th Aegis. It's a record.
Damn.
This guy is pretty good.
It's definitely a record. Nobody steals as many Aegis as
you want to hold this? It's very light.
Oh, wow. You're right. Okay. Not bad.
Are you giving it back to me?
If you want, I mean, you can cast the game at some point.
You're the caster, I'm just the analyst. I gave you the stat.
I appreciate the stat as we get into game number 2 between Spirit and P-Vision. We have some interesting picks. You let out an audible gasp when Naga Siren was selected.
Did you try to emulate the gasp I let out?
No.
Okay.
I was just saying you gasped.
No, this is the thing with Spirit and Yatoro. I am a little bit of a fanboy because this guy, just love watching him play. And I think he has very specific heroes that come out, specific scenarios calls for specific heroes. And I do think this is quite a good Naga game. Like outside of Pango, none of these heroes really deal with it very well. You also have a lot of good combinations. Like you can always protect the egg or set it up even with Song of the Siren. And also Axe loves having Naga in the lineup. Like later on, Axe wants to play on pickups. You want the follow-up damage. Naga always gives that for you. So honestly, I think it's a very, very cool Naga pick. Also the first one of the tournament. And who else better to do it than Yatoro?
That's right. And P-Vision on the other side, again, they need to just win a single game well, now both teams are in the exact same position. Yep. Whoever wins this game is top of their group. But P-Vision have had 2 attempts at it now. Is this going to be enough for them? They have a lot of physical damage going on here. You got the physical damage of no one on the Pangolier, Slaughter, of course, and Kez on top of that. So I'm sure itemization coming out from Spirit will be a lot of armor-heavy things such as assault. And I mean, is this even a blade mail game? A lot of times we don't see Axe even pick that up.
Lotus is very good. I do think it is a good blade mail game. It depends a little bit. Like you want to go either Helm of the Dominator or blade mail. I don't necessarily think he needs to go Dominator. It's more something you do in lanes where you want to split up. So I could see more the Faye, Stick, Bracer, go blade mail Blink and just play on that. But yeah, armor is definitely something you need to get against this dire draft. You're playing against Pango and Slaughter and a Kez who will dish out all this physical damage. So, Lotuses, you talked about the AC, whether it's any other items you can get out like Vlad's or, on the neutrals, if you get some medallion, all of this is definitely what you want.
Yep. DeCall is playing the Winter Wyvern. We're used to seeing that coupled with a Drow type hero, but it's going to be the Kez instead. You think there's any different interactions between the two as we get into the later stages of the game?
Honestly, it's just very, very strong. And to go back to the blade mail part, like Winter Wyvern makes blade mail a lot worse of an item, because obviously if you jump the Kez, like later, if Ducala just drops the Cold Embrace, like the Cold Embrace, you know, Satanic isn't going to be hitting into the axe, so we'll see what he's going to do. As Collapse is going to take the wave and farm the wolves.
Yeah, last game we saw Collapse on this hero. It was something to behold.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just destroyed the entire game, and that was against a last pick Necrophos. Like, that is not normal. And look what he's doing right now. Because he's farming the side camp, he can actually steal the water rune, and you can tell that you just throw the tip up because who does that? No one does that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not literally him.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
Okay. Yeah. As he all chats Mimo Hodom. So you know what that is?
Yeah, that's definitely English.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's usually that comes out when the cat's on your keyboard.
I think that might mean suck it.
Oh, I see. Is Collapse going to get gone on a bit by Satanic? The Battle Hunger applies to him, though. Collapse will be able to walk it off. Not me playing the Rubik this time around. How good are his steals?
They're pretty good. Oh, like, let's see. They are decent. I think you're definitely looking most at the support. Collapers.
I didn't think he was in trouble here, but Satanic getting him onto very low HP. He's going to get Cold Embrace now. Back to respectable amount of HP, but the Battle Hunger and the right clicks kind of nullify a lot of that heal.
Well, it's still quite good for P Vision
Lotus
here.
is up as
Gì đây?
He's just dead.
Ủa?
He overplayed for sure.
Cô đang làm gì ấy?
Satanic gets first blood. Meanwhile,
Ở dưới thì Naga
kills happen in the bot side of the map.
có mạng của
Just
Nightclass.
supports biting the dust is now Notice versus Yatoro.
It's definitely the type of lane where Yatoro is happy the longer this lane goes, but Slaughter Willow can definitely pressure early on, and they can win. Like, you can max out the stun, which is kind of what you want to do on the Slaughter anyway. I think Willow is quite good at trading. Obviously, Phoenix is a pretty strong +5, but there's some downtime you can play around when there's no illusions, when there's no fire spirits, you'll be quite happy. But yeah, I definitely do like the Winter Wyvern Kez combo. We've talked about it a few times.
Not me now getting gone on. This top lane very aggressive for P Vision. Looks like he's
Nó
just
mình phải
gonna
nằm
die.
xuống rồi.
It would
Mạng
be
sẽ
to
là dành cho
Satanic,
Sananic
played
mà
a
thôi.
much better start, let's say, than last time around. Satanic, did he? How many did he end with? It was 7 last count I saw. I can't remember.
At least 7, maybe 8. He did lose like more than half his treads on the courier that Collapse did get to kill, so that doesn't matter. But I do want to see what Not Me is going to be able to cook up on the Rubik. You talked about the spell steals. It's definitely more so the Terrorize, the Winter's Curse, Cold Embrace, I think as well, especially against these heroes. Like the triple physical is what you want to be doing, because Rubik to me has looked quite atrocious in this tournament. He's not as good as other 4s, so you gotta have the correct steals and you need to play very well.
And what kind of build can we come to expect from Yatoro?
It's still very, very similar. Like when you play Naga, you have to go Manta style.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of people that go for the Orchid after. And I think it's just when you think of itemization or in general or how the mid game is played. So Naga opens up the map. With Manta, you do it even more. Then people need to split. Then you get the Orchid for your own mana region, but also to actually pressure on the map, which is very, very good. And I think after that, you can look for some different itemizations. I think Butterflies is always very good. Same with Hard, Skadi. Later on, you want a Bloodthorn to just completely decimate people with your illusions.
And Collapse after that death is back into the jungle, and it will be a first item Blade Mail. Love to see it. As Collapse now found by Ducalis. Ducalis is the one taking a lot of damage. I mean, Mud Golems are excellent for this. He's going to get a Courier as well and be able to walk away, although TP, Bramble does hit with the Shadow Realm to follow as 9-class able to bring Collapse down for the second time this game.
Well played by 9-class there. Good read, and also with the pre-Shadow Realm just to buff up all this damage initially. As we see, Satanic did get his Courier, so he's got the Treads unlocked, he's got the Urn as well. This is what we saw Pure do as well the other day. It's just great early stats. You nearly always go for plays with this hero as well.
And 9-class back towards the mid side. As the 6-minute power rune about to spawn, Ducalis be gone on by Collapse now. As you can see, the Swashbuckler doing quite a bit of damage. They'll actually be able to get this kill on the puck. It's going to be close. He gets to the high ground. Laurel going to be able to take out 9-class in turn as no one now completely surrounded. Although they're going to target Ducalis instead, as he will bite the dust. So 2 dead for P Vision, and even the Chicken Man coming to play. They'll get the kill on Daru, but the question is at what cost? The first Rolling Thunder from no one puts Collapse back onto the high ground, and that's going to be not the greatest from P Vision.
really good overall rotation by Spirit. And again, these are the small things as
Toro.
very fire available.
Trời ơi, ok.
The miss.
Ôi máu lên ra chạy vòng quanh ạ. Nhưng mà sẽ phải làm lại thôi. Mạng về cho Notice. Rất dễ dàng.
That's a big one. I also think that's the type of play they needed because earlier you saw Collapse, you know, he's respawning. He just TPs to the mid lane. This is why it's important that you look around, like what is actually happening. You don't need to, you know, brain that TP into the top lane just because you're the offlaner. Looks around, but in the meantime, P-Vision, double Wisdom Shrine by the looks of it.
Yeah, this is much better start to their game as Collapse still only level 4. He's going to take a full Raptor Dance from Satanic under the tier 2. He will dodge one of the Echo Slashes. And the Blood Grenade, it seems. To call us a little bit worse for wear, but here comes 9 class out of nowhere. Doesn't do that much damage at this stage of the game, so Collapse does survive. But again, these Wisdom Shrines, this is starting to stack up. Start of a bad lane for Collapse. And then again, every time we say that, he somehow finds a way back in the game.
He knows what's up. But it's still very nice move from them. You know, you get to invade into the Wisdom Shrine, you steal half of a stack, you make him go low HP, and Collapse definitely suffering when it comes to the level department. Not even level 5 yet, where Satanic is starting to push on to level 7, being already level 6.5.
Haven't talked about Rue. I mean, Phoenix, haven't seen Phoenix that much this tournament.
It's very good against the 2 supports, and also against the Slardar.
Yep, Ducalis gonna get bursted by Laurel. We can see the first coil of the game. As the Amen Rune spawning, not me. Looks to be the sacrifice coming out from Team Spirit, but the Illusory Orb is enough to outclass 9 class. And Laurel gets that haste rune, so now he can play around with Satanic a bit. We'll get back to lane.
Lars is getting all the active runes. First the Amplify, now the Haste. Absolutely the 2 best runes we can kind of ask for at minute 6 and 8 here, with still continued pressure onto no one. This is half a tower down at minute 8. Like, this matters. Like, these early little chip downs on the tower can definitely swing some of these matchups, because in the start, you're obviously not going to commit on a full HP tower, but 10-minute rune, if you bring a couple heroes, you win a fight, this half HP tower might just be gone.
Every time we pan over to Collapse, he's either getting pressured out or in the jungle.
Yep.
A rough start for him. Bottom net worth of the cores, but I mean, looking at just the net worth alone, though, you can see no one is pretty far down there as well.
Yeah, it happens like from a lot of these mid moves, right? Like the first time Collapse goes there, steals the water rune, then he doesn't get the active rune on 6, he doesn't get the active rune on 8. But I've been very much liking how Satanic is moving here in this early game. He's been mid a couple of times, he's invaded the Wisdom Shrine, now he's going into the off lane. And this is very good and needed pressure into Yatoro's Naga here.
So now some pressure to this tier 1 bot. Satanic and the rest of P-Vision should be able to clean this up relatively easily, as Kez will be going for the Mage Slayer, so I assume Pango will not. It'll be the Diffusal first.
Yeah, definitely just Diffusal, allow Pango to play around other things later, as they see Notme, who's very deep here.
Yes, he is. In the corner now. Swashbuckle mostly misses there, it looks like. Attempting to TP, but the Rolling Thunder will cancel that immediately, so eventually they will kill him off.
I like that he cancels it just to make sure that you don't bounce him onto like the low or high ground towards the side there. 10-minute rune, let's see if Lara can go 3 for 3 on this one.
Not trying for it. Does not get it here. Pressured out by Ducalis now with that Arctic Burn and the Blood Grenade, really doing his job. And Laurel will be able to eventually lose your orb into the tree line. Satanic, though, with the Raven's Veil, giving him vision and the kill. What a bait from P-Vision. Very nicely played.
Yeah, I was initially wondering, like, what's Ducalis up to? But he's just slowing him down, kind of baiting him to linger a little bit longer. Then Laurel, of course, getting himself stuck in the trees. I do think he would have gone down anyway. He was Satanic, who found a very nice route to connect onto it.
Noticed on the Slardar, second in net worth, which for a Slardar, I feel like the early game can be a struggle at times because it's not exactly a great farmer.
No, it absolutely can, but against this lane, like Phoenix Naga, not the strongest lane, doesn't have the most pressure, doesn't really have like very high kill capabilities. It's more the type of lane where you want levels, you want gold, you want to prolong the game. And I think if you're noticed, if you just pay attention to where Laurel is on the map, you're not really dying. Like, a Rubik isn't really gonna gank you, nor is an Axe who's being shut down, so it's all about Laurel's early game with the coil here, so I expect Notice to have a very good time.
Yeah, Notice only about 400 away from the Blink Dagger, and can expect the aggression to come. It's gonna align pretty nicely with the Diffusal Blade coming up from the Pango, and Satanic, I mean, I'm not sure if he's even wanting to participate in fights, but Kez is definitely a hero that can do that, and he's going to have Mage Slayer as well.
Oh, you definitely can. I think you're like the type of hero you generally win your lane, which also means you can constantly push your lane, which makes it easier to look to other sides, maybe TP to the mid tier 1, go to most of these active runes. I do also wonder if he wants to go for a specific or different item build later. Like maybe if it turns into an incredible Naga game, maybe there's some Battle Fury or Mjolnir route later on, or maybe you just commit to the Deso, you know, with your Slardar, with your Pango, play on like speeding up the game, taking faster rolls, just taking faster towers.
Are we seeing Battle Fury ever? Is that
No,
actually a thing?
not really, but perhaps, you know, maybe there's this type of hero, you know, Naga is a hero that drastically changes the game.
That's true.
So you might have to think about some itemization.
Satanic opening things up onto Laurel, collapse in the air.
Nice
There's
curse.
the curse though, putting the puck in a precarious spot, and the last right click is enough. As Ducalis claims the kill, and now Collapse on the run. Kind of stuck in no man's land, pops the blade mail. As the cold embrace comes out from Ducalis, Satanic looking to finish it though with the Echo Slash. Gets a nice call from Collapse, but he's not going to have any backup. So the Chicken Man will claim him as no one finds a little juicy stack here.
You can see it in both these games. Like when either team has a small edge or they know like what they get away with, they just fully execute. Satanic being one of the best Kezes, I am very impressed with his early game here.
Look at that keyboard. It's got some nice keycaps on there.
And it gotta be dripped out.
That was a Pudge head, I believe. One of the
Yeah, and that's a dead Rubik, level 4.
Looks like it. Notice level 10 versus the 4, yeah. One is greater than the other. So showing off that Blink Dagger now.
They are TPing top. In 1 minute, you've got a Wisdom Shrine available. Looks like Notice did cancel it after all.
There's that Pudge again. What is it?
Yeah, there's a... That's Grogu.
That's, yeah. That's random. That might be copyrighted there. It's all good.
Yeah, we'll keep showing it. It looks fancy. I like it.
Not sure what the orange one is.
I don't know, actually.
What is that?
We'll get a full screen of that later, of course.
Yep, of course. Let's get a nice zoomed-in picture at some point. No one on the tier 1 mid. There are some TPs coming in from Spirit, but it'll be tough to defend this.
It's gonna be a free tower. Like, you've got the shield rune as well, and if you're P-Vision, you know that you are so far ahead currently in this early game, and you're gonna want to keep up the pressure. There's a Naga on the enemy side, there's an Axe on the enemy side. These guys, they all need a lot of gold and a lot of time, and it's not really changing anytime soon. Like Manta for Naga, it doesn't change the way the game is played. It's only going to be Collapse's Blink and then maybe later the Orchid. So for P-Vision.
Good lord, I looked at Collapse. The Blink is so far away.
Yeah, shouldn't have looked.
Holy jeez, 1,500 away from that. So that's going to put them on the okay, good curse. It's a solo. Actually, no, it does connect with the Wyvern.
Silence.
I think the Satanic is coming in, but he's completely outnumbered. Might have bitten off a little bit too much to chew. The egg is placed as well. Is now the Pango on the run. They're going to get the nice call into the chop from Collapse. Going to try to turn this around onto the Pango as well. As no
Rồi
one
3 mạng.
so somehow these are
Parivision phải
gifted
làm
to
xuống.
Spirit. A little bit too greedy from P-Vision. And just like that, they're back in the game.
I don't know if the last minute could have been any worse. Not just did they give up 3 kills while being ahead, they lost both Wisdom Shrines. Like, Yotaro went aggressively with a song, stole that one, then they got their own one up top. Rue was level 4 when we watched him a minute ago. He's level 7 now.
Yep.
He actually has a Dota game to be played now.
Crazy. All right, let's look back at Collapse as he's, oh yeah, a lot closer to that Blink Dagger now. Yeah, it felt like they overstayed their welcome, and then this is the domino effect, right? One person coming to help another, and then no one coming in to help Satanic.
Yeah, and it's like...
And everybody ends up paying the price.
Yeah, sick egg on top. You get the call. You get a dunk from Collapse as well. First one of the game for him.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more of that, as no one is not happy with the turn of events. I mean, they were in a pretty good position to kind of snowball this slowly in their favor, but you see the Raven's Veil stolen by Not Me.
Well, it's quite good on Rubik too. As he just uses it and runs the hell out of it.
Toàn phải gãi đầu.
Time to buy dust.
Well, you do have the shard coming out pretty shortly. Actually, already is online for Notice.
That's quite nice, of course, you know, helping out your stun, making sure you apply the corrosive to everybody. It's also nice against Illusion Heroes because it just means you can start with the Blink Crush, they're gonna have to Manta, then when they walk away you can still apply the actual corrosive phase on the real one. So I've always been a big fan of this shard. It's also quite good for like his overall draft, right? You're playing with the Kez, you're playing with the Pango.
As Notice will be opting for the BKB, no big surprise, and after that is when it kind of opens up on what type of build you want to go for. He's opting for the Lotus so far.
I do like it for now. I would assume that also it has a lot to do with, like, first of all, Naga Siren, right? The way Naga kills heroes later, End Snare, Orchid. At least one of the two, sometimes both. So Lotus overall is quite good. Maybe if some of the supports can buy it, then you can skip yours. Could also be the type of game, you know, he's looking for. A BKB and Aghanim Scepter later is quite good. Bonus armor, bonus status resistance, always very nice against these heroes. Looks like Satanic for now. He will just go for a Dispel of his own, honestly.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like he's itemizing for the Naga, at least not yet. And maybe that's the play until she's a problem.
Yeah, I honestly think that it's quite good this way.
Late game, you're not going to get Battle Fear, so it would have to be Mjolnir, I assume. Because Radiance doesn't have the, I mean, not that you would ever go Radiance.
Oh yeah, the Radiance
doesn't work against illusions the same way it used to.
Yeah, it's quite weak. So they're just more playing around the fact that you just kill the rest, and you can kind of ignore Naga, I think, for a long time. It's more about, can you survive her map play? And I think that's where the Manta comes in, that's where the Lotus Orb will come in later, so definitely don't mind this type of idea from P-Vision here.
Alright, Collapse, Blink Dagger online. He is a hero all of a sudden. 1 and 3 start for him. And it's not me. Will be picked off quite easily from P-Vision. And again, they're really invading this triangle over and over and over.
They are, but I'm looking, I do feel at the moment, they are happy, of course, they're ahead, like 1k gold, right? Also soon active room coming out on 18. I wonder how they will look to speed up the game. Like there is definitely an easy Roche for them to take. Obviously, they don't have the best like tower-taking capabilities, but you could look to pressure out Spirit, and Spirit are incredibly good at this situation.
Oh, they find the Rolling Thunder into the crush. Terrorize will miss the phase shift in time, but they have the Bramble and Laurel. Not enough to get away. Big kill for P-Vision.
No, they still got him. That's very nicely done. Even with a, you know, slight maybe misplay of the stun staggering there. Because you need to stop Spirit from being rats on these side lanes. You know that what they need is time.
Well, Yatoro does get the Orc. I mean, when does this hero start becoming fearsome? As we're going to see Ducalis get, well, not quite chopped.
A little bit unlucky. You would love to have the chop stack in this game. Its bonus armor is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true.
Against the Dire Draft.
Is it third item for Naga when you start worrying?
Orchid is like the first time that you need to actually pay attention where she is. I mean, I guess Naga's game doesn't really change, right? You continuously play on map state, and when people split, that's when you can be really aggressive. Team fighting is never really that much up to you. So I think until he has like Heart, maybe Butterfly, I don't think we'll see him all that much.
Man, the Orchid already, they're optimizing for this. I mean, Kez eventually is going to get, he has the Manta. Slarart will be getting BKB. Pango, that's the interesting one. Do you upgrade your Diffusal a little bit earlier to get that Dispel, or do you itemize for something else like, I mean, we used to see Lotus back in the day, not nearly as much now.
Yeah, I think you still can. Any type of Dispel is good. Personally, I wouldn't really mind a BKB either, just because you're also playing against like the puck. So we'll have to see what he goes for later. But I do think it's something that you don't need until like 4th item, maybe. It seems for now he's queuing up the Aghanims, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think he needs to deal with Naga aggressively, not defensively.
Right. I forget who we were casting, but the other day, as we're going to see Yatoro getting gone on, will be able to sing his song and TP out. Would have been a huge kill for P-Vision. Might have to settle for Rue instead. Corrosive Haze will give all the vision they need. Pops the egg, but they should be able to get this quite easily. But the Axe Call comes in from Collapse at the last moment. The egg does die, though. And the Raptor Dance to follow means Collapse will fall as well as not me. So a really good attempt, but ends up hurting them now even more than just a simple Phoenix kill.
Who wasn't in the call other than the Winter Wyvern? Because I thought it was only Ducalis who could hit the egg. I guess maybe Satanic got a dodge off with either like a quick Raptor stance or a Manta style. Because I don't blame Collapse here for this play in here. Like going for the egg, you know, into the follow-up stun, because it looked like he could potentially have gone for a save here. So we see Collapse coming on the left. Yeah, he manted it.
Yeah, you're right.
And he did not know he was there, so that is just really nicely played by Satanic. I think that egg would pop. Like, Ducalis alone is not getting off like 4 hits on that egg during that time.
Yeah, that was super close.
Nice, Satanic in the zone.
Có bắt với cả Naga đấy.
True. Instead of having 7 deaths, he has 7 kills.
That's right.
He's flip-flopped that one.
Somebody told him you should be getting more kills than deaths, and he's like, oh yeah, forgot about that, my bad.
Yeah, that's definitely what Puppy said in between the game. Have you tried killing them?
Very toxic. Tier 2 tower will be going for P-Vision. And And Butterfly looks to be on the menu for Satanic. So against the Naga Siren, I mean, the Bloodthorn, I assume, will come out at some point, though.
Definitely, and that's also where it's going to be important that the supports also look at a type of Dispel. You have the 9 class who's queuing up a Yules. I do think you want multiple Lotuses later if you can. Like, that is how you destroy Naga. Naga never really wants to commit. It's always about the Ensnare, the Bloodthorn, the type of, you know, kiting and poking you. So they do get the shard on Ducalis.
Laurel gets the Illusory Orb onto 3 with the coil to follow, has to get out. He's being pursued, though. They actually get the Corrosive Haze, so they have the vision now. Another Illusory Orb that should be enough of a gap to get away.
Yep, Puck doing Puck things.
Will be a Parasma into an Octarine, so going for big ticket items on Laurel.
That's definitely what they need. We have seen Laurel pop off in a lot of games in this tournament. I mean, I guess that's a good and cool thing about Team Spirit, right? You can count on kind of all of them when needed to have one of those pop-off performances.
Collapse. Almost having a game-changing call there just a few moments ago. We'll be opting for the BKB.
It is quite difficult.
Wow, he's actually queued up a Ghost Scepter after that. Interesting.
Honestly, I don't mind it, because it could turn into like these type of situations where you're kind of forced into a fight, and if you Ghost Scepter, you're not really dying to anyone.
Yeah.
Like, all these 3 cores aren't going to be killing you until there's like a Nullifier later. Only the Bedlam is kind of a problem. Okay, will this be a free Roche?
Collapse, where are you? It's Roche time!
They do see him on a ward farming in the jungle, so I think for now they can...
They seem safe.
Heart rate at the steady.
Collapse, oh wait.
Wait. Your heart rate up, heart rate going up. Just kidding, we got it for free.
Yeah, they'll get there in time. And it's Pure, or Satanic rather.
Pure is here.
Satanic.Pure.
Now, of course.
We'll get the Aegis.
He gave you a freebie out there.
Oh, Bramble actually canceling the TP and the Terrorize to follow. Laurel absolutely destroyed. They have been on top of him. 4 deaths to the Puck's name.
Nicely done. I do think that you can tell that the top teams, they know how to close out the map. You have a gem that's being queued up by Ducalis. You up 3k gold as hold up. Mr. No One.
Into the Orchid. Do they have enough damage to burn?
Hold embrace.
Crush comes out at the last moment into the Curse as well.
Curse.
The counter Curse right on top of the Pangolier. The Song trying to get out, but the BKBs are mitigating all of this damage.
Oh,
and Yatoro gets the Song off just in time. They kill off the Pango and they get away with murder. Now Crush misses as well. So another TP out as Rue looking to find a kill. He just evaporated to 1 right click.
He nearly got him because he has the crippling crossbow and like all the damage coming out onto Ducalis. I can't believe that it was a 1-for-1 trade and Not Me gets out with stolen curse. Like, I don't care that he doesn't die. The fact is that he lives and keeps the curse for the next fight.
Yeah. Yep, not too shabby. See a replay here. 9 class, apparently. Okay, there we go.
Not this one. Placing a nice ward to end up catching no one here. And you can see the power of the Orchid. Like, if Notice isn't this close, and they don't get this counterplay with a very good curse that was stolen here. And he barely got that Song off also.
And he actually dodged the shield crash with the Manta style.
Look at this crush.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. Needs to get that Chasm Stone, I think.
Would have had that one.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more casual Chasm Stones for any hero with AoE.
I mean, it's just sometimes hard to slot in just because, I mean, it's an item slot. That's one of the problems. There was a while we saw it a lot on like Snapfire early on as a support, which I think is quite good, obviously, for the globs. It's like more when you can build it into the bigger things later.
Yeah, I guess Collapse will be getting Shivas at some point in the game.
Oh, it's gonna be a necessity, I think, that you get it.
I mean, that's the worry I have for P-Vision, is that they're just very one-dimensional in the damage department.
It is true, but it's also when you're overwhelming in that damage department, you can still, like, you can cut through some of the rest, because it is a lot of minus armor. Like, it is Slardar and Pango, and I think also at some point, as a Collapse looking for a call, like, Slardar has one of the strongest 25 talents. You know, we don't need to talk about, like, it's still quite far away, but undispellable corrosive haze. Generally, anything in Dota without counterplay.
He does have curse, but he's gonna get
Ui
blown
giời,
up. That would've been
dominating.
a really good curse. Just didn't have the vision, so they delete it. No longer with that potentially game-changing ultimate steal.
That's a good and quick kill, and they immediately also killed the Observer Ward that they just placed with this fresh gem that Mr. Notice is currently running around with, which is going to be a secondary gem, a secondary ward. So this is already, basically you got half the gold back from the gem. And if you look at Spirit's vision on the map now, there isn't a single Observer Ward. It's all going to be, you need to get the lanes out, you need to have illusions swarming, and hope that you can place wards that aren't easy to find.
And Yatoro getting pretty close to, I assume, wait, what? Did he not finish Heart?
Might be on the courier, he might just have too much gold, he just buys 7 items at the same time.
He has Oblivion Staff and Bloodthorn in his backpack, or his stash rather. So where's the recipe for the Heart? Okay. Well, either way, this is a shit ton of farm out of nowhere.
He's got it on his courier. I guess he's just waiting for everything to then come out at the same time. Okay. So yeah, he's basically getting a double item timing. Of course, the Heart will help him stay alive.
See that? That's
like, you can see it sometimes like Alchemist if his courier dies, but not really on like normal heroes.
Is he trying to hide it, and then when the Aegis expires, they smoke and take a fight?
The 2000 IQ play.
Yeah. I mean, how often are these players, like, how fast are they clicking to see inventories?
You click all the time. I think especially, like, any type of downtime needs to be used to understand where are enemy heroes, what are they building, what are they buying.
Right. Now, Satanic only has 30 seconds on the Aegis, so we'll attempt to go for this tier 2 towers. The BKB now online for Collapse. So in terms of the buildings, P-Vision still leaving a little bit to be desired with this Aegis. I mean, do you think they got enough out of it?
I think they're fine that the game is, because they're progressing it in an okay manner. You got bottom tier to tower, and you are taking a lot of the vision away still.
The double item into smoke.
Well, that ward, I think, did spot the smoke, so P-Vision should know this, but this is still a very good move from Spirit, because you push in a lot of the ways, you force in P-Vision to retreat to their own side of the map, so they are split at least for the time being. And now, even if the smoke doesn't hit, it could give you some space, push in some more lanes, or get out some Observer Wards for the secondary Roche. As Not Me, of course, will be the one to throw out the Observers.
And he's working on a Ghost Scepter as well, so we might be seeing multiples on the Spirit side. Now counter smoke from P-Vision. No one leading the charge, noticed, ready to pounce on the first target. You can see Yatoro and the rest of Spirit kind of dodging this unknowingly. I'm sure they're aware that something is happening. A little bit too quiet on the map right now. Rue, he's gonna pop the smoke. As the egg red, he's gonna get crushed and destroyed. He's out of the fight already. Now they get the counter initiation Collapse, already taking a ton of damage with Satanic. With that BKB, needs another right click to finish it, but
he's burning out.
He does burn out eventually to the damage over time from Satanic as Notice gets the double kill, and that's 3 dead for Spirit. P-Vision, big fight for them. That opens things up a little bit more.
Honestly, this Ducalis Winter Wyvern is a big problem. Even with a good call, like, I don't even think Ducalis' spells made that big of a difference, but it's just the threat. Like, where is the damage coming out from Spirit? If there's one Cold Embrace, like, Collapse nor Yatoro are really dishing out any damage unless there's a Bloodthorn, and even that you can dispel with a Lotus Orb. There's Yule Scepters available. Like, Ducalis just blinks out. It's just immediately find Ruin. Like, just look at the call. It's honestly not that much damage. There's too much teamfight coming out from P-Vision right now.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that much damage coming out from the Phoenix. I mean, if he could replay it, I'm sure he would egg right away.
Yeah.
And then the call to follow protects it, and potentially they can turn the fight, but it's just over from the start for Spirit.
Even so, like, you're playing this into a BKB, at least currently, and on it, like, Kez is not bad at killing the egg at all. He has really high attack speed, especially with the Butterfly, the BKB to boot. You have even more attack speed from the Lurkin champion. He's also going to go for MKB. Like, Satanic is going to start shredding people.
Well, he already is.
Yep, and it's going to be a lot worse.
As Nullifier's next on the list for Noticed, he's 2k into it, so the Ghost Scepters are going to be countered completely when that comes through. And you can see another potential
có đạt được trứng không? Trứng nở.
With a nice coil onto 2, but the egg does fall Collapse. Gonna get countered by the curse immediately as no one gets chopped eventually. So they find the 2 kills.
Đáp một kill cho Collapse rồi. Tự là Not Me nhưng mà 4 thành viên của Barration làm dùng. Còn lại cho mình anh Cat Satanic.
How was this a 2 for 4? Satanic had an amplified damage, but I think he went to kill the top tier 2, not really expecting something to come out there. As how does Collapse keep pulling out like stupid numbers? Just gets to barely live the blade mill, gets to chop some people in the head. Not the type of fight I'm expecting P-Vision to lose there.
Let's look at the replay here. So Egg comes out early this time.
Collapses TP, but I think it's a long TP from him.
Yeah, imagine that Egg doesn't even go down there. Very close.
I mean, Satanic is maybe a little closer. You can absolutely take that fight, but Collapse just goes ham.
Really nice telekinesis. That's the shard showing the range, giving him that extra mobility.
Lại ôm đầu từ no one.
When you go on people this close outside their base, you gotta be sure that that is a quick kill or that you can disengage.
Call us in the tree lines, trying to protect Satanic from potential danger. Nothing imminent.
The other big part is too that you drop the gem. Like the reason why you could keep up the map play all this time is that you're pushing in the lanes, and they killed I think like at least 3 or 4 observer wards. Now you're handing the gem to the Naga Siren team, and you gave up a few kills.
Oh, no one. The shield crashed back down, so he still does not have a dispel of any kind.
He has it soon, like you said earlier. He is looking at the disperser on the Pango. He's quite close to it.
Yeah, a lot of quality of life changes to that. Being able to just use it on enemy and still dispels you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
MKB completed for Satanic, which means all the eyes are going to be on the secondary Roche. Which means also buybacks are going to be highly valuable and very much talked about here from both sides.
And Collapse, I think, is ready this time for a Roche defense.
He's got enough items to be a criminal once again.
Roche is now up. Notice it's going to spot it. And Naga can spot it anytime she wants. Notice gets a little bit of vision here onto Collapse. And yeah, this second Roche is going to be pivotal for both sides.
The Spirit are very, very good at this. They understand.
Which team do you think needs it more, if that makes sense?
I believe it's more on P-Vision to get it. I think there's a slight pressure building. I don't think they feel bad by any means. They still feel great, but I'll say it's more up to them to make sure that they get the Aegis on their side.
It is scary to go into that pit, though, with a Wyvern. The curse is crazy, but then on the other side, you have Song, you have Egg, you have Coil. A lot of AoE from Spirit.
Ducalis was drawing perfectly on the map, kind of understanding that Spirit are in a smoke. There's 2 ways that they can be going. Looks like also Yatoro's deciding to not go for the butterfly, as there's already a completed MKB on Satanic. We'll look to go for the disperser instead.
Who's the first team to get a pick off, or do they just straight up try to go for Roche?
I wonder if P-Vision will just wait for Roche to like move to the bottom side. Then if there's a team fight there, you kind of have some of the buyback advantage, and you can set up the area first.
Which they're going to get on the aggressive with the smoke now.
Yeah, they are doing that, scanning the Roche just to make sure that Spirit aren't sneaking it in the same time.
Spirit now with a counter smoke as they do the old clockwork roundabout.
Look at Laurel.
Yeah, they do spot Laurel. Just getting the smoke off of a couple of heroes. As the crush comes in from Notice, they find a connection onto the puck. Look at the damage, just dead.
Bác làm xuống. Team Spirit thì đang Rosan, sẽ chắc là can thiệp từ Parisian mà thôi. Rồi cúng con Rosan này. Olaf có Aegis.
The buyback came out from Laurel, is now Noticed on the run. P-Vision trying to run away here as Heads gets stunned up. It's going to be able to use his ult now to get some HP back.
Thôi rồi. Ôi trời ơi, collab kill Link Tapari nhưng mà đồng đội chết rồi, cả Park cả Naga cũng một mình ở đây. Khó. Chắc chắn là bắt vào rồi.
Rue actually just dies on the sidelines to a random shield crash, and just like that, it's a full team wipe.
Ôi trời.
So they lost the Aegis in the end. The buyback comes
Quét sạch cho Parisian à.
Really good at first for Spirit.
Ôm đầu rồi.
They paid a huge price, but I think the fact that Yatoro just died so early on in the fight, they're just running out of juice eventually. Like, what is that? 48 damage on your Naga.
Và combat
who's actually like just leading the charge there.
gần 4.000 tiền cho Parisian.
P-Vision just like They just got a very nice, good initial go, even with collapse getting the ages again.
Nhìn sai cùng nhìn lại pha replay khi mà La đi lẻ, La bị bắt. Zatoro nhìn đỡ đam rồi, một Zatoro kìa, Satanic. Nhưng mà rất là may, collab có exit nhưng mà cũng về trả lại mạng.
Could have been maybe slightly faster on the curse there by Ducalis, but even so, it was a great fight for them with Not Me stealing the curse, pushes himself out, very good telekinesis, and also stealing the raptor dance. But still didn't really change the outcome all that much, and it was a very costly fight for Spirit. Sure, you got the ages, but you paid with 6 lives for this one and a buyback?
Yeah. And the ages, technically.
Yeah.
That's what happens, I suppose, when your position 1 is not able to get anything off, really. I mean, he pops the song, but the BKBs were still up and running, so not having any effect. A little bit unlucky. I thought he was going to get pushed outside the pit as collapse. Well, he's going to get cursed now. It's Not Me trying to steal something, but it gets nullified and destroyed by Noticed. As collapse now being pursued by Satanic with that Raven's Veil. Yatoro gonna get help with that coil on the other side. Collapse just gets bursted by Satanic. The Chicken Man is out of control at this point. The BKBs are down and out. As Laurel in no man's land again does find a kill, but now he's gonna pay the price. That's effectively a dieback for Laurel. 90 seconds on the deck. P-Vision, they don't lose a single court.
No, they're finding all the right moves at the moment and all the right connections in this game. Sure, you lose your 2 supports, but this is Laurel out again. And it's not just a normal death. It's a death where you know he doesn't have any buyback available. This is an 11k lead, and I mean, from the earlier play, you know, this is what Spirit does. They take risky plays. This time it did absolutely not pay off on the Roche. Yatoro trying to cut some waves, but honestly, not really gonna do all that much. Top lane is pushing in. Satanic has a Satanic to his name as well. This Kez is a major problem.
Yes, indeed. And that's the hero I fear more than anything. Naga is just, I find to be very annoying in these games and can kind of pressure quite a bit as Yatoro.
And very soon
face the wrath of the Chicken Man. A Rolling Thunder coming in from no one as well. Not able to find a connection.
What?
Satanic gets the tower, will exit for the time being. Of course, remember, they don't have the Aegis. As Song.
Don't look for an egg to call.
Egg as well. They're going to try to time this correctly with the Sun Ray to follow as collapses here as well. They get the stun from the egg. Where is the call exactly? They'll be able to burst down Ducalis in the meantime. Yatoro out of mana though, has to exit.
Nằm xuống.
Then Spirit not going to be too happy.
Okay, decent execution. Wasn't the best stun onto Satanic, but of course you're kind of like forcing some of the backlines to come a bit closer. Maybe Ducalis finding himself slightly out of position. But P-Vision just unlocked one of the most OP Exodia talents on starter here. Undispellable now against this Radiant Draft. Sure, you've got decent armor coming away, but if you have haste, Naga only has 10 armor. If you get lucky shotted, you're gonna start being literally around neutral.
Yeah, I was wondering why Collapse wasn't opting for a Shiva's, but that's because Laurel has it already. Don't want to double.
Đấy được notice rồi nhưng mà có lao lên không? Ủa, có 2 đâu mà. Một no one dominating, no one bắt được Ru. Và Not Me cũng sẽ phải làm theo. Killing spree cho Satanic. 2 ông support thì chết rồi. Ratoro ở đây thì cũng sẽ không chịu lâu đâu. Ratoro notice bật BKB nên đập. 4 thành viên của Prevision dí theo thì Ratoro chạy đến quận. Mạng là dành cho no one. Nó làm gì vậy nhỉ? Steam Spirit một đều hay chăng? Olaf thì vẫn đang ở đây. Đang muốn tìm kiếm được một điều gì đó hay sao? Đầu tít có luôn gà của có luôn con gà của Gatoro rồi. Thôi, đơn giản là cứ đập thôi, đập công trình thôi. Mà cô láp vào. Nằm xuống. Satanic khỏe thế, cái gì vậy? Satanic không chết ạ. Có lẽ sẽ là một đều rồi. Ui dồi, dồn đam và Satanic. Mình không sân. Không đủ đam. Chưa có Naga. Satanic bật Satanic nên.
I don't care that this is Yatoro. I don't know how he holds this 3v5.
Dồn đam không chết, thế ông Satanic ông hồi máu vừa chém hồi máu thế.
They've come back from worse situations. It's definitely a tough one, and remember this is a very important game.
Yeah, with this victory, P-Vision, if they're able to hold on, will secure first place in the groups. And Satanic working on the tier 4s now. 40 seconds for Laurel, 30 for Collapse. And the rest of Spirit just waiting it out in the fountain. If they start to bleed, they're able to get some pickoffs with Notice just blowing somebody up, then they're not
Rồi, tiếp tục là đẩy rồi.
defense at any point the rest of
Có
the
lẽ sẽ là một đều mà thôi. Khi mà Satanic quá khỏe trong game đấu này. Ôi giờ nào lên từ đầu ăn mà BKB lên và lăn bánh đi đập vào Toro. Ngủ đã ngủ dù ngủ rồi nhưng mà xong thì làm gì? Rồi bắt được các Willow hai vị. Mà các thành viên của Paris sẽ là lùi về thôi là Siva. Không thấy ai. Cũng chả bắt được vào ai. Rồi bắt được vị trí của Kes rồi. Ông Kes không khỏe lắm. Không dồn đam là ông ấy chém hết. Đấy, bật BKB lên chém rồi thả trứng ra. Đã bảo rồi. GG là cái chắc còn gì nữa. Thôi một đều ạ. Em ơi một đều nha. Một đều. Chúc mừng cho Paris Vision. Một ván sửa sai với Ket quá xinh xao đi.
Was annoying, but I don't think it really did what they envisioned it to do. And yeah, I think you just have P-Vision. They stepped it up in this one.
And they looked extremely... I mean, it was very close to start the game, and I mean, Collapse had a rough start, but then, as usual,
yeah, he finds a way.
Plays to get back into the game. They take 2 Roches that they shouldn't have really had, or was it 1? I'm losing track.
I guess they had double ages, right?
Was it like think that? So. I feel like they did, but either way, it just wasn't enough. P-Vision have been on another level of everybody throughout this entire tournament thus far. Game 1 was the exception, but not the rule, apparently.
No, definitely. I think it's just like this time around, again, you had no one on a more playmaking type hero. I think the Largo and the Night Stalker combo in Game 1 just didn't really work out. But you can tell when this team has an early game aggression that is easy to play through, I think P-Vision are the scariest team in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Satanic doesn't have a start like he did in Game 1 where he ends the game with 7+ deaths. I say plus because we just genuinely don't remember anymore.
Yeah.
And there's no way for us to look it up. Maybe we can get out that Lenovo laptop
I'll check out my Lenovo Legion.
And Satanic, he ends this game though 16-2, just completely opens up with the Chicken Man.
I really like the itemization. I think, you know, like the early Lotus Orb, I think Notice as well, like 6-1 and 24. I think he had perfect itemization. Same with Satanic. I mean, probably the same can be said, I think, for most of them, which is just when you're in the zone and you understand like what needs to be happening, I think that's definitely what they're displaying here. They did have 1 or 2 overplays, you know, classic team spirit, finding the type of ways where they pressure you to maybe overstep a little bit. But apart from that, honestly, quite clean display here.
I have to say though, even though Not Me ends the game with 13 deaths. He had some great steals in this game that gave Spirit a shot. But P-Vision were just more crisp, I feel like, as they've been throughout the tournament thus far.
This Winter Wyvern is a problem. I think this hero needs to be respected a bit more, especially with the Chicken Man, like comboed up together. Like this Cold Embrace and all the curses, it just, even when they're not being used, they're constantly a threat. You need to play around it, you need to think about it, you need to try and smoke on this hero and make it happen. So yeah, I think Winter Wyvern hero we're gonna see quite a bit more.
Yeah, I would think so, as we see the end stages of this game where P-Vision were just winning every single fight without putting out much of a sweat. But yeah, they end the game with pretty good performance from everybody, I would say, and they end the groups as the #1.
And I think at the same time too, if you're Spirit, obviously you faced up P-Vision. You did pretty well, like 1-1. Honestly, it's fine. So I think Spirit, we'll still see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, let's go to Slacks with an interview.
Absolutely, we are here with no one. So good to see you again. Congratulations on that. Man, you guys only lost one single game in the entire groups. Are you happy or are you disappointed that Spirit was able to steal one game from you?
I feel like for now I'm disappointed a bit because yeah, I wanted to play Largo, but we just lose 2 lanes so hard, so we cannot play Dota.
Ah, you had to be kind of serious, huh? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You have faced Team Spirit so many times. You must know this team so well by now. Is there a specific strat where you're like, okay, we have to really focus on collapse, or do you just know them so well you just play your own game? Is it more about countering them or being you?
It's all puppet job. Yeah, Puppet decides what to do. We're just puppets of the puppy.
Damn, all right. Very on brand for Dota right now, very well. So this is a pretty rare thing. Most teams don't come into a big competition like EWC. Everybody knows they're the team to beat. Everyone knows they're so good, yet they do so good in groups. What the hell is going on with the other teams? Did you feel pressured in this groups, or are you just that far above everybody else?
No, to be honest, I think maybe we have the weakest group of all as well. And this was the first opponent that we met in the groups. That's how I felt, at least in the games. Yeah, so the main series will be in playoff right now.
Okay, so you're expecting things to get a little tougher now that you're out of this group, maybe face off against some people. Who do you think is the best team besides you guys right now at this event?
I think all 8 top teams can win this tournament, to be honest, who will go to the playoffs. So there is no only one. It depends on the day, on the draft, on the feelings of the players. I think Yandex can do it, Falicons, we, Spirit, because I'm sure these guys will get through as well. One win as well is super strong.
I like what you did there. There's no only one. I like that. Very good, very good. All right, well, thank you for an incredible series. It was a pleasure watching you guys play. Last, please give it up for P-Vision one more time.
Сейчас потом.
Right, I don't know what that meant, but thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and check out how that game was for the panel as we get ready for our next.
Thank you very much, Lax. A lot to break down here with this game 2. We ended the draft talking a lot about what Naga Siren should be doing, or rather what she was working towards to be able to become that unstoppable force that we sometimes see Naga Sirens get to. We did not see her become that unstoppable force, Brian.
Yeah, the thing about Naga that's different than most of these map playing carries like Terrorblade or Phantom Lancer is that she doesn't really carry the game later on. The way that Naga wins is through the map control aspect of things. And I mentioned when the draft came out, like, I'm looking at level 5 Power Treads Naga because that's when she starts the snowball. Because the snowball for Naga is that you always have the lanes pushed into you. You're always playing with less information. You're scared of the Manta Orchid timing. You don't have your dispels yet. But instead, Notice actually gets a solo kill on him, on Yatoro at level 5 at that point, and suddenly you're losing your tower. Kez hits his Mantha before that, and the game just looks completely different. I feel like Naga's formula does require her to get off to a good start.
Yeah, you mentioned that Naga does feel like a weaker laning hero and that she's been nerfed in the laning stage, Brian, but typically you look at Naga plus Phoenix versus Slardar and you don't think that's the lane they would struggle in, but they did, and Naga losing that side lane, whereas we saw how the offlane was targeted within the draft stage from P-Vision, that one was expected to lose. Suddenly you're playing a lane down on a last pick that you thought would give you a lane up.
Yeah, I think this also speaks to why they picked Kez where they did, because I think Team Spirit purposely picked Axe early in the draft saying, we're kind of block picking your Kez. It does feel like there's just these carries right now in the meta, the Drowsy SFs that are getting banned, the Lone Druids, but a lot of carries right now, the reason why we haven't seen Naga Siren is because every hero has like a win condition, a situation that they thrive. And I know on paper, I literally learned this lesson myself like a few weeks ago, and I was hoping that Yatoro was going to show me how to do it. Like, Naga just feels like a really weak laner right now, and they have targeted that with her nerfs. And when a hero's formula is like I think this is about as good of a lane as Naga can ask for. You have a solid heal support that will help you trade. You're against no tower push, no illusion clear, and yet you're still losing. So for me, I really think this should be a lesson, or it can be a signal to everybody that I think Naga is might be one of the few heroes that it's hard to say in Dota, but unpickable right now.
Yeah, definitely didn't look great in this scenario, and maybe we'll see it in action another time, but it definitely did not work out. I want to also point out that the 18th pick that we talked about for P-Vision was the Slardar. That's their most important pick, and we noticed on this Slardar pop off, I think.
Yeah, he always delivers from his item builds to his gameplay. I mean, there was one small moment that I don't even know if it was intentional, but Team Spirit were gearing up for a smoke and he was standing on the high ground and he just breaks the smoke as an offlane Slardar and then goes back to farming. It's little things like that that really add up, and this Slardar winning the lane just made the game so different for them. I do feel like a different game could exist. And P-Vision, fantastic job in this game too. They've shown us that when their drafts aren't one note, that they just look like such a monstrous team. And I do want to shout out how well they played around Laurel's puck too. There were a couple of times where they just chased that puck down and killed him in that early game. There were also moments where Laurel was trying to play the map and he would get clipped by a bramble into having his TP terrorized. It's things like that that really add up, and all of a sudden your puck, you needed him for the map play, can't provide.
Yeah, I think Puck still at a sub 30% win rate. Why can't people make Puck work?
I'm a firm disbeliever in this. It's like the third, fourth pick of the draft on your side, and then the enemy team has a response pick. I just feel like Puck is... We're learning... It's like easy to say in hindsight, right? But we're learning that Puck seems punishable, whether that's because you shut down the Puck specifically, or you just pick these kind of greedier mid laners. It's not like Pango's a horrible laner or anything, but I feel like every laner that plays against Puck is just getting off to a really good start, and teams are realizing, let's not try to beat the Puck, let's just play for our own tempo. And then we're seeing, like, I don't even think of Willow as a hero to catch Puck, but 9 class, he had a couple sick TP moves that game Mira was mentioning, where he cancels a Puck TP, he like kills Collapse when Collapse is level 5. These type of plays just blow the map wide open, and then it feels like Puck's playing this annoying split push game, and you kind of, to what end is the question.
Yeah, and it kind of needed to be Naga on the side of Team Spirit that needed to play the annoying split push game, but he needed to do so successfully. It didn't really work out that way. I believe, Brian, you're going to showcase exactly why and how important it is to have those fights go well.
Yeah, so I had a couple clips. They actually show the dynamic of this sort of draft. So if we look at this first one and we zoom in on the map, we see that Slardar is showing himself in the bottom lane there, and that means that when Team Spirit sees their triangles getting invaded, they're going to protect their ward, and they're going to play around whatever, you know, fight they can take where they have the numbers advantage. So they go on Ducalis here on the Wyvern, and then even though he ends up getting cursed on the Puck, there's just not that extra follow-up from that early blink Slardar. And Team Spirit's one of those teams that every time you give them this opening, they're going to take it. Really nice egg placement, Collapse doing the, you know, poor man's axe, walk into call there, and this goes their way of Team Spirit. Now, if you take the next clip, where if we look at the map this time, we see that Team Spirit is the ones that are completely separated on the map. We have Rubik here, we have Puck up top, so now P-Vision is the one that feels very confident to simply run at Team Spirit in the lanes that they are showing. They force the song first, they're going to continue pursuing, and Team Spirit gets a little bit of Savior Buddy syndrome here, but it just feels like when you're playing, like, they even the game on Team Spirit. You notice how they're actually slightly down on P-Vision right now. Sick Manta dodge by Satanic, by the way. But when you have all your numbers, it goes well. And when we see these type of drafts, like, this is what Team Spirit's going to force you to do over and over again. Because we go to the next clip, it's the same story. We see that Kez is actually going to be top without, like, he's not with his team on Satanic. And even though you don't have a Naga Siren, it just shows that even when you're down AK, even when, like, your carry is literally dead, if they don't have the numbers and you manage to get the combos, like, you can win fight at any given moment. And this, for me, just kind of tips my hat to P-Vision with, there are so many ways to mess up this game. I feel like a lot of teams would end up letting Team Spirit back into the game with these crazy wonky map movements, and you just see, like, you're bound to have these 1 or 2 slip-ups. You're even going to get the Team Spirit Aegis steal that seems to happen every single game for some reason. But yeah, P-Vision's on top for a reason. Yeah,
they are on top, and the man that we had the interview with earlier is maybe even a step above the rest. It is no one with the MVP for this series, Effie. Well-deserved on his Pangolier here in Game 2. Of course, also playing an okay Largo in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, he said it in the interview. It's like, I really wanted to play Largo and I wanted to make it work. And I hope that they don't bench it forever, that maybe they'll change a thing or two so that we can see it again, because it is a very cool flex and other teams have shown us that it works. But no one on his Pango, like, what more is there to say about this guy? He was in a situation where he could have gone for the Slardar mid, which is more comfortable against the puck even, but he goes for his Pango anyway, and we saw the difference being night and day when he can set the tempo for his team, be the one controlling the backline, the one going in.
Man, this looked like a miserable Axe game. I think for no one, he was the catalyst for pretty much all these plays that we're watching. That's just what Pangolier does. He's so disruptive as a hero, and they didn't really have damage answers for him in this game, so he had pretty much free reign, driving the wheel, one might say. And even outside of his ulti, he's got the disperser. I really like the atomization from all of P-Vision here. The Naga net Bloodthorn combo, that is the way they're going to kill you. That's their main source of damage. And they have like a disperser, a Lotus, you know, Manta Satanic on Satanic, and then they even have the Wyvern's Cold Embrace. So all these fights, it's, yes, they're pushing their buttons amazingly, but it's just so important to note that all these little items add up so fast.
Yeah, and it also just takes me back to the draft. We've praised P-Vision's drafting over and over, but I think they did two things that were really stand out to me in their draft phase, which is they layered the Wyvern with the Kez, which is not something I think of as a cover hero, but it does cover most of Kez's counters, and it shut down the offlane at the same time while targeting Not Me's hero pool at the start. They ban the Hoodwink, they take the Dark Willow. Every draft, it seems like Puppy identifies one player that he wants to kind of make the weak link through the draft, and this time around it was position 4, and we saw the difference in that game 1 and game 2, just the difference of having the Willow versus the Rubik.
Yeah, and we have now got our top spot locked in here for Group C. We already knew the Group C was not going to have any tiebreakers, no fancy shenanigans, but we also knew that if Spirit couldn't 2-0 P-Vision, it would be P-Vision at the top of the group, and they didn't get to keep their clean record, did drop a game, but they do get to keep their top spots and therefore secure top 8. Not all games are done yet in this group. There's still Mouse versus Vici going on the B stage as well, but it's set. We know what's happening. Also, Mouse versus Vici, yes, they are fighting for 3rd, 4th place potentially if Vici can 2-0. But to be honest, I don't know who's ahead right now, and if you know Dota, then anything can still happen. We can take a look at the schedule of today as we did get our first series done. It was a tie. Wonderful to see. Now keep in mind, if our next series is a tie, 1W and Team Yandex, they will play again, because both of these teams are sitting at a 7-1, and that's very good. But we need one to rise above the other, and you know, a tie wouldn't cut it, Brian.
Yeah, it's effectively a best of 5 that you can skunk them in 2 games.
You can what?
It's like a ping pong term, Fever. But basically, it's a best of 5 that you can win if you win 2-0. That's basically what we're dealing with the 1W and Team Yandex game. For me, these two teams, I'm very excited to watch them play as well, because they're a very different type of skill than what we just watched. P-Vision's a lot about the lanes and the momentum from there. Team Spirit's much more about like the team fights and the comebacks. For me, I feel like Yandex and 1W, we're gonna see a farming game, farming efficiency, a lot of GPU.
Exciting.
Oh, as a carry player, I love it.
Well, I am looking forward to it. This is already a we just witnessed the potential grand finals, and we're going to witness another one a little bit. For 1W and Yandex, we're also going to find out how our commentary duo feels about them.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi there, Sunsfan here with Kezu. We have 1W versus Yandex. The lights are bright for us here and also for the game. You're probably seeing this in between game number 1 and 2, and there's been a lot of pauses. I would just assume because 33 is in this series, and if the lights are even on a little bit,
it will be paused.
It will be paused
Many
for
times.
his very sensitive constitution of his eyeballs. So back to the series, what do you think?
That was a great intro. 40 seconds of lights and one player. I'll bring it back to seat. So 1W and Yandex. Honestly, I don't even know who's favored. Yandex are really good, as are 1W. And this, like in the other one, I would have favored like P-Vision overall. But in this one, honestly, I have no idea.
All right, all depends on the lights. See you guys.
All right, time for more trivia. I've got Mouse, I've got Panto, as well as Chrysalis joining me. 1W team, got to get used to that. We've got Ari and BZM, and we have both Collapse and Rue here to talk about some of the past. Do you guys remember last year's EWC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it should be pretty memorable
sure.
since you guys won it and everything. First question is, what was the most picked hero of the Esports World Cup 2025?
Remember anything? Maybe Tien?
Was it Hoodwink? Tree bounce trick shot? Or is that too old?
Bane? Lion?
No.
TA maybe?
No, might be more in Rue's category because it's a support hero.
Shadow Shaman.
That's right, Shadow Shaman. He remembers.
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, 39 picks. That was with the broken.
The insta-killing
NA
Roche first, yeah. I remember.
This next question, we're going to ask all the players, and they might get it right, they might get it wrong. I expect you guys to get it right because the question is, how many total matches did Team Spirit lose in EWC 2025?
1.
The groups, I have no idea, so I'm gonna say 2.
1.
That is correct.
Yeah. Oh shit, I was gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and have like be like wrong, but I just got it.
Yeah.
You just stopped at
full
1,
accident.
so I thought that was great.
Full accident.
I'm a Juggernaut.
I'm
Extreme Gaming.
We were playing versus Extreme, yeah, I remember. I thought they lost to Gaming, but no.
No, they almost lost to Game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they should have lost.
Yeah,
that
they
game.
should have lost. To
And then it went to 69 minutes. Game ended up choking.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, and then they got 2-0.
That's a harsh way to put it.
What was the Shopify Rebellion roster of EWC 2025?
Hellscream.
Yep.
Timada.
Yep.
Scam?
That's right. It was Scam.
Oh, wait. This roster. Scam. Why? Wait. Scam, Hellscream.
Yep.
Yopash? Was it
Yopash,
Abbott?
maybe. Oh, I'm remembering now.
Yeah, Yopash.
It was Yopash.
Was it Davai Lama?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
The right one?
Can you?
Saberlight. Of Collapse. Amar.
No, Saberlight.
Go through all the offlaners Shopify Rebellion had. He is now on Nigma Galaxy.
Lama.
Davai Lama.
Davai Lama?
Yeah.
Really?
Davai Lama. Yep. Tomato, Yopaj, Davai Lama, Hellscream, and Scam.
What a roster.
You said it, not me. I didn't say that. All right. What player? This question always makes me laugh. What player had the best KDA ratio at EWC 2025?
Yotaro.
It was not Yotaro.
Amar.
No.
Nightfall.
That's a good guess, but not quite.
Probably, no. No.
Maybe Collapse.
No.
Not us?
No. Not from our team, right?
Not from your team. You're correct.
Bro, I think it's GPK.
Yeah, GPK.
It always has to be GPK.
Of course.
Even though he's like losing tournament, he's gonna be like top 1.
Of course. That's what he does. GPK.
Really?
Yep. He had a KDA of 10.43.
GPK?
That's right.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
Did you watch EWC 2024 by any chance?
Not sure.
Okay. All right. So you have to carry this question.
Yeah, fuck.
What was the most banned hero in EWC 2024?
Sand King.
No, wasn't.
I remember we banned Sand King like all games.
Yep.
And one game we didn't ban. We got smashed and kicked out of tournament.
I guess other teams felt differently about it. 2 years ago.
24. Okay, we played that together.
2024.
We played that one together.
The most banned hero.
Dark Warden.
Ooh, that's close. Not quite.
Idiot.
Chrysalis?
Monkey King.
Ah, Monkey King. He gets it right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Because
Of course,
he played
the
Monkey.
character. Yeah.
Monkey King.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Why though? It's because of GQ? His playstyle? I don't know.
I'm not sure. It had 174 bans. We're done. Thanks for watching, I guess. I don't know how they're going to close this out.
Can we get going? I've got to get to the Dota tournament before it's over.
Dude, it's only the end of week 1.
Oh, okay.
Either way, I will need paid for this. I don't work for free.
I don't have regular money, but I do have this.
Okay, let's go.
You are watching Dota 2 live from Paris here at the Esports World Cup, and we're getting ready for potentially the final game of the day, depending on how they do and depending on how other teams do. We'll have tiebreakers today, potentially. We're talking all about a series that is also potentially also our grand finals. I know a lot of potential in this one. We got 1W and Team Yandex going head-to-head. An absolute blockbuster. It's a 2-game series, and I got 2 people here to talk about it. I got Effie, I got BSJ. I think this is the best series of the day. I want it to be the Sony series of the day. You went for the other one, but this is mine.
I vetoed you, Sheaver, as what we're going to see in this game is a lot of GPM and a lot of farming, but in 2 different ways, actually, because Yandex has had one of the, if not the lowest average game time. They get off to an early lead, and if they have that lead, they will run at you nonstop and close out the game in about 30 minutes. While on the other hand, if 1W has the lead, you feel like you're in that movie where the room is collapsing on you and eventually you will get squashed, but you have to wait for your inevitable death. And today, I hope to see the former, because that's more exciting. So that would mean 1W maybe falls behind a little bit early and maybe stalls the game out for 60 minutes. Mira, what are you hoping for?
I would agree with that notion. I mean, I feel like it would be doing a disservice to Team Yandex to call them a GPM team. They're very much a fun team to watch. Like, they do like to run at enemies. They do have interesting picks. And while they do a lot of map efficiency plays, they tend to group up more and hit earlier timings. So as a spectator, I would obviously like the former, as you mentioned, but 1W are a rough team to go up against and do that. 1W have really stood out to me in this tournament on one thing in particular, is that they are excellent at staggering fights and making sure they are never taking a fight as 5 against the enemy 5. They've just been constantly making sure there's a dead hero on the map before they make any plays, and maybe that's why their games go a little bit longer.
Yeah, and we saw in the groups that 7-1 is looking nice at the top, and we'll know that one of these will go to the first place and one of these will go to the second place, but you also saw the bottom half of that group. We don't know yet who is going to get eliminated in that bottom there, so that is going to be a very spooky. We're focusing our attention on 1W first, and that's with us taking a look at how they got here to begin with.
This current version of 1W Team was created when they picked up the former Tundra roster of Pure, BZM, 33, Ari, and Whitemont. The roster is one that should be familiar to any Dota fan out there, and they are definitely no strangers to winning. Their road to EWC was done under the name of Tundra. Regardless, it was as expected, very smooth and painless. With first place finishes at Dream League Season 28, as well as ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, 1W team earned their first place at the EPT leaderboard and a direct invite to the Esports World Cup 2026. With all this being said, you might think 1W is by far the best team in the world.
That kills the Shadow Demon, kills Triple S. That's a dieback for him, leaving no one for last. All Pari Vision will fall.
They certainly were one of the best teams in the world, and perhaps they still are. But the last few months has been a bit of a reality check for the team, with several disappointing results. Time will tell if 1W team will be able to step back up to their former glory here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
I feel like time has told already by now that 1W is back to where they were. At least they're making a strong case for themselves. They've got 4 titles in this season, 4 #1 finishes. That's amazing. Yandex has got 3. They're right in their heels. They won the most recent tournament. They're doing super well for themselves as well. And I do want to focus a little bit on maybe a particular little rivalry here. Effie, we got 33 versus Saxa.
Yeah, this was a former offlane duo that crushed everybody, being split into 2. Probably due to maybe difference in ideas. That's usually why offlane duos tend to break. And while Saxa did bring a lot of that former Tundra energy to his team, I would associate him with more active play than 33.
So Saxa plays the map macro-wise as well, but I'll never get this out of my head. There was one game that they were winning, and he was Nature's Prophet support, and he TP'd on an Alchemist who was farming a camp next to his own tier 3 tower at 12 minutes into the game, and then denied creeps in front of his face. Like, it wasn't a TP gank, it was just TP and deny his creeps. And for me, that was one of the most, signature plays that a team like this makes, because they are super aggressive, whether it is by killing you or whether it is by invading your farm. And when it comes to this matchup between the 2 teams, I'm actually looking a lot at Pure, because I think he is going to allow 1W to get out on the map, and I think that he's up against a very scary lane duo between DM and Saxa. And for me, when Pure is having a rough game, that is the most for me, Pure's performance is the most telltale of how 1W is doing.
For sure, I agree with that entirely. Not just from the team dynamic being that way even before the patch, but in this patch, it is the safe lane bully patch, and you need your safe lane to come out on top. If at any point they aren't, it feels very, very difficult to play the game. And there are a couple of moments this tournament that come to mind. Like, there was a moment where 1W drafted a mid Nature's Prophet for BZM, and they had Pure on his Kez, and Pure was playing more like the 2. He was going in first, tanking a lot of spells, dying in some of these fights, but BZM just carried the game all the way to the late game, and I think that dynamic can be replicated also for 33. If 33 has a more difficult game, Pure can be the one making space for him to make a comeback.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit on the most veteran player of the 10 players we'll have on stage. I am talking about Saxa, and also Purge is talking to Saxa.
Hey, I'm here with Saxa from Team Yandex. You guys have been playing great so far this tournament. How are you feeling as a whole skill-wise?
I think skill-wise we feel great. We feel in good shape. Just I think some of our players have been sick, so that's kind of like the only part that's kind of holding us back a bit, but overall we feel pretty good about our gameplay.
That's great. I'm curious how much your guys' strategy has changed from the start of the tournament till now. I know there's not that many games being played, but do you feel like you came into this tournament knowing what the meta is, or has it changed based on games so far?
I think it hasn't really changed that much. I think the heroes we still valued are still kind of the same. The only difference is, I guess, we try to break some of the imba heroes, like Londroid, for example, we played in the last series 2 games, so I think just our priorities in what heroes you want to play against has changed a bit.
So I feel like in some past tournaments, you've been a part of some teams that did break metas in terms of like itemization, like Wraithpact is an obvious one, or there was that one tournament you bought Solar Crest a ton in your pubs right before they happened. Yep. Is that kind of development still happening often in Dota 2 tournaments, or is it very like patch dependent?
I think, yeah, it happens, definitely. I think maybe...
Are there any outliers right now that you can think of?
Maybe Essence Distiller is a big one. I think this item is should be bought almost every game because just the vision it gives. Other than that, I'm not really sure. Yeah, I can't really think of it.
I struggle with that item personally because I don't necessarily know when I need to use it. I mean, there's obvious reasons. This guy's invisible or whatever, but do you use it a lot to like this? They might be here. I need to make sure they're not here before I go up a cliff type thing, or is it more like team fight initiating? Like, what's the best way to use it in your opinion?
I think, I mean, just to catch somebody is the best one usually. I think also if you're doing, like, let's say you're doing an objective like Roche, and you're doing Roche, and you can just put this thing on the stairs, and they have to pass through it and it's gonna give so much vision. I think there's many different ways to use it, and I think it's almost always gonna be useful.
If somebody's smoked and you hit them with Essence Distiller, do you just get vision of them, or do you get spot their team?
I think you get the vision of the area, and you get like vision of the hero, like a little bit. It's like he's still smoked. You don't actually see him.
It's like charging an invisible hero, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. How do you expect to do in this upcoming match? 1W is who you're playing against. It's the best other team in your group. Do you think you're going to beat them?
I mean, I think they're a tough opponent. I don't know. Maybe 1-1, and we play a tiebreaker again after.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Good luck in your match, though, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
That wouldn't be the worst scenario in my case. I love Saxa and hearing him talk about how he intends to, or how he tries to break the game and find the little ways that you can abuse items or find items that should be used more. Effie, anything in particular that you've seen from him this tournament that Saxa has been on top of?
I think for me, when I think about Saxa, I think about like how he's enabling his team for success in the first 10 minutes. I know we were talking about items, but for me, I think more about heroes and what heroes he's going to get his hands on. Because if he gets that Keeper of the Light, it feels like such a wall for the enemy team to climb, right? Because he's stacking that triangle, he's moving at the correct times, and he just opens up for so many combinations with his mid laner.
I mean, I like Saxa so much because I mentioned that Nature's Prophet game where he TP'd in and denied creeps. He also went like earned Silver Edge. Like that was his build as support Nature's Prophet. So he's one of the few players I've seen from the support role that's really experimenting with the items that he's buying. Yeah, he says go for the Essence Distiller every single game or whatever, but I don't think I've ever seen Silver Edge rush on a support in my recent memory.
He's only the only Shadow Demon, I think, of EWC so far that still sees something in the hero.
Maybe we'll see it come out here. I want to talk about their Kryptonite, because both of these teams only dropped the one game. Both of these teams dropped that one game to OG, which is a team that is sitting at 4-4, so it's not like, oh, that's the other, you know, super high expected to do well team. It is a team that we expect generally to be in the middle of the pack. How were they able to take games off of these giants?
I mean, OG, for me at least, is one of the highest absolute value between their skill floor and skill ceiling. Like, on their best days, we've seen them make it far in tournaments, and then on their worst days, they drop out in the bottom 4. So I think largely for OG, it's just they have that skill factor, and sometimes it's that consistency with their drafts. But I think there's a reason that they took games off these teams, because they've often gone 2-1 or 1-2 in best of 3s in these tournaments, because they're a team that's hard to beat twice in a row.
But it's also noted that the games that these two teams dropped to OG, they were late game games. They went very long and very far, and I think Yandex in particular, it's funny to say this because it's not like they're drafting deathball lineups, but they're ending in 30 minutes, and they don't have a lot of experience at EWC going into that 50-plus minute territory. And teams like OG, they thrive in that chaos.
So what are we going to focus on for this giant match we got coming on? Is there a particular lane we have in mind that we're gonna look at? Is there particular heroes that we're gonna be wary of? We heard Saxa talk about, you know, they have tried to let Lone Druid through 3 times in a row. They beat it. Effie, you talked about it yesterday. Do you think they're gonna do it again against a team like 1W? Could be risky.
Yeah, I think Yandex are not afraid of Lone Druid. They've solved it. They've beaten it like 4 times in a row now, and they're okay to let it through. For this series in particular, I think these mid-support flexes that are the story of the tournament are still the story of the series. We have to look at that Earth Spirit, we have to look at the Keeper of the Light, and Snapfire in particular.
I think they might ban Lone Druid today, because I know DM in his interview said that he specifically believed LGD was a weak Lone Druid team.
He did say that, yeah.
So perhaps it's something like, we know how to break these heroes if you're not like a master of it. One thing I really like about how they've broken the meta is, first off, DM's one of the most signature Enigma players in the world. It's a hero that's been propping up against a Lone Druid. It's just a really strong offlaner in general, but also Phantom Lancer. I was really surprised to see not many other teams picking Phantom Lancer. They've used it a couple times to success on Watson. Really good against all the range carries right now. So I think they're one of the few teams that I would feel really confident they don't have to pick the broken early carry for Watson, that he has these like situational picks and he understands these matchups as they scale really well.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Enigma. I think a lot of teams have been banning out the Enigma against Yandex in the first phase. That generally means that there's a lot of heroes left in the pool that we normally don't get to see. Are there any more of those heroes that we feel like they should be banned that are not normally banned, like the Enigma, that comes to mind?
I would ban the Nature's Prophet if I'm not. Now that I'm thinking about it, both teams use this hero. So sometimes, a lot of times you ban the hero that you feel that the other team utilizes better than you do. So
well,
I guess my eyes are on Nature's Prophet this series.
We're gonna find out what's gonna happen. Both of these two teams very familiar with facing each other, even facing each other in a best-of-5 grand finals at ES1 Birmingham. It has mostly been 1W that comes out ahead. Will today be the same? We are gonna find out. But to find out, we need to head over to the stage to get the players on.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We're back in, and game number 1 was already great to set the stage for today, where each one of our two teams, in the game that they won, absolutely smashed it.
Absolutely, man. That was what we came here to see. Two talented teams that have faced each other a babillion times, absolutely dominating in the game they won. It's like the one that you didn't see. Maybe you thought that other team was bad, but every game is different in Dota, Milos.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But our next group, where we're going to move on to Group D, it's been called the Group of Death.
Damn.
3 teams that are fighting for 2 spots. We got two teams at the top fighting for the #1 position. And guess what, Slacks? They're up next.
Oh, here we go. All right. We ready to welcome it in?
Let's do it.
All right, head it up, my friend.
Let's bring them on. Our first team to the stage, 1W. Well, it's 1W, but they got 7 wins here so far with a singular game loss. The win train does not seem to be stopping anytime soon. They set expectations high last EWC when you knew them as Tundra, but the name might have changed. However, ice cold in their veins, as we've seen in every game so far. This is the one they've been waiting for the entire group stage.
These guys don't take breaks. These guys don't ever take a breath. Yeah, sure, last season we saw what happened, but they're back again. This team is back to their full strength. So let's bring out some heck of an opponent for them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Yandex. Now you might recognize some of these Yandex guys. In fact, Saxa used to be on Tundra back when they were here at EWC. Ooh. New team, new time, same revenge. I know that guy, and he's petty as hell. He wants to come in here and absolutely destroy them at EWC. But no, as Tundra may have fallen off a little bit later in the season, there was a team that picked up all that slack, and you're looking at them. So, 2 iconic teams from the last year gonna go head-to-head in what is sure to be an incredible battle.
I'm telling you, this might be a preview of a final.
Don't you put that on them. Don't you put that on them. Preview the final? I believe that could actually happen. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to put your keys away? Absolutely, please. Keys to the stations, my friends. And we will have to see if they will actually handshake. I don't know on this one. This one is ready. Will we see the hand? Professionalism. I can't believe it. All right, guys. Well, let's get into this star-studded match here for you. Before we do, though, we'll head to the panel to get their thoughts on the next series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 1W and Yandex have taken their seats, and we are getting ready for the action very soon. And I do think we got a nice, battle of the Dota later on. But first is the battle of the brains, Effie.
It really is, and I'm so excited to see where this goes, because I was thinking about it this morning, and I don't really know what direction these teams will take. They're going to fight for a lot of the same heroes, but they might go in different directions entirely. We might see the witch doctors come out on one side, whereas the other side just stays true to the coddle, the IO. It's curious.
Yeah, we are at the stage of the tournament where it's the pick your poison mode. We know full well, like Saxa said, coming into it, and it's been solidified what heroes are the highest priority. But yeah, my favorite part of this tournament, and Saxa also said this, is you get to pick the heroes you think you can beat, and you can break the meta that way. And for these two teams, it's like, yeah, you've been breaking the meta so far against teams that are not quite your caliber, I would argue. So at this point, have their strategies against the best heroes really been tested? I don't think so. So I would love to see the Enigmas, the PLs, specifically for Yandex, because I'm wondering, is it only because you are better than the teams that you were playing against before.
Yeah, they're definitely a little bit of their head and shoulders above the rest in this group, and it is interesting, especially since we've been calling this the group of death. And yes, there will be death. Of course, there's 2 teams that will be eliminated, and it is not yet clear who the second team will be for that. But these 2 teams, have they truly been tested? It makes you wonder, because indeed, I agree with you, Brian. Maybe they just haven't yet.
I mean, we were praising LGD yesterday because they broke the record for the longest loss against Team Yandex, which was 32-55, and then in game 2 they beat it with a 33-43.
Wow.
We are not exaggerating with how fast this team is winning games.
And you know, this was, in my opinion, the hardest group in the tournament. So the fact that they've looked so unchallenged up until this point is even more impressive. I want to talk a little bit about support picks, actually. You did mention a lot of the cores that you would like to see, but I think there are some support picks that if they're let through, you can build your entire draft around. In the last series, we saw Train Protector basically ignored completely. You cannot give this away to Yandex at all. It just opens up way too many of Watson's heroes, and Malady just pops off on it completely. And heroes like Snapfire, which are like the 20th most contested, other teams don't think about her that often. She cannot go unignored in this series when you have 2 really good mid Snapfire players and 2 really good support Snapfire players.
Yeah, I think Trant, you know, last series I think we saw 1 ban on him in game 2, but that's, I think, Mira, you hit the nail on the head that Trant's all about his lane pairings, and the fact that Watson has so many options from the range carries. I think he might be the best TA that I know of.
Agreed.
And having those extra 3 or 4, and Terrorblade also, these are great pairings with Trant. And so a lot of teams, it's like, okay, no Drow, no SF, we feel confident not playing against this, but I would not give that away either.
There's also the Bane that Whitemon has looked monstrous on. That Bane has put 1W through so many pick-off, late-game macro situations, and I do think that is something that Yandex can look to steal. And of course, there's the Keeper of the Light. Ari himself said that he thinks they're probably the best Coddle team. They understand the hero better than everybody, but come on, you're playing against Saksa. He's also an excellent Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, and Nature's Prophet and the Enigma that you guys both mentioned, it's already removed from the pool. So is the Bane that you talked about, and I did want to talk about potential first picks, because a lot of heroes that you just mentioned, all first pick material. So a lot of that is going to be considered by both of these squads, as we have got first pick on the side of 1W. So they are going to be going for that. Overall last pick for Yandex, who has so far banned out the Invoker and the Bane. We're still waiting for 1 ban coming out from 1W before we see those final bans, but it's already quite clear that it's going to be very different from our previous series that we've had, because both Invoker and Bane were not in those first phase bans last time.
Yeah, I thought the Bane Invoker might be considered a pairing as well, something we've seen very commonly from 1W. Every time you play Invoker, you want the reliable Sunstrike setup, so obviously it's BZM. I think he's widely considered the best Invoker player in the competitive scene. I actually thought if you banned out Invoker, you didn't have to ban Bane, because also you're not really afraid on DM to play the Summons heroes, which tend to do quite well against Bane. But yeah, they're giving a lot of respect to Whitemon, saying it's not just about that combo, it's about all the other things you're doing too.
Yeah, Lone Druid still untouched in the banning phase.
Yep, just like
covered by
Darkseer,
the Enigma.
Shadow Fiend, Drow Ranger.
Yeah,
Keeper taken out in the first phase too. Lots of respect on these support heroes.
Yeah, you were talking about the pivotal support heroes. Like, it's one of those where I couldn't have predicted exactly what they would ban, but none of these are surprises. I think the Axe might actually be the most surprising ban out of all of these. Maybe they're planning on going for Drow right now, or Kez, and they want to get rid of the Axe. I can't think of any other reason, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a Kez to start with, because I feel between Axe and Centaur, and you're playing against 1W, you're playing against 33 in particular, that Centaur has been much more problematic than the Axe for a lot of the teams.
Or you could just go for Lone Druid, because it wasn't bad. Now, we've seen Yandex beat the Lone Druid time and time again, but as we said, that was against a different caliber of team. Can they beat the pure Lone Druid?
And I actually thought they were going to go Underlord, because DM was saying, like, they did do it yesterday or 2 days ago, and it is Lone Druid's worst matchup, according to the stats.
Yeah.
But Centaur has been an absolute premier offlaner this event, and I think for good reason. anytime you have a hero like so Centaur is innately a very greedy hero. I think a lot of casual Dota players will think of him as a blink initiator that can maybe save with the late game card, but this hero wants to play on his island and use his ulti to help occasionally, and the fact that people are often able to go for this Helm of the Dominator into a Heart of Tarask second item, this allows him to just spam double edge in order to farm, and that's I think he's just a premier pick right now, and that's why he's getting picked here.
Yeah, I also think that they probably would have liked to go for the Underlord, but you only have one ban left, and we talked about the Centaur as like 33's #1 hero this patch. So if you're not stealing it, you're giving it away, or you're wasting your only ban left in the second phase.
That's a really good point, because I think if they would have almost certainly taken it on 1W if you don't take it there. But also, because you pick Centaur, Centaur has been the best offlane pick against all of the ranged people. Like, because the retaliate in lane, the gap close that you offer your entire team with Stampede. So now I think they effectively forced out the Drow SF bans, and then you have the Wind Ranger access available as well. And Centaur is absolutely unplayable. Was it Nightfall we saw yesterday full to zero himself on Retaliate Aura?
I mean, I can't remember properly, but it does check out.
It was pretty funny to watch. The Retaliate Aura talent is pretty wild at level 25, but it is an unplayable matchup, so I think they're actually doing it to simultaneously deny pick, like Mira said, and enable Watson's hero pool.
There's still the Templar Assassin and the Terrorblade that you could play in response to Centaur, but those are definitely harder to make work, and they go for the Hoodwink, who was ignored in the ban phase. It would have been her or Dark Willow to play with the Centaur, but this lane is basically unbeatable. There's not really much you can pick against it.
Yeah, I'm actually interested, because I would agree that's an incredibly strong lane, and Lone Druid's also widely considered the strongest safe laner just purely off of laning prowess. So I think even with Lone Druid, you need to invest fully into lane strength here for Whitemon. All the premiers are taken out. Maybe Clockwork? We haven't, like, the fact that he's just in there.
They'll select the Willow first.
But that's your 4, right? So you still need to find a 5 hero that can play into Centaur plus Hoodwink. It was kind of tough. I mean, I guess Wyvern is an option. Stocks have been going up.
Yeah, I think the main concern always, because we saw, I think LGD have this problem, is you need to be able to kill Centaur at 20 minutes into the game, because this guy will have 3,000 plus health. And so I think Willow makes sense a lot. You mentioned like her and Hoodwink being the best 2/4s right now, but she also offers a lot of damage. So they go for Earth Spirit. I was wondering how the mid game or the mid lane matchup dynamic was going to go here. That's likely a mid Earth Spirit, because Willow, I guess Willow could be 5, but I think that'd be a bit of a weird flex. But my idea was, like, if they don't pick their mid here, then Yandex will probably pick their safe lane duo, and then they'll leave the overall last pick for Chữa. But now that you see this Earth Spirit, is there anything they think they can pick to punish it?
I mean, there's all the melee punishers, like the Huskar, the Necrophos.
It's really good against Lone Druid as well.
We've seen Lina punish it. We've also seen actually Largo punish it, but that was just the one time and still lost the game even if you won the lane.
You could also mid Slardar versus Earth Spirit and do pretty
I'd be down for that, yeah.
There are options here for sure. Ember Spirit is also the best Spirit brother against Earth.
True, and still with an exceptionally high win rate at the CWC. Taking a lot of time to think about it. It's not just this one they're selecting, there's also the next one. They take 2 picks here, and they also have to consider what 1W wants to do with their 4th pick, which is their most important pick in the draft that they can protect with 2 bans afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool if Yandex stole one of the really strong laning 5s like Lich or Winter Wyvern, but that would take them away from their specialties like Witch Doctor that other teams don't play.
And we said Wyvern was good against Lone Druid himself as well, right? But they'll go for the Undying nonetheless. And the Lina does come out to counter the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they're telegraphing so hard that they're going to be picking Watson a ranged carry, but like so they're going to see 2 bans obviously on top of the Drow and SF, but the Lina, yeah, I like that a lot, because you just need the bear kill to be convenient. You need to have a hero that either can teleport like Underlord, you can pick a mid bots builder like Lina. I'm anticipating the the magic build for Lina, the like Kaya into bots, Ags?
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Because we have seen Lina against Earth Spirit a couple times and she does well. However, wasn't it Watson that like reinvented/invented Lina carry to begin with? Is that even anywhere on the radar right now, or is that dead?
I think it's like, in theory, it's possible, but I also feel like the range carries right now are not like Maelstrom buyers for the most part. They're usually the stat builders, but like I don't see why not. It's definitely a incredibly scary lane with Undying Lina, but I think with the way the map gets played right now, you generally want your carry to... Lina's not really a lane dominator. She's strong in lane, but she isn't oppressive the way that like a Drow and SF are.
Well, still a Largo, but this one is for 33.
Yeah, I mean, from his usual suspects, it would have been the Largo or the Darkseer, and it's really hard to pick Darkseer blind. With the Largo, you know, you can play for the sustain in the mid-game. You're going to have this Earth Spirit going in. You're going to be able to back him up with the damage amplification on his Bull Valley Blitz song, which is a pretty cool combo. But there's no usual, I'm going to make Largo's life easier hero. Usually it's the Keeper of the Light, you know, with the stacks, with the bonus mana. It spanned out this time, so this last pick really should try to combo with him a little, but that's a tall order to do from the position 5. We know this Willow is probably the 4.
I think the only reason that Lina might get rotated to carry is if they want a Huskar here. I don't know if that's... I actually don't know how good if Chira Jr. plays Huskar, but I was just like looking through matchups and stuff, and I know Huskar is really good against Lone Druid. He's also really good against Largo, so it would potentially be a sick draft win there, but sometimes you can overcook, and you know, for all we know, Watson hasn't played carry Lina in a year, so you don't want to do that, I don't think.
And we got still a carry ban coming out from 1W with the Kez, and now also the Tusk ban.
I love the Tusk ban. Lone Druid synergizes really well with the tag team because your bear and the hero itself also both count for the tag team, so you kind of have like 60 base damage as Lone Druid when you combine the bear and the hero, but you're getting double the value out of the tag team.
It's probably just gonna be a Lich or Wyvern with the Tusk taken out. I mean, you need something that can right-click the Centaur, and Wyvern does allow that, and the Lich would just be a nice combo with the Largo plus Earth Spirit.
We no longer like the clock that we mentioned earlier.
I think the Tusk was better, but I think I think Clock is still a viable option. It might even be their ban here.
Okay, the Terrorblade was the other carry ban, so only carry bans for a 1W.
And there's still the TA
for sure.
Watson. Can't forget about that. I don't think he's busted it out this tournament yet, but that was his most played hero during qualifiers.
Okay, I was just looking around. He hasn't played Huskar on Chira Jr. in the last 8 months in a competitive match.
Okay. We do have that clock ban coming out as predicted, and we got a hero needing for 1W, a support, a hero for Whitemon. A hero that they don't need to think about too long because they only got like 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
And a Lich, as you said, Effie.
Hey, you know, you just put the armor on your green boys. You got a couple of them that really like that frost armor, but mostly you just need something to help you on lane, and there wasn't much left.
I like Clinks a lot. For...
Been a little while since we saw him.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them this tournament, but they were, I think, the first couple days.
Yeah, exactly. Not like yesterday and today. He seemed to be absent, even though he was so dominant in the first few days.
Yeah, I think the problem with Clinks is he's easier to collapse on than a lot of other carries right now, but I think it's going to be difficult to do that given the pressure from Hoodwig Centaur and the Undying in lane. You have a lot of like meat shields for you, so I was just thinking maximum damage. They might just go the TA route. But I would still, if they have it in them, I think Huskar is like a free win here, to be honest with you. But yeah, they end up going, is that Slardar?
That's mid Slardar and carry Lina.
It actually is carry Lina, wow.
There you go.
So we mentioned the mid Slardar earlier. Like, it is just a fantastic hero to play against Earth Spirit mid, but I didn't think they would actually flex this Lina the way that they did. It's very cool. It makes Lina stronger by making her physical damage more relevant, because now she's kind of a magic damage hero. It's going to be able to do a lot for them with that early Blink Dagger, and it's obviously their anti-Lone Druid, anti-Bear hero, but it is a bit riskier because Lina is still untested as a carry this patch.
Yeah. And the question is if it's gonna work out. And we did see some Maelstrom buyers here and there, but that was against the PL. So I don't know if we're gonna see that. But if Watson's playing it, Brian, we have to believe it.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious Maelstrom briars of the patch are Nature's Prophet and Wind Ranger, and both of them, what they have that Lina doesn't have is Wind Ranger has Wind Run in lane. She's very hard to gank, and then Nature's Prophet just plays off map because he can teleport anywhere he wants. Lina doesn't have these luxuries, but also, so I think Lina's much more punishable, but at the same time, you're playing with a Lone Druid lineup. Lone Druid just wants to hit creeps for the first 20 minutes. Largo generally wants to just hit lane creeps or creeps in general for the first 20 minutes as well. Yeah, you can go like a Meteor Hammer or like an earlier utility item to run around with your team, but I don't think they have too much punish for this. So I think that's why they've elected to, like, I think Lina does have weaknesses that these other meta carries don't, but I don't think they can really exploit them here.
Prophet was first phase banned, so they had that foresight already there for 1W, but yeah, Wind Ranger could have been an option there. I feel like this was strategized beforehand.
It's kind of like that Night Stalker pick last series where it's like the Largo got rotated mid and it wasn't about the Largo, it was about the Night Stalker. So I think that this Lina is a substitute for the other carries in order to allow Chữa Jr. to get this awesome slaughter game.
Effie, is it good?
I think it's good. I mean, I think Largo's going to have a really rough lane and a really rough time entering this mid game, but the window for failure is kind of high for a carry Lina, but I think Watson can pull it up.
A very important game here between 1W and Yandex. Can one of the two 2-0 the others? We're finding out together with Kezu and Sansfan.
Thank you so much. Indeed, this is a really hype match. Yandex versus 1W. Some would call it a doozy, absolutely, as we are in a pause because 33 is in the house, everybody. We got the lights on, right on his face, which means the pause needs to come. It's just tradition at this
Một
point.
win đối với Yandex.
The meta is on the light situation with these teams.
You gotta emulate what you got at home, which is near darkness, but not full.
Yeah, you can see a little light on Whitemon's face that is probably not acceptable for him.
That's
but
too much.
For 33, it's okay apparently. As long as it's not him, A-okay, as we have a smoke on both sides.
Đội hình
What do you think
của
of these lineups? Lina carry. Very cool.
I'm a big fan.
bọn Pkep có Lago Spirit League, Dark Willow và Londui. Trong khi đội hình của team Yandex họ có Lina, Slada, Tentaur, Alain và Hoodwink.
Pumping out a bit more magic could be good, but I think you want stats on heroes, so I think Specialist Array could be kind of cool. Of course, Watson, like they talked about, he was one of the OG Lina carry guys, so I trust him to know what he's doing.
Okay. DM will be able to get the bounty, but he's going
Rồi DM mất nửa cây máu nhưng mà sẽ là lùi về được thôi.
I'm very excited about a lot of these heroes. The one hero we won't mention is Pure on Lone Druid. Nobody gives a shit.
But what I can tell you is that Yandex have been destroying this hero like 3 or 4 times.
That's true.
In this tournament, so they know what's up. And you know actually what's funny? You know both teams have 1 loss each to their name. Do you know which team beat both of them?
No.
OG.
Oh. Gee.
So it takes, you know, maybe you need something crazy to beat, you know, the teams out. But of course here, these are the 2 best teams in the group currently.
That's an interesting stat.
You're welcome.
What's their record overall?
They're both 7-1.
No, OG.
I think 4-4.
Wow.
So half the wins from the best teams.
I mean, that's the thing with OG that I've noted. Not to talk about OG all of a sudden, but you know, you brought it up. I feel like they overperform against teams that are just tier 1, and then when they're with teams that are supposed to be worse than them, they actually underperform, which is weird.
They're inconsistent.
Very inconsistent.
Now back to our game.
I'm sorry, I want to talk about OG a little bit more. What do you think it stands for?
Original gangsters. Was that something original ganjas or something?
All right, now we're back to the game.
Good.
You, of course, went over the line.
You needed one laugh.
33 is playing the Froggo this time around. And been a very strong, we saw it mid, obviously, in the last series with no one. Did not go well at all, but that was more of a, they were kind of all their eggs in one basket kind of deal. Whereas this time around, you have the very traditional, at this point, off-lane Largo, very stable. You have BZM on the Earth Spirit, which is kind of that pop-off, ganking type of hero. I like the mix that they have overall.
I think both drafts are very, very
Vẫn
strong.
chưa có team nào có chiến công đầu cả. Mà là đích đáng dí vào Ari. Ari đi đơn giản sẽ là lùi về thành công.
You want to be on high range, or you want the melee guy that can man up? Lina fits, you know, the high range. Same with Largo. He doesn't. None of these heroes gap close very well. It's only the Ursula, and even if they gap close, it's into a tombstone. You have a corrosive phase for more damage. You have Stampede and a potential card later on in the game. So I do think you have a lot of weight on BZM's shoulders and the two supports to like offset a bit of the early game and get those team fights going.
I hope they get the horse cart out of the centaur eventually this game. I mean, the tombstone save, if they want to go down that route, I feel like that was nerfed so long ago and we barely see it now. But I mean, if they take Tormentor, which they do have Slardar, so there's a good chance that they're the ones to get it first. There could see some valuable shards coming out. Because Boomerang as well, very, very good for Yandex's side.
Yeah, especially like they have a lot of damage, especially within their like two supports, but can't really ever count off 33 on any lineup or any hero that he's playing. I think he's looked very good on the Frog, and also, you know, croaking up an Earth Spirit is definitely very good. But CJ, we've seen him on the Slaughter before. Yeah. Not just in this tournament, also before. He is a menace on this hero.
He is against the melee, so it's going to be a little bit easier. He's Pure taking a lot of damage to the Acorn shot, bouncing several times. We'll get back to his tier 1. Whitemon will do so as well. So DM and Sox are doing a good job of keeping this aggression on. Bushwhack canceling the healing salve with the blood grenade to follow. As Pure, he will survive. No, he will not. That was actually enough.
I'm pretty sure.
Do not see that very often.
That was perfect damage, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
Like if the tower would give any more HP regen than 1, he would have lived there. But Sox is sneaking in.
Crazy.
That's an incredible kill.
Soxa, my boy. What a beast. And they lose some resources with the healing salve as well. Just a very good start in that bottom lane then. And like you said, this mid lane definitely going the way of Chira Jr. at the moment. I mean, what can he even do as BZM here? You kind of just got to take it.
I mean, you're definitely outmatched in this matchup, but there are other lanes where we've seen Earthspirits buy bottles, as he's in a lot of trouble. Double 3 stun.
TP is coming. BZM, one more right click would have done it. Ari gets off the Bramble. Not going to get any of the water runes, though. I think he's going to get both here. Actually, could turn the sights onto Ari instead. The crush is there, and Ari, very low level. In that Shadow Realm will save him for a bit. Gets through the tree line. Will live. Yeah, water rune control on Chira Jr.'s side. The Earth Spirit having to walk all the way back to base as well. So already great advantage.
It's good respect there by CJ too. Like he doesn't die for the kill. Maybe you could have, but then you know if the Bramble connects, you're gonna give up the kill.
Yeah.
Because now 33, he's alone up in the top lane as DM taking some pressure, but he is building towards the hell.
Bushwhack. Do they try to turn this around? Now DM will have to hoof stomp there and get out, but DM does kill off Whitemon with a return, I guess. What in the world?
It's just a Blightstone, level 2 Acorn shot. He got at least 2 bounces as here comes the Undying.
Yeah, and Pure now gets bushwhacked to a tree. A double kill for DM when it looked like he was about to be killed off. Instead, he gets 2 kills thanks to the rotation of Soxa, who has been all over the place to start this game.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. And you know, just from the thing earlier, there's pressure mid. So that's where RATP, that's they're trying to return the favor onto Watson in the top lane.
Yeah, Watson gonna get licked in.
Stick it
Ari in the area with the Shadow Realm should be
Watson
able to
tụt gì vào đâu?
and they will do so.
3-1 từ Yandex.
1W they get somebody.
Quanh quay đi quảnh lại mà mạng là liên tục ở đây. BZM thì bị đập. Có cả Maladic ở đây, chắc chắn là sẽ là đi thôi. Đấm choáng. Đúng lúc từ Slada. Bash quá đúng lúc.
Despite the death, still doing very well in the farm department.
Yeah, thank God they were able to squeeze in that kill on Watson in the top lane, because you're down 3k gold now. 6-minute rune should also go CJ's way. And honestly, this bottom pressure.
Đang dí vào DM.
I don't really see him dying in this lane, but you know, pressuring him.
Rồi, làm chậm thì DM sẽ là đi thôi. Có chắc Sha đây có đổi mạng là hay không, nhưng mà có lẽ là không. Slada thì cũng đã đi xuống dưới, nhưng mà 3 thành viên của còn Vickep sẽ là lùi về thành công. Không ai phải làm lại cả. Chắc có mạng. Nào, Slada muốn làm gì đây? Ăn thì không ăn nốt đi. Ăn nửa kìa.
And I assume Blink Dagger will be the main item coming out of him from the mid lane. See if he wants to rush it. I mean, is there any other build from a Slardar mid?
Not really. As Malady, I like his positioning here. Just like, this guy does this in so many games.
Puts down the tombstone. There ain't no way you're killing that. Although several members now of 1W have joined the party. So Malady eventually will tick away. Making it really annoying, though, so they're not going to get the fast one. They get the Sinister Gaze. Watson comes in as well. He's going to get the Laguna Blade, and 33 is dead, and he's going to get the Shrine. What the hell just happened?
Honestly, what a beast. This is probably the best early game Undying play I've seen all year.
Disgusting. He wasted so much time.
Yeah, and he's instantly back up. No, got a free Aegis on Undying. You make use of that. They make the work for like 20 seconds. So then Watson again. We've seen a lot of these layups, you know, from the supports. They make space for 20 seconds, 25 seconds, and the carry's like, yep, thank you.
Yeah, what a masterful early game from Yandex so far. Really, only the death on Lina has been the smallest thing going the way of 1W.
Gotta see too.
Trying to get some stacks off.
They're gonna need some levels on the heroes. I think the ultimates on your supports, of course, is very, very important because Lone Druid, as we know, doesn't really interact. I like that 33 is looking though.
Yeah, they're going to roll in with the help of the Bramble. Sox in the area. How many bushwhacks are you going to get this time? Only the one. You get the lick back in as well, but Malady joining the party. They're going to lose the Slardar. No, he gets off the sprint just in time, and Malady puts down the tombstone as BZM, with all the vision in the world, Malady takes him out. As the tombstone now being pursued, but he pops his ult, and now he's a complete beast of burden. Double kill for Malady. They're trying to go on top of 33 as well. They get that kill as well. This is ridiculous. He does fall in the end, but my goodness, Yandex getting basically every trade to go their way.
I mean, Malady is cooking. I kind of love this guy. You know, he pops off in interviews. He's popping off in this game. I think great play up top, goes mid, gets the flash goal in mid-fight.
He's the same level as Pure right now.
Yeah, and Pure, he's been AFK farming the whole game, as you should on a carry, but like looking at all of this, it takes him so much to like try and kill CJ. No, even the Stampede comes out, and again, perfect timing on the tombstone.
This kill gives him 6. Well, not quite. I guess a creep died as well. That extra HP allows him to stick around a little bit longer, help secure a couple more kills.
Yeah, thank God for 33 that he gets the Frog Stomp off there at the end to ultimately squeeze in the kill. Gonna kill the Dominator creep, so at least, you know, for 1W, you've got your safe lane going. Well, that smoke was definitely spotted if any one of the Yandex players have their eyes open.
I was really looking forward to the Specialist Array. It's gonna be Maelstrom though.
Okay, unlucky. Maybe one of the next times.
5k chênh lệch tiền cho Yandex rồi.
Go for, but I think for Watson it applies. You don't judge his item build.
Tốt nhất quốc cũng là 3 vị trí của Yandex luôn. Ở đây thì bắt được Maladic sẽ phải làm lại mạng dành cho Lago của Baba.
Like if you're 1W, you just want to get this guy out of the game as quickly as possible. Watson is pinging the top tier 1 tower. I don't think they want to just give it up too easily here.
Yep, he's got the Laguna Blade.
Of course, the very classic Lina carry build. You max out your passive. You have very good talents for carry Lina. You have damage, you have magic resistance on 15 if you want. You get more percentages on your Fiery Soul at level 20.
Watson spotted by 1W. Gonna be far enough away that they can't really connect. No Chain Frost anyway. Malady comes back to lane, immediately gone on.
I don't know if this one is good. Let's see.
Yeah, he does not quite have his ultimate. Gonna try to go through the gate. The roll in, not quite there, but they have the damage. So another death to Malady. They really are hating on him. 4 now to his name.
I mean, okay, let's see, because the top tier 1 will still die. Like, this type of delay, I don't really think it did much. If they get to hold it tier 1, it's great, but we'll need to see if Yandex can pose a defense here.
And they're going to do just that, or at least attempt it. 2 supports on the high ground. Bramble going to prevent them from going any further, although now Blink Dagger being shown from Chira. Gets slowed up a bit, but they're going to find at least one here, surely. As Whitemont. 1 more bushwhack for the road from Soxa. I wonder how many bushwhacks, how many heroes per bushwhack this game.
He's probably on like 1.8 or something. Yeah, he's definitely quite high, but turns out, you know, I take back what I said earlier. The two little plays that Malady went for here did allow them enough time and space for everyone to come back. 33.
Right on top of 33 with that blink. Corrosive Haze to follow. Soxa can't get the bushwhack this time. Caster Curse indeed. 33 is healing up, but it's not going to be enough. Watson joins the array here. Foray, rather.
Sure. I feel like I put Specialist Array in your brain and all.
Yeah, you did. I was really excited.
I'm sorry. You'll just get the normal
There's no
build.
chance he goes both then, I take it.
Yeah, I don't think you can. So kind of have like similar things, unless in like late game we want to see a Hydra's Breath. I guess you could, but then it also kind of depends. Do you need to upgrade your Dragonlance or not? Do you want a Pike?
Right.
Can you be greedy and go Hydra's Breath instead?
Yeah, Pure's Bear in a bit of a battle here with Centaur. And of course, we didn't mention, I mean, how good of a lone druid game is this? We've seen the Slardar matchup before. That can be a little rough.
Honestly, out of the lone druid games we've seen, I think it's fine at best. It's not good against Lina. It's bad against Slardar. I think even Undying is annoying for you, and so is Centaur.
So how is it fine? We'll get back to your definition of fine after this. Centaur gets gone on and killed off.
Because the hero itself is very good.
Oh, I see. So he's double S tier and he goes down to B, which is just fine.
Yeah, something like that.
I see. Okay, that's a good recovery from you.
Yeah, keep it up.
Very good analyst.
I am. Good caster, back to you. They're smoked.
Have a smoke. Yep, I was about to say that.
Sure you were.
6K lead for Yandex. I'm going to try to find a connection here. And Chira will try to backstab.
That's daytime.
Up in 3 seconds.
Nice.
Big crush comes out with Laguna Blade. Lone Druid dead right off the bat. 3 dead, in fact, for 1W with no recovery in sight. 33 attempting to run, but the zombies are catching up. Not really, actually. The frog is faster than them.
Holy days.
What is that camera view?
We need that again
they
later.
Get the bash. And the kill goes their way. 4 dead for 1W. Yandex with the backstab, masterfully done.
Yeah, nicely done. You get a 3-man crush into at least 2 or 3-man LSA. Immediate combo onto the Lone Druid. Definitely caught 1W slip in there. Not something you see too often in the early game that you're that stacked up. Like, they were smoking for a while, too.
Oh, my goodness. Disgusting.
Just immediately dropping, like, 2 heroes. I mean, this fight is cooked before it even started.
Yeah. I mean, a single Laguna Blade and Crush puts Pure to about 10% HP.
Yeah.
He is a squishy boy without that ult.
I mean, just find the perfect... 33 is like, oh, oopsie.
There's a little light on his forehead. Maybe that's a bit of a misplay from him not to pause again to take care of that.
We'll get that fixed for game 2. Well, let's see. Pure, working on the only build that Lone Druid has, of course. Mjolnir rush into the Aghanim Scepter.
There he is. Close up of 33. Yep.
You see the reflection there?
It's just a bit, just a bit. Yeah, this is out of control for Yandex now. 9K lead. They have a great Roche lineup as well. In terms of push, how would you put this? I mean, Lina, obviously long range. But
Quite good. Yeah, I think it's decent because like Centaur, you're very tanky later, you have Return, Lina is high range, and you have like Tombstone and good team fighting. Yeah, Meteor Hammer is completed, so 33's farm will be pretty good.
He's gonna get ganked though. Hoof Stomp finds him, Malady there. As a Flesh Golem puts down the Tombstone, but a Terrorize comes out onto 2 with the Bedlam to follow. Chain Frost as well. They do separate successfully as Malady might live through the day along with the Centaur. Going to turn this around to 33 instead. Now the Laguna Blade reserved for Whitemon. They do take out the Lina though, but it's at the cost of 3 members of 1W and maybe even more if BZM gets caught. Bushwhack finds him into the Crush. And the bash had another one procced up, so Chira with a triple kill on this Slardar. He is completely dominating this game.
Man, all these plays are so expensive for 1W. Like, even though Watson dies, and I like his itemization, you know, he has the Maelstrom into the boots of travel. You can always just TP in on the Dominator creep. But even so, you lose 3 to 4 heroes in return. I mean, this fight was before BZM finish up the Vessel. You really need that one. And also, he doesn't have Magnetize yet. We've seen it many times where Magnetize doesn't get skilled early, but level 10 and level 11, I feel like they need it in these fights. Like, imagine a Magnetize rolling here.
Yeah, for sure. They were so close to getting several kills, but I mean, they do get an important one. As the case has been this game, the cost is too high for 1W.
It's also Malady from all these plays. He has double bracer, treads, magic wand. Uh-oh, DZM.
This is still a replay.
Oh, sorry. I was testing some other stuff. I wasn't pulling a U.
Uh-oh, BZM.
Uh-oh, pure.
Okay, there we go. So
imagine
it's kind of a team wipe.
Imagine if in the replay I had talked about unknowingly what is actually happening. That would have been good.
Next time.
Next time. We will not see the Hydra's breath.
The only thing we can predict are the early game pauses for lights.
Of course, but those are very easy. They're like a given.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I believe we will not be seeing a Specialist Array or a Hydra's breath, as he will be turning his Dragonlance into a Hurricane Pike on the Lina.
Yeah, very nice.
As DM's body is just forcing 3 heroes to run away from him. Not a good sign.
Yeah, that's true. 4 members of 1W on the retreat now. They've seen this blurst set that is Centaur in the courier outfit. You just can't handle it.
And also now, actually, you've got a Lotus Orb completed on DM. So I was talking about the Magnetize, but if you're quick, you can just immediately dispel it and even, you know, kind of own all of it, or at least take it away from one guy later.
$10K lead for Yandex. 1W are really grouping up right now. Are they expecting a fight?
Might be just... I think they just want to be ready for Yandex to, like, for a potential play of Roche.
They do roll on him successfully, lick him in. The crush comes out, but that's enough damage. Great pickoff from 1W.
That's an insanely good one. I think especially also, if you look at their wards, like, they have a lot of decent control, like a mid-river ward that spotted CJ walk over to the top area. Mid-river in nighttime is the most dangerous area on the map. It's definitely something that CJ needs to respect.
Now, next time, that won't be so easy. Chira about 1,000 away from BKB. And for Watson, you talked about the Hurricane Pike. I mean, does he need a BKB this game?
Honestly, he could also play on, like, I think Satanic even later. I mean, BKB is great. It just depends on how greedy he wants to be. I think if they can get him, like, a Solar Crest and, like, a timed card, I don't really think you need a BKB. You can just play around, like, positioning maybe a Shadow Blade, a Silver Edge into Daedalus Satanic and play on that. I would probably like it a little bit more.
The lead has kind of been stuck in place as they're going to find Centaur now to terrorize. Not going to be there in time. DM gets the Stampede off. The rest of Yandex now catching up. The Whitemon sacrifice for 1W.
And they got owned by the neutral creep. Like, Ari was going to connect the terrorize and they just got congregated.
Not done yet. BZM trying to get the roll in, but a nice positioning there from Chira Jr. Malady turns into a disgusting golem, and they'll find another kill off the back of that. Turning around onto Pure now, already at half HP. Is Laguna Blade available still? They find a support on the back line as Pure trying to get to the other side of the wall. He'll do so. So just like that, 3 dead in favor of Yandex. Another bushwhack, Soxa.
Okay, Watson stuck.
Okay.
Will TP over the gate. I'm surprised he didn't yell about the Tombstone Shard, as Malady just went hopping into it.
Oh, I didn't even notice he had it. Did they take out the Tormentor?
It's 19 minutes.
He bought it?
Yeah. Dude, bro has been cooking this entire game. He's in 14
But how often
kills.
do you buy this anymore? I feel like I never see it.
Well, not very often. This is why let a brother cook.
That's awesome.
He has shards. He's about to buy a Blade Mail.
All right, I just had to... Now I have... Oh, Ari. He's going to die here. Whitemon in the area, though. Sharpshooter's enough from Soxa. Well positioned to the south as Whitemon really wants to find a connection. He gets the Sinister Gaze onto the Slardar. Then Chira now in some trouble. DM in the area as well. Chira does fall, but the Laguna Blade comes out from Watson from the south. They get 1 core kill as BZM trying to roll away. Does have the Magnetize onto several heroes. Watson with the LSA missing. And with that, I think Yandex tries to back off, although Malady will get a nice Lotus to try to back away here. And BZM continuing this Magnetize. But I think the fight breaks up now, so it ends up being mid laner for off lane. Favor for that is 1W.
Absolutely. 1-for-1 trade at this point is very, very good for them. BZM looking to work on a BKB. And like we all know, this is not really Lone Druid's strongest timing yet. You know, he's got only the Mjolnir. So of course he can kind of join fights if he wants to, but he'd still prefer to just get some more space.
Yeah, it will be a BKB for the next item on Watson.
Okay.
As DM, we talked about the Lotus already. It's going to be Heart afterwards. 2K into that.
Nice save from BZM here onto Mr. Whitemon. But yeah, I think with the BKB, it's going to be quite hard to take down Watson. And also, first Roche, honestly, it should just kind of go to Yandex. I mean, even if you go and try and contest it, you're fighting into an area that's just plastered with a tombstone.
We have to see if Collapse is somewhere in the crowd.
It might take over a PC.
Otherwise, yeah, I would think that this is a free Roche for you.
That would be a sick Joker. Like if you swap in a player for like 30 seconds.
That's right. That would be nice. Next Midas mode.
Yeah.
All right, so Undying already has a shard, so DM gets a free one. That's excellent.
Oh, what a dream if you're playing Centaur. Like, you're already very close to hard. Also, when you play against Lone Druid, it's really easy to rack up the stacks on your shard, because you can just keep using it on the bear. Counts as a hero unit, you just stack it up with your heart, and you're...
Do you think teams ever talk about this idea of if a support is off to a good start and you're able to afford a shard and to hold that thought? Crush finds BZM. Chữa showing off the BKB, it's going to be a free one. What was I saying? The shard
if
business.
A support,
hold that thought again, Kazu. Very important. DM
being licked
into the Chain Frost. Lotus, he's fine.
Okay, fake high. Back to your great point.
Back to my point. I've forgotten now. Shard. That's right. Yeah, if you're off to a good start on a support.
Yep.
Do they ever talk about, let me buy a shard to give my core a chance to get the Tormentor?
It's not really something you talk about a lot. I would say it's more about specific...
More niche?
If you have like specific heroes where you're like, wow, if we get this now, yeah. Like let's say you're owning in the game, it's like minute, I don't know, 21, you're super owning and you can get your mid Viper a shard or something.
Yeah.
Then you can go in. I think then absolutely you're gonna do it. Otherwise, I do think that support items are actually very valuable. Like I would rather have 1400 gold on a support more often.
Well, the only reason I mention that is because I can't remember the last time I've seen the Undying shard actually be purchased.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's still usable. It's just
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just versus the original form of it,
yeah.
It was completely bonkers.
No, for sure. It's just, he's just having such a good game, and honestly, it just makes sense as Pure is in.
Yeah, he does have Aghanim Scepter. Bushwhack is dodged, but Corrosive Haze gives them all the vision in the world. It's the bear or the lone druid. Pick a target, young man.
Nice.
71 cho danh đất rồi.
So they'll focus the bear instead.
He died from the bear dying.
Oh my god! I didn't. Oh my god! Oh no!
Well, it was a great try by BZM, and he nearly bailed him out.
How much damage does that do?
That looked like 450 pure damage.
Damn. On Pure himself.
Damn, pure damage against Pure. It's a counter.
Jeez. Well, that is truly unfortunate for 1W. Is there in a huge hole, 18k lead for Yandex. BKB now online for Watson as well, so they can get ultra aggressive. They can go for Roche at any time. I feel like they could have done this 10 minutes ago.
They could, but they're just continuously playing, you know, for the map play.
I see.
That's a lot of gold.
At first I was like, why are they focusing the bear and not the hero? But one Laguna Blade, he's low enough to die to the bear.
No, it's also so much gold. Like, you're not just getting the hero kill, you're getting the bear kill first.
True.
It's basically like a double kill.
Yeah, that was nice. Cheer up. Well, Whitemon, it was nice knowing you.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
The lead continues to grow now. I mean, surely they go for Roche now. Or do they want to get some tier 2 towers first because they don't really need the Aegis to get those?
I mean, they definitely can do that first. I think the way that you go about it here, when you're up this much, is that Roche is yours at any point. You want to keep like a foothold on the map. You don't want 1W to like walk out on the map. Once you know you have them locked in with good vision, then you can do that. As Pure and BZM are farming on top of an Observer Ward. Luckily,
yes, they are. Bushwhack finds BZM. DM in the area as well. Looking for the hoof stomp. Will not get it.
Good roll. But if people want to gain MMR, if you're ahead in a Dota game, you should ward exactly like Yandex are doing. You want to put wards on the outskirts of the map. You want to see these rats on 1W run out. You want to know where they are and go run at them and just keep forcing them back into their base. As there is your Chasm Stone. Of course, it's not casual because it's being built into the Shiva's Guard.
It's casual for now.
Okay. Give it not anymore.
Damn it. I thought we'd see a lot more of that when that originally came out.
Bring it up again next game.
Roche, Chasm Stone. Who got first blood this game?
Actually, I don't know.
Saksa, how could we forget?
We kept talking about how big he is.
That's right. He's a tall boy. So first Aegis of the game goes to Watson. Having a terrific game on the Lina carry, which we don't get to see all too often. has a Hurricane Pike BKB Maelstrom along with the Boots of Travel. So Daedalus is next for him. Chữa going to be not going in here, it seems.
No, CJ is just dodging them for now, closing in on his own Agadams.
I feel like Essence Distiller has changed gameplay quite a bit, actually.
It is such a cool item.
Very good item.
Great addition.
The roll in from BZM onto several heroes. They're going to go for the bear first. Laguna Blade applied to BZM. Tombstone place, and I think 1W going to try to back away to get out of the radius of that. But the Stampede going to bring them back into the radius of 1W. BKB from Chữa Jr. gets the crush onto 33. Watson with the LSA, and the right clicks from below should be more than enough. And now BZM, nice block off by Chữa Jr. And BZM bushwhack to a tree, another core dead for 1W, and the LSA connection canceling the TP. It's all Yandex here in game number 1.
It is really difficult for 1W to really do anything. Also now Watson, level 20 talent unlocked. You love this one on the Lina. More move speed, more attack speed. As, yeah, DM, I think he's just going to be playing with his food here. 4,000 HP on the Centaur. I don't really know if they can touch him.
Yeah, that's a beast.
And like, even with Pure having his bear in the fight, if your hero isn't there, you only have one bear, and it dies within like 4 seconds against the Slardar and the Lina. As Watson is gonna need a creep wave to get some stacks, so DM, don't touch it. It's reserved for Watson.
Now Chữa with the Aghanim Scepter, gonna be that much more tanky in these fights.
Slardar mid looked very good in the last series as well. I'm a bit surprised that it died off. Like in that sense, of course, he had a great lane against the Earth Spirit.
Watson getting rolled on, but BZM nowhere close to the range needed. Yeah, I mean, it does help that it was against a melee hero, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the Huskars and Vipers of the world, I feel like Slardar against range heroes is generally okay still, right?
He does pretty fine against most.
But it's not like you're gonna win the lane.
Yeah, no, and you just get kind of spammed by a lot of range heroes, and then there's like your... Probably like some of the heroes like Viper that are really annoying to lane against. Like most of the other ones, you're fine. Of course, you want to play it into a melee. Melee, isn't that how you keep telling me to say it?
Thank you. You sound much more intelligent now.
Surely that's the one. Yeah. Great take by you.
Pronouncing words makes you smarter.
Yeah. Have you tried speaking a second language?
Yeah. I'm very bad at it, though.
That's good.
Be sure to end the manga Kassif.
Excuse me?
I just cussed at you in Farsi. Back to the game we go. 22k lead for Yandex.
Okay.
And Chữa having himself an excellent game. They're going to be met by Lina, Mr. Watson. I believe the Daedalus is on the way, so this is a great timing overall.
Yeah, it is prime time to go. If anything looks bad, you can keep using Soul Rip on Watson, get up his HP. You have a secondary Lotus Orb as well now on Malady. You can always save him. And honestly now, with the Tombstone drop, you have full nighttime vision. You see everything. And it's really hard to jump into this.
Yeah, free tower. What can they do? 1W. All these tanky, look, 3 of the 4 behind them are just so tanky. There's a roll in, the kick out as well. Chữa Jr. deletes Ahri as Watson now the Laguna Blade onto BZM, has to roll away with the BKB. And look at all the space being made by Chữa Jr. on the back line. They get another kill, and this is just disastrous. 1W, surely this game's about to end. They can't do anything. The bear finally coming into play, doing a little bit of damage, but a little is not going to cut at this stage. 25k lead with still the Aegis. It's at least 1 lane. Probably 2.
Yeah, when will people stop playing Lone Druid against this team? They just seem to have all the answers game after game after game.
It's true. Well, ego is a great thing.
It sure is.
A lick in. Watson.
That's
okay,
a dead bear.
Stop only onto 1. Is Watson able to right-click from afar? Corrosive Haze really helping his cause here. Terrorize. Not going to do a whole lot as the LSA into the Laguna is enough for 33 to bite the dust one more time. 50 seconds down and out. No creeps, actually. And now they do.
Here they are, and he's going to heal all the way to full with the Aegis. I mean, I love being the type of guy, you know, where you look for a specific plan to come back, but I think it is really hard to come up with a realistic plan that you believe in here if you're 1W. As this could be...
They fake back. Sinister Gaze not going to do much here. They delete 2, and GG's just going to be called as game 1 goes to Yandex, and my goodness, they put on a performance.
They had this game from start to finish. Like, really, Saxa with some of the early rotations that they had. Melody with a super cool Wisdom Shrine play, I think, as well, that set them up for success a lot. Honestly, I do think that this is the type of game that you can write off pretty quickly. It's like, okay, you play the Lone Druid again. They've beaten it so many times. You know, go next, try something else, because this series is incredibly important.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if I was to give MVP, it has to be a co-MVP between Malady and Saxa. The support duo was absolutely ridiculous for Yandex. We saw how many bushwhacks Saxa was getting early. He was in every single lane, it felt like.
Yeah.
Undying at that one play at the shrine. I feel like that really capitalized their lead, and they never lost the lead from there.
No, like, also, like, when you look at the lanes overall, I think it was just not that easy for 1W to play. Like, DM did very well down bottom. CJ obliterated the mid lane. Then you had, like you said, you know, the two supports running around, Melody and Saxa, just continuing to ramp up the pressure. Watson set up for a perfect game on one of his best heroes. So yeah, I think game 2, 1-dub. Gotta scrap the draft and bring some better gameplay.
Well, I think the interesting talking point here is what happens to Lone Druid, because it's banned a lot, right? And if your 1W, you apparently can't pick it against Yandex. So that puts Yandex in the driver's seat if they want to pick it or if they just let it be banned.
I do think you can play against it too. Like, what they're showing as counters, it's not like 1W can't play it themselves. I think also, like, 33 not happy. I mean, this
was big.
I think, like, you're up 6k gold, and it's not usual you see a play like really hit like this, not against a team like 1W.
Yeah.
So I think next game they'll come in more focused, slightly different plan, and we'll see a more even matchup.
I don't think we ended up seeing really any grab allies.
No, Johnson himself.
Yeah, that's
the one that you didn't see.
The one that I didn't. That's really sad to me. He's going to have to pick it again because Malady started off the game just completely taking over. And from there, that's exactly what you want as a core hero, to have your supports kind of lead the charge for you early on and give you space to get to this point where Watson just hurts big time. And Chira Jr., of course, no slack himself.
No, like, his starter is really good, and if you look at 1W, generally speaking, they play around, like, BZM a lot with their two supports, but when your lane is this difficult, it's just so hard to play through BZM.
All right, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Kezu, here to break it down, and I think Yandex has solved it. I'm not sure if we're going to see a Lone Druid again in this matchup, maybe on the side of Yandex themselves, who knows. I do think we're going to see Lina in a carry position potentially more often. Looked very good in the hands of Watson, but I want to start with the real reason why Yandex won. Effie, the support duo, you already knew that there was going to be a lot of focus on the supports in this series, in this game, and definitely delivered.
They really did. I want to glaze Saxa a little bit because he's one of those players where it feels like you can't ban all of his heroes, but when he gets the most contested meta hero in Hoodwink on 4, he can single-handedly win lanes for DM. I mean, that felt so easy for him. He was getting like last tick kills with blood grenades. He was making sure that Lone Druid could not get off to a good start. Then he was going mid and owning there. And we can talk about Melody as well and his Undying, but I know you had a couple of things to show us later, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of Yandex executed so well. And I also want to say strategically going into this game that it felt like we were playing 6 days ago when it looked at 1W's draft. Like, they were just picking all the meta heroes that started out this tournament. And something we've been talking about is that the meta is going to get figured out. And what that means is that people are learning the responses to the heroes that are good. And, you know, I think Puck, for good reason, has fallen out of favor because people are punishing it with these aggressive, greedy melee heroes. And we just saw the same story for Earthspear. We've seen it a couple times now. I think we saw Nightstalker have to get banned out to enable Puck. I think we're going to have to start banning Slardar to enable these greedy mid laners, because Puck and Earthspirit specifically, they don't do anything to shut you down. You're not really like annihilate. I mean, honestly, Chira Jr. worked him in this lane. I don't know if it's supposed to be that bad, but at the end of the day, you're picking it because you can get away with Slardar. Slardar has a lot of unplayable matchups. Like if you're Slardar against like Invoker mid or any other ranged hero with a slow, you just can't really play the game. And so my eyes on the draft are the fact that Yandex is using the flex of heroes like Lina. They're really giving themselves so many options to give you that cheesy last pick. We were theory crafting, they could put it mid, they could put it carry. What are their options? And when you have that many options to talk about, that means your draft is just really well put together.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned about the Earth Spirit, I think Earth Spirit is very strong in this patch, but his biggest strength is in teams that can flex him to 4 when they need to. That's why you don't really reveal, okay, we picked Dark Willow into Earth Spirit knowing that the flex will never come, because then he's in a position where he can get Pest Guard or Slardard or whatever anti-melee hero. Yeah, whatever anti-melee hero exists, you can exploit it. So I think maybe the mistake was Willow plus Earth Spirit. But honestly, for 1W, if it's only BZM playing Earth Spirit on that team, then maybe they should move away from it in this series, because you have to ban it against P-Vision, because if no one gets it or 9 class gets it, they're going to completely pop off. But it does seem like BZM is the only Earth Spirit player on this team.
It does. And I do agree with you, Brian, that it did feel a little bit like beginning of the group stage versus adapting to what has been happening a little bit on the drafting side. And I'm sure we're going to see in game number 2 a little bit of a shift on both sides, of course. But we are first going to focus on the Undying, I believe, a little bit more on Malady.
Yeah, as a core player myself, I'm going to appreciate when I get absolutely carried for the first 7 minutes of the game, as we are looking at the bottom lane right now, and he's going to be getting gone on here on DM, but just pay attention to the minimap, as you're going to see the Undying going through the Twin Gate at the start of this, the foresight coming out from Malady. As we like fast forward a little bit through this, it's like, oh, they're gonna, you know, this is wrapping itself up. Here's like, I have a retreat path. No, there's a tombstone, casual Undying rotation through the Twin Gate. That's rotation number 1. Rotation number 2, you guys probably saw it if you were watching the game live. This is one of the coolest plays I have ever witnessed at the Wisdom Shrine specifically. So there's going to be some bramble mazes on the ground. I want you to see how Malady is going to walk in and out of the area of the Wisdom Shrine around the brambles. He's like doing a little like U formation such that he's not taking that extra damage, buys just enough time for Watson to connect, and ends up netting his team the Wisdom Shrine when there are 3 heroes from 1W there. And then last but not least, the Giga Chat Undying, with the start that he's had, he's going to be very high level. You just always right place, right time. Undying's real only impact in the early game is to walk into the middle of people and lay down a tombstone behind them, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to get level 6 from this first kill on BZM, and then he's gonna, you know, you're like, oh, you're gonna be able to bring him down, but that bonus strength coming out from popping that Undying ulti, and these little threshold things, one play leading into the next, and yeah, that's about the most you can take over. We saw Rue have a standout performance in game 1 for Team Spirit last series, and now we're seeing a step up from the 5 position for Team Yandex there.
An absolute step up, and to be honest, very scary. I think nobody wants to face an Undying like that. It gives me the question, Effie, was this outstanding performance from supports on one side? Or was Lone Druid just figured out? Or, because is Lone Druid gonna be a factor? Because it could have been any carry that got shut down that hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would look at this as, let's just not pick Lone Druid against Yandex. I mean, they've beat it 4 times in a row, 5 now. Like, they're a team that are clearly very comfortable against playing against Lone Druid, and again, they have not been playing against weak teams. They are in the strongest group in this tournament, and they're still consistently beating Lone Druid. So I think maybe 1W is just trying to assess whether or not their Lone Druid could withstand it, or if maybe they fraud checked other teams potentially, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think Lone Druid will be picked in that next game if he's not banned.
And do you think that in the previous series we saw the Hoodwink getting first phase banned? Do you think that's where we're heading?
I mean, you either take it for yourself or you don't give that to Soxa. I mean, he did way too much with that hero.
Yeah, like in the Team Spirit series in game 1, I was like, oh, Team Spirit, like they weren't really meant to win the early game, so this was like purely outplay coming from them. And going into game 2, it's like, okay, P-Vision, they can clean that up. In this series, like it's a first impression from one game. I think that Yandex is so far ahead of 1W in terms of how they're thinking about the meta and the layers of these heroes. It's like, okay, Lone Druid, what does this hero do? He hits creeps for 20 minutes. Oftentimes you can't pick carry Lena because she's very easy to invade, very easy to gank. A lot of carries just go through that Twin Gate and boot her out of lane, and she's useless. But that's something we can punish because they have Lone Druid. It's not just the lane matchups. It's not just like, it's everything I feel like they're thinking about. And I think they got absolutely worked strategically. They're gonna have to like, I don't even know if it's fixable. That's how I am seeing this series.
1W is considered to be one of the strongest teams here. I mean, you said it yourself this morning, Effie. Out of the 4 teams we got on this stage, one of them is probably the winner, and the rest will probably somewhere be in the top. 1W is one of those, so surely they're going to be able to adjust to something like this.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, for me, the adjustments that I bet we're going to see are not this first pick Lone Druid, but also maybe just not the Earth Spirit for BZM if they're unwilling to flex it. Because if BZM is in a position where he gets later picked within the draft, he can do a lot for 1W.
I guess to be clear, I think they will adjust by Tuesday. Like, I think if you give them like a day and a half, they will. I honestly, sincerely believe this is like a wake-up call where it's like, wow, we have not been thinking enough about the drafts coming in today.
The games have been too easy.
Yes, the games have been too easy. They really came into play today, and it's like, are they going to make adjustments? Is it going to look better in game 2? I absolutely believe that, but just strategically, it looked like the gap was too large, and it didn't seem like Yandex did any, like, it's not like they threw a curveball. I feel like that was just a smart, well laid out draft.
So based on this, you do think that Yandex will take the next game as well?
Yeah,
it's not enough time to adjust.
I personally feel that way. Like, it's one of those where, for all I know, you remove the Lone Druid and everything's perfectly even. But just from the outside looking in, it looked like a complete strategical outclass.
Do you share that vision, Effie?
I don't know. I don't think game 2 is going to look at all like we saw in game 1, because there are a lot of adjustments they can make that would give them an even playing field. Like, taking the Centaur for themselves when they have that pick open instead of the Lone Druid, I think would have given them something else. Because, like, the issues that I saw were the hero pool for the offlane being very limited, the Centaur steal into, like, picking Largo and not the best Largo game. I think things like that can be fixed by just prioritizing it earlier. So I don't think it's that dire, but I completely understand why Brian thinks so.
Well, we're going to find out one way or the other. Keep in mind that both of these teams, well, now I guess only Yandex, they wanted 2-0 because 2-0 locks them into the playoffs straight away. Whereas if now 1W can get an extra win here and tie the series, they'll play again against each other in the best of 3, because we need to solve this tie. Both of these teams tied at the top spot, and that matters a lot. And if you're now confused by these numbers and by Brian mentioning what's happening on Tuesday, don't worry, we got you covered.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. matched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Ý da.
We're getting ready of game number 2. It is 1W and Yandex on the stage, and that game 2 is coming your way. It is draft time very soon, and I want to know what to expect. Now, we already talked a little bit about this because game 1 was strategically all Yandex. It was all theirs. They were on top of things, whereas 1W left behind in the dust a little bit, left scrambling, trying to find a way back into a game that against a team that is not going to be making mistakes big enough to make a comeback off of. And maybe this time around, though, they have had 15 minutes to think about what to do next. Surely, Effie, surely they'll come up with a better plan.
I think so. I mean, I would just look at the lanes if I were 1W. How can I draft the most ideal lanes for us so that we can play Dota later on? Because Team Yandex right now are the fastest team in the tournament. They draft winning lanes and then they go for the early game group up. They don't let teams like 1W who like to play the map actually play the map. Maybe there are other teams that have hesitancy going high ground, but this is not one of them. So when you face a team that wants to end around that 30-minute mark, you have to make sure you don't let them be strong around that time.
I had to tip my hat to Watson specifically. I think as we're going, I know we praised the supports in their play last game, but I think having a carry in this current meta that can just whip out PL, just whip out Lina, just kind of I think he's making their drafts much more dimensional than a lot of other teams from their carry role. Like we saw Yatoro whip out the Morphling last series, and that netted them a win on Team Spirit. I'm kind of making the maybe not so bold prediction that the versatility of carry players is going to be a pretty huge factor moving forward in the tournament.
Especially with a lot of them banned out.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like the bans are gravitating towards carries in the first round.
Yeah,
so.
Apart from maybe right now, we'll see probably still a Drow Shadow Fiend banned. So far, this is exactly the same, other than who goes first. So we have got Yandex on the Radiant side this time around, 1W on the Dire side, and it is Yandex with first pick. That means they get 4 bats. 3 bans, then those are the 3. And those are very similar to previous game, apart from the Earth Spirit. Lone Druid does get banned out by 1W. They still do remove the Enigma and the Nature's Prophet, leaving in actually the 2 carries like Drow and Shadow Fiend, as just mentioned, and the Treant Protector still in as well.
Yeah, I think if you're 1W, you have to ban Lone Druid. You don't want to play against it. You're not like Yandex that are constantly letting it through and beating it. And the Earth Spirit ban is a bit of a surprising one for me, but I kind of understand it with first pick on Yandex because in that last game, they didn't have it and they were able to counterpick it on 18 or 24 even. So they counterpicked Earth Spirit with Lina, and then they flexed at the very end with Slardar. In this game, they don't want to deal with an 18 Earth Spirit coming out from BZM after they've already shown their mid here.
Yeah, and I of course meant Treant and Nature's Prophet swapped around, but they both get banned anyway, so it doesn't matter. Centaur first for Yandex.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that this hero's getting elevated in his priority in the draft, because every time I've seen it, even when teams beat it, it felt like you had to pick 3 specific heroes in order to kill this guy who has 3,000 HP at 20 minutes. And if you don't have that, it's such a huge problem to address. And if you don't address it, you literally, he just runs you over because they buy an early shard, that strength stacks up really quickly. Heal reduction feels kind of hard to come by right now. We even saw DM go back for stop by for a Lotus before he went for the Heart. So there is a bit of versatility in the way that this hero can build. And he's also just insanely good against all of the range carries. And quite frankly, I think we're seeing the result of a meta where the carry, like Slarks, Ursas, and Monkey King type carries that pick on these really tanky offlaners like Centaur, they're just unpickable, it seems like right now. I think Monkey King might be the most pickable out of all of them, so I'm curious if we potentially start to see Monkey King go up in value because of these Centaur first round picks.
Yandex did first phase ban Axe previous game. This time it will be there as an answer to the Centaur.
Gì đây?
Another hero that I think you should
Centaur đã
keep
được
an
chọn bởi
eye
team
on just
Yandex
in case.
và
You
phía
mentioned it many times before,
con
Effie,
té
keep
kép
your
là
top still.
Ace.
For sure, that one's the
Cấm
big
cho
one here.
mình đó là NATO Fest, Rondu Enigma cũng như Shin Protector. Còn bên phía Yandex họ cấm cho mình đó chính là Invoker, bên Spirit và Undying. Cả hai bên thì đều đã có plan rồi. Và họ sẽ có những lựa chọn gì tiếp theo đây?
Than an axe. Like axe drops can go very wrong, but 1W just go for it anyway. It doesn't necessarily interact with the Centaur in any capacity. It's just that they want that ability to farm ahead of the tower for 33.
Yeah, maybe I'm underestimating Axe as a hero. I mean, we saw Collapse own with it 2 days ago, but I don't know. I just feel like this is not a worthwhile trade. From what I've seen so far this tournament, it's like a very much a vibe check for me right now. Like the Axes have looked situationally impactful, while every single Centaur I've watched, win or lose, has had such immense impact in the game. So I think this is an uneven trade. I'm not sure why Axe is necessarily a response to Centaur either. I mean, I know both of them are very good against the range carry meta. And like Mira said, they do offer similar things in the laning stage and stuff, but I do think Centaur is more reliable. I think the biggest thing is that like a lot of Axe's bad lane matchups in the support role or dispels or like any form of save from a call. There's not really a support equivalent counter to Centaur.
And they're just picking it before it gets banned. That's why. It's not a specific response.
I wasn't thinking it. I'm saying the trade. Like, why are you willing to give them Centaur for the sake of Axe? That's the part I don't really understand.
I think giving the trade protector would be a mistake, and giving Lone Druid for 1W, they're not one of the teams that have been giving it away to beat it, like Yandex. So maybe they're not as comfortable playing against it. I guess in that case, you would make the argument for let's give away Enigma instead of the Centaur and just pick something to counter Enigma on lane.
Yeah, it might be another situation where the heroes that traditionally count Enigma, like Bristleback and Gyro, they're not really getting picked either. So these could all just be, you know, there's so many layers to this of why they think, oh, this hero is harder to deal with than this one. Wyvern being picked against Axe once again.
Are they no Wyvern Kez just like we just saw?
I think that Watson would not do that.
Okay.
Because I think he's so versatile. It's not that he wouldn't do it, but I think it would serve them to like pick their 4 position here and hold off on Watson's pick. But I think he can be given more information.
The Willow is still in. If they wanted to go that same route.
Yeah, Willow's not bad. I mean, not the easiest Willow game versus ranged carries like Draw Ranger.
We've seen Mirana a few times. I'll be honest, mostly on the morning games, and both Seb and Lacoste are not a fan. Very strongly so, even. But maybe a little bit different in the hands of Saxa.
Oddly enough, I actually put Mirana in like the coddle category in the sense that if you're not building around Mirana, then she is really underwhelming. I think even more so than coddle in terms of underwhelming, because if you don't have the follow-up damage, if you don't have some heavy utilization of the vision of Moonlight Shadow, if you don't have catch that sets up the arrow, like these are just things where Mirana, she's just kind of a worser version of every support if she doesn't have those things. I think she's really strong on lane. They have the Centaur set up. Even like Curse into arrow is actually a pretty decent combo. It threatens heroes like Puck and stuff like this.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I think they're going to pick Clockwork with the Draw Ranger, and Mirana, you just pre-pick her. She's a hero that can play against cogs relatively comfortably, and it can be as simple as Yandex just thinking they need strong lanes to win because they snowballed so hard in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if you're going... Is there something you like more about Mirana as opposed to like Willow, for instance? Like why Mirana over Willow? Because I think they're both strong laners, right? Or do you think she matches up better against Clock?
I think Mirana just plays better against Clock, but I also think it's hard to be Willow against heroes like Drow Ranger that can like gust you away. They don't necessarily get caught by your spells. They're playing from a distance. It's a tough one. Like, she's not one of the carries that are comfortable for Willow, unless Willow's snowballing.
Gotcha.
We still see Willow coming out. Ari will play it 2 games in a row.
I'm a big Lifestealer fan here.
Yeah, now Willow for 1W, that's a strong Willow game because you have a lot of magic damage versus Winter Wyvern, which is very important.
I didn't think they would do it. Sorry, Mira. I interrupted you. I just didn't think they would do it because Axe is traditionally a hard PL counter. PL like absolutely destroys the rest of this lineup. Don't get me wrong.
I got told yesterday, I asked this very question to Seb about Axe and PL, and he said the best PL players, they are able to make Axe look stupid.
Yeah,
They'll
I mean,
always have a doppel.
It's one of those in the laning stage, you just can't really do much to them. That's the thing. Like for me, I'm more so looking at the lane. In the mid to late game, it's really not that bad at all.
He didn't use those words, by the way. He didn't say stupid. Just want to point that out.
But I mean, PL can absolutely make you look silly because Axe is a hard committal blink stun meant to kill somebody at the very start of the fight hero, and if you blink call 5 illusions, you do look kind of goofy, especially when we're playing from bird's eye view and we can see which one's real.
Yeah.
I am shocked because PL has, if you guys watch like Immortal level streamers, PL's in like half the pubs. He's in like every game, and he's a hero that does require, it's like harder to play against PL than it is to play with PL, so I think he punishes pubs a lot more than he does professional play. But so far, Yandex is the one team that's repeatedly ran PL to success, and I don't think Axe is enough, so I hope that one win, like they're banning out Leshrac, I hope 1W does not, you know, think, oh, we got it covered with just Axe. I hope there's a hard PL counter coming in here.
I mean, the Leshrac is the big one that you think about. What else could you pick against PL? Because Invoker's also taken out in that first phase, and that's AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's mostly about heroes that are willing to walk into PL, and they're not, like, Ember's a great example. They have to ban themselves because Yandex picks first. I'm just like, it's really hard without a hero list, but I don't think of counters as, like, Earthshaker. I'm thinking of counters of heroes that early game, like Primal Beast, for instance, they, like, walk at the PL, and you just can't really do anything about it.
Does Puck count as a counter? I know she's been bad, but
Puck would work.
Dream Coil everybody?
Puck would absolutely work. It's not a hard counter, but it would give them answers for sure.
You know, you mentioned Shaker, and I think that if Yandex pick a melee mid laner, we might actually see the Shaker come out for a VZM. Like,
yeah, I
that
can
is
see
one
that.
of his preferred heroes. While we're waiting for this, I do want to talk about the drafts as they are now, because while it is true that PL and Axe have like nice dynamics on lane in the sense that, you know, PL can press Doppelganger and then you can remove the Battle Hunger, and then you've also got the Wyvern healing you. I still think it's a great matchup for Axe later on. I mean, if he's not being made to look silly like you mentioned, Sheaves. And this Drow plus Clock lane is very strong. Also, this is an Earthshaker steal, which is crazy. But okay, before we talk about that, I just want to say that the lanes on 1W look very solid when they didn't in that first game.
We'll see how the mid lane is gonna look, because with the Slardar ban after the Ember, that Shaker definitely feels like a steal. What's Brian? Tell it.
Necrophos, dude. It just go for it. I actually think Necrophos is disgusting here. Like I was just thinking about, I'm like, ranged heroes that punish Shaker and buy like Radiance or punish PL. I think it's a sick I think this is like a really 5-head play to like ban out the ranged lane dominators and pick Shaker, but I think you missed one.
What about Huskar?
It's not a PL counter. That was my concern. But I think they have two favorable side lanes right now. Like PL's fine against Axe, but he does lose the lane generally. Like, you're not going to punish the Axe. Then you have Clockwork Drow on the other side lane. I think if you were to just all in lanes with Necro here, I do think they have other options. Like, but I would love to see the Radiance buyer that connects to fights.
Would if they do go for that, would they still be on a timer? Like, those Phantom Lancer still just eventually close out a game?
Yes, but it's one of those where if you're down by 20k all game, does it really matter?
What do you make of the Quap?
I like it.
What do you like about it?
I like that it wins lane versus Shaker, and I really think that's the approach that 1W needed to take in this game too. They just needed to draft strong lanes for themselves. I think they do have win conditions within their drafts, and it is a strong Axe game, which was picked second. So all they have to do is not lose that 5k net worth advantage from the laning stage, and I think their draft will play itself. Whereas I know it was an 18 PL, but it doesn't look like the easiest PL game to pull off for me.
I think the thing about PL is most games it's similar to Naga that we just saw. Like, it is decided in the first 15 minutes. If this game is remotely even, then Yandex is going to win, but I don't think it's going to be remotely even. I think they are going to fall 5 to 10k behind by 20 minutes on the side of Yandex. Like, if they don't, I think it's just going to be a massive outplay on their side. I would probably this draft looks a lot better for 1W than game 1. I don't think Yandex got the better half of it this time around. I like the PL, and I like the idea of the Shaker. It's creative, but it's not nearly as much of a gotcha as I think they got in game 1.
So we feel like this game 2, the adjustments from 1W are good enough to, if they play well and don't get outclassed in the laning stage, they should just be getting that advantage, and they should be able to write that advantage into a win.
For sure. I mean, in that first game, they really could not play after the laning stage. This time around, they can, and the big thing was Axe going to be exploited in the laning stage? Because if he gets shoved out of lane, then they don't really have plays to make, but I think Axe got away with his lane, which is the big one for me here.
Yeah, I think that's the big weakness of PL, is that you are not the ranged carry that's going to shut this Axe down. He should get a really good game on 33 here.
You guys want to put a timer on this one?
Because 1W tends to slow it down, I think they're going to get a pretty massive lead and then gradually end it at like 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
PL's too much of a problem, yeah.
I see Effie nodding along, going for about 40 minutes. Let's see if this is a tie and we'll go again, or if Yandex can pull ahead and take this one to an unclaimed top spot in the group. We're heading over to Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiva. Indeed, Yandex versus 1W game 2. If you had to guess now, will there be a tiebreaker, or will Yandex 2-0?
That will be a tiebreaker.
You think so?
It's a tough choice for me, because I do like the chances of PL, but if 1W play well, and I think their lanes go as they are designed to, and the game gets played like very nicely, I do think it is in their hands whether they will win or lose this game. Because while it is a very, very strong PL game, QoP can pop off. QoP is quite good later on. So it's a lot about how do the early lanes go, how about the early rotations? Can Saksa do what he did last game? I do think it's a lot harder with Marana to try and apply similar pressure as as the Hoodwink.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these new here. Let's start with the Phantom Lancer. What does it bring to the table? Why have we not seen more of it?
It's just it's always been a very specific hero. He has special requirements, right? But in this game, he's quite good. I would say QoP is by far the best hero that 1W have against him. You're in a very OG draw counter. You're very good against both the supports. They have barely any AoE clear. You can even just farm cogs all the time, which is also like, just bonus gold for you. And the hero is very different than it used to be. No diffusal. You're nowadays just like Manta, Aghanims into some Heart or Skadi. So very, very different hero, and needs a lot of time.
Explain the innate.
So the innate of PL is, first of all, I think something cool that people don't really know. So you have one doppelganger illusion that deals 0 damage, but with the innate, even this one deals damage. So first of all, it's a lot harder to understand which one is real and which one is fake. And when you spawn illusions, they are way stronger than they should. Like, the damage is really, really high with the innate, which also goes up. Very close on the brambles.
Yeah, looks like he'll be okay. Saksa will not, because that is a battery assault level 1 clockwork. I never thought I'd see the day. And 1W with the first kill of the game as a result. Watson still being pressured heavily here. At the wraparound, he's missing a lot of CS.
Yeah, that's so sad. Should get this one.
Get these range creeps. 33 is very healthy. You can see Malady also quite low. Looks like he might just fall here. Early call picked up from 33. Fairy Fire not going to be enough to save Malady, so already a 2-0 start for 1W. As Saksa stuck inside the cogs, another kill going the way of 1W.
This is why brains need to be turned on, Tien Anh. Look at these skill builds. You have Battery Assault in the top lane against a Marana who is arrow level 1. Screw you, idiot. I'm gonna kill you. Bottom lane, you're Axe against PL. I'm not skilling Battle Hunger. You think I'm stupid? Boom. No, you go Counter Helix, you go Call. Screw your stupid Doppelganger. And he's going Ring of Health into probably Vanguard on Axe. This is why autopiloting in Dota is so punishable. And if you actually think about what your heroes can do and what you're up against, it can look like this. This is beautiful.
I feel like not even with the pro players, they still go for the cookie cutter builds. But seeing this
Not
on
white
two different
gold.
heroes, yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
not white gold.
I mean, 33 is obviously a huge exception to this in general, but yeah, that's awesome to see.
It just shows like full understanding of what is happening, because this top lane, this is gonna be a problem if you're the Centaur and Mirana. First, I mean, Mirana's already, I'm not gonna call it a grief hero, but if you're arrow level 1, you're not really adding much right now.
Yeah.
Trust me, I played with Yapsor back in the day. He would steal all my creeps with arrow.
Yeah, just go into the jungle, get some neutral creeps, no big deal.
Yep.
As Malady will have to cold embrace himself.
That's
now
a full wave.
Puts him in a very precarious spot as 33 gets off the call. Should be a free kill. And on the other side, Shadow Realm keeping the Dark Willow alive and not really threatened that much by Watson anyway.
Yeah. Now, they are going sicko mode in their lanes.
And Soxa still level 1. My goodness. Into the free line. No, Cogs not quite there, but the right clicks will suffice. So still stuck on level 1 Mirana.
Bro, Pure is more than nice than the most last hits on Radiant.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, they are
15 and 14. Wow.
2K lead at minute 3. This is a speed run of like records. That's for sure.
Jeez. I mean, maybe they didn't know that they had to read what Battery Assault even did, because this hasn't been a spell in so long.
Wow, I have this. Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like 33 telling him, yo, like this
You
spell.
should get this in
exactly.
this lane. Yeah.
This is Soxa. He's gonna go arrow level 1. I know him.
That's true. There's some inside knowledge there for sure.
Oh yeah, easy.
33 gets
snipe.
a courier that had the gloves of haste on it. Man, everything going wrong for Yandex. This is, I would say, a big arrow coming out from Soxa. That's why you go arrow early. Although he's level 2 now either way. But Chira Jr. getting that kill on the BZM. A saving grace perhaps for Yandex?
Yeah, you need that one. I'm surprised he found an angle on that one. Very, very nicely played by Soxa. Somehow he does it again. Steal the rune.
Yeah, 33 getting everything out of this lane still.
Body blocks. Courier.
Nice job. Malady slowed to a crawl, but he should be okay.
Oh, this is gonna be
in the mid lane. It is quite even on the CS despite that kill.
Now, this is gonna be an incredibly big Axe. You are not stopping this guy in this lane. Sure, Axe is very annoyed by PL like later in the game, but early and in the mid game, PL doesn't do anything to you either. So you're gonna, which is very nice for the Axe.
Should mention, first pick Axe.
True. After the yeah, Centaur into
first
Axe.
pick for 1W.
Exactly.
It's 33. It's gonna be fine here. I mean, I don't do the numbers like the pro players. Like, hey, it's pick 15. It's like 29.
It's 9th pick Axe.
Whatever.
And 8th pick Centaur.
That's so stupid.
The other cool thing, no, this is just pro.
Like a nerd.
What are you talking about? Yeah, whatever. This is why you're the caster. Anyway, Ash Legion Shield, super nice. Like, if you have a free game on Axe early, you're gonna immediately get a neutral item, more HP regen, as White Goat with the Battery Assault, running down the Centaur.
Yeah, even BZM blinking in, gets the Shadow Strike, so now DM is gonna be slowed up. And Whitemon, not able to get him inside the car. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted to do.
He definitely wanted him inside.
Yeah.
So DM outrunning him for now. Well, the problem for DM is, sure, you don't die, but 33 has 6.5 times your CS.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
That's
pretty
minute 5.
good. Yeah, and he can creep skip all he wants, which means, I mean, at the very least, Watson is able to get a lot of CS as a result of this, because he can definitely last it under the tower.
Yeah, he's at least getting like a little bit of space, as 33, of course, is ultra maximizing himself. Active rune, BZM will take that one.
Just feels like Ahri will fall. It does feel like when you have this much momentum, the runes just seem to go on your side every time. So you get the free rune there for 1W. Tell me about this Earthshaker, what the purpose behind it is supposed to be.
I do think it had to do with the fact that they were toying with the idea, and they also mentioned it on the panel. It was a little bit of a steal pick for 1W. That, you know, definitely could have been the case. And I think also when you look at how PL holds that.
Yeah, this is a huge kill. Nice doppelganger right in time. Okay, Echo Slam comes out.
They
Very
deal
nice.
damage.
They do.
Like, when you think about how the mid game is played, or like later when these heroes have some items, Earthshaker PL teamfighting is ultra toxic. It's just illusions running at you. Shaker with his shard is just gonna Fisher totem on the ground.
Yeah. Now they're gonna find DM in the cogs this time, and that's gonna be an easy pickoff for 1W. 2K lead, 7-minute Wisdom Shrine should be theirs as well.
Well, Malady's trying to be a sneaky guy again.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get away with it though, with BZM there to force him out eventually, surely. Yeah, we'll be able to grab it. So 1W, both shrines their way. As a call from 33, but it was just on the creeps, and yeah, his CS is still insanely good. We can see the top net worth in the game right now is Pure, who we haven't even talked about, the Drow Ranger. Feels like this hero getting off to a good start, just it's so hard to fight back against it.
Nearly a given. You need like a very good like lane performance, or you need some like Darkseer +1, or you need your mid to pop off and go over to that lane, because yeah, Drow is an incredible hero and an insane laner. And they took the safe lane tier 1 tower. DM's net worth is the same as Whitemon. Been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah, that's not good. For those out there that don't know, not good at all.
DOTA 101.
Yeah. Time to turn that Centaur into a
chopping
support
the illusion.
hero, feels like. Yeah, he gets the move speed, 33. I mean, he's not scared of dying at all right now. Has the Ring of Health, has the whatever that chainmail is called now, Splint Mail, of course. The worst icon in the game. Still doesn't look like it's from Dota. And it's Chira.
What does it look like? World of Warcraft?
It's just a different game entirely, yeah. It's Chira Jr. found in the jungle, inside the cogs now. With the battery assault, they don't have that much damage. I think he gets out, although BZM joining things up. Gets the Shadow Strike, and now that... Oh, the miss at the last moment! And the TP should be successful here. Yeah, there's the building.
Well, he TP'd from his tier 3 to the fountain. I don't think he needed to do that, but either way, you know, living, forcing heroes away. 4K lead for the 1-doublers here.
I was not expecting a series quite like this, I have to say.
You mean like Ultra Stomp one way and the other?
Yeah, I thought this would be like some 60-minute... I mean, it still could be, of course. It's not over by any means, but I feel like one thing for 1W that I appreciate is when they get off to a lead, they almost never give it. It feels like they're very, very consistent at keeping this lead and growing it, because... I mean, 33 is the biggest min-maxer in Dota. That's kind of his specialty. That and turning off the lights.
Oh, of course. No, they're definitely very good, I think, at understanding like what to do with your lead, how to grow your lead, and like to like not really hand it off. And I think here too, they've been doing this a lot in this tournament. When you get this tier 1 pressure going, when you win your safe lane this hard, it's so easy to bring your carry into this move.
Okay. Gonna get Echo slammed and will be killed off. It'll feel good for Chira Jr. It is just a support at the end of the day. Now, the question is, are they making stacks for this Earthshaker to try to get back in this game?
I don't think they could, because Whitemon was in the triangle earlier.
Yeah, it's blocked right now.
Yeah, he's blocking some stuff out. They have a lane ward top, they have a lane ward mid, at least for Yandex. They understood their assignment, you know, placing some defensive wards, which earlier spotted Whitemon walking in. It's a 5K gold lead.
I mean, when you look at this game as a whole, like, forget how the lanes have gone.
Okay.
Does this look like a good Axe game, just on paper? You do have Wyvern to counter it.
You have decent follow-up damage, so it's an okay Axe game.
It's an okay.
But now that he's 5K gold up, it's a Giga Axe game.
Yeah, now it's a different story, of course.
Yeah.
But do you think it's more the fact that they first picked it on 1W. Do you think they responded well enough from the Yandex side?
I mean, Winter Wyvern is a good response. PL is... Honestly, I think their responses are okay. The problem is that the gameplay has not added up at all.
Right. BZM. Going for Watson. Shadow Strike onto the correct one. Into the Sonic Wave. And the Rocket Flare to follow. Watson, I believe, had a Lotus to stay alive, so should be okay here. Soxa forcing the rest out. So no kill there.
Yes, getting him quite low, but it does mean that BZM is now kind of off the map for a while, right? Like going down bottom, using all your mana, does have to TP back to base. And also, if you're thinking about what Yandex can do right now, you don't really have any items yet that change the pace of the game, right? You don't have a hook shot that you can smoke with. You don't have to shake your blink yet. So once CJ gets his hands on that, we should be able to see a blink. Because until then, the whole map is kind of 1W's real estate.
Yeah, for sure. Yandex trying desperate. I mean, for PL as a hero, when is it supposed to come online? Like, when do you start fighting with this hero?
You kind of join...
2 or 3 items, it feels like, for most.
It's definitely like 2. Like, you go Manta Axe, but it's still more like, you're not really engaging in the fights yourself early on. You're joining the fights that are starting. So for him, he's more like a, I would say, put him in like a TA territory where you keep farming until you have a couple core items, and then you can look to join your team.
Right.
So he's very happy if he just, you know, gets away with it. It is a great PL game still.
Waiting to see it.
Might happen. We'll see if Yandex can delay it until then. once they have Moonlight Shadow, Winter's Curse, and the Shaker Blink, I do think we'll see Yandex pull out a couple plays.
Whitemon showing himself. Ari's going to join
Gì
as
gì
well.
đấy, Whitemon nằm xuống rồi.
Taken out eventually. Terrorize only on the one as Ari going for the damage onto the Wyvern, but Chira Jr. is going to share some of that, gets the Enchant Totem and the kill. So Watson double on the PL. Manta style almost finished as well.
Watson
PL.
Triple kill cho Watson, dominating cho Phantom Lancer. Oh. Gì thế nhở?
What Yandex are doing, like look at division in like their own jungle and in the bottom lane. This is the only territory where honestly they kind of want to fight. So 1W, they need to be a bit more careful what they give away, because you have a very clean lead, and this is not the type of game that's just gonna be a freebie. There's a Shaker, there's a PL. These heroes scale incredibly well.
There's DM trying his best to get back into this game. Has a Helmo Dominator, of course. We'll be going for Lotus as a secondary item. So against the Bramble, against the Gust, against the Shadow Strike. I mean, how does Quap? I'm assuming Ags against PL is insanely good.
It's ultra good. I mean, Quap is kind of like an infinite damage late game hero. So she is very, very good, as now there's a newly obtained Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, 33 is going to be the recipient of that. Already at half health is Chira Jr. with the Fissure. Easy pickoff, despite having the Blade Mail now for 33.
Trying to go for the same play up top on DM.
Yeah, so it's going to be an off lane for an off lane. One is not the same as the other, though. You can look at the net worth.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Absurd difference.
He's nearly being doubled up even after these two deaths to them. You can definitely understand it. If you're 1W, want to keep the train going, as Malady going for his Siggy play, what it seems to be, stealing the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, he sure does love it. He's got a clock set to that every 7 minutes.
He's also getting it. Very nice. Like, even earlier, you know, he didn't get it, but he forced BZM there in game 1. He absolutely owned in that area. Looks like CJ is going to go for an early shard on the Shaker. Can't really go wrong with either the Kaya or the shard. It's just very nice and easy setup. Could mean that you can just Fissure Totem, set up the arrow without needing to blink in with your main hero. Very nice.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Damn. Just the sound cue alone was enough for him to blink? That is
instinct, baby. Pure instinct.
I don't understand. If this was a pub, that guy would be reported. 100%.
He's hacking.
That is insane.
Yeah, check him PC on that one.
How is that even humanly possible? And Soxa, nice arrow. Does hit onto the Shadow Realm Dark Willow. So it will be a kill eventually. It's always a trade, though, it seems. And this one, if they can get it, is a bigger kill. But DM, good TP on the high ground.
I wonder what 1W will talk about now in the next couple minutes, because this jungle, and we'll see the blink out here.
Did he? Maybe he wasn't the sound cue. He could have just blinked after getting the creep, maybe.
There's also a chance that the ward spotted him on the edge.
Possible. Sonic Wave deletes Chira Jr. And a big curse comes out, so Malady able to take out Whitemon in turn as Pure now on the run as Watson continuing to chase, gets the Spirit Lance there as well as Soxa's right clicks and the Starstorm. It's enough for the counter initiation from 33, but the arrow's going to hold in place. Cold Embrace now onto Watson, still staying alive until the chop comes through for 33. I think trying to turn this around now onto Malady, a second chop for the axe. Nicely done from 1W despite losing their position 1.
33 came in really clutch there, because that did not look good. Like, if you're handing kills to the PL right now, you're going to suffer a lot. We all still know what this hero does with very high net worth.
Yeah, White's on somewhere.
Of course. Initially starting this fight quite cleanly, getting CJ out of it. I mean, this curse was also quite good. But 33 did get enough time to move on over here. Because Pure would definitely just die so cleanly to Watson.
Yeah. I mean, a 33 counter initiation here. Perhaps a half second earlier and Pure survives. There is a possibility of that, but still, they won't be too bothered by it. Other than the lights, of course, which is why we were paused.
Yeah.
Sure.
Giving the sign to DM, the gang sign. It's time for you to pause, brother.
5K lead now for 1W.
The game at least did stabilize for Yandex overall.
Now you say that, you know, like the lead is now growing again for 1W.
Yeah, I guess it's more so that the map stabilized a little bit. Obviously, in terms of the game, they're still in not a good spot whatsoever. Ooh.
Another dodged hook shot. A little bit off the mark for Whitemon.
Fancy footwork by CJ there.
As he will be working on the shard now, so the fissure with the extra stun from Enchant Totem, always a classic.
Want to see also eventually, like, if Pure will want to work on an Aghanim Scepter. It is quite good to give you any more AoE clear, Saksa.
Stampede to try to give him some space. I don't think he's getting out of this, though. Let's see Saksa with the most emotion we'll see all day. A slight tilt of the head. And when it comes to the Roshan eventual talk, which team has it better? I mean, in terms of taking Rosh, surely it's 1W, but
it's definitely 1W. They
fighting in the pit, though, I mean, Yandex have some crazy spells. You got
you have
Echo and Curse.
Yeah, and also like 1W. It should be easier for them. First of all, you're ahead. Means you have more items, more gold to inject into more damage. But probably more so the 20 to 25 minute mark. I don't think you want to be going there yet. You have no one really to tank. And you would give up a lot of your map control.
Yeah, hookshot this time hits Whitemon. Malady gonna try to walk it off. The Moonlight Shadow will help quite a bit. Might actually just get out of it as a result. Unless they connect. Gus not gonna be there. The dust, I believe, clipped him. Shadow Strike applied now. And in the tree line, attempting to TP. A good attempt, but not enough. As we're approaching the 20-minute mark, where I assume 1W will have the advantage in taking that first Tormentor. Terrorize into, okay, Sonic Wave.
Just a freebie.
And the Bedlam.
No, just take them out, because why not? In the meantime, they also made sure to defend their top tier 1 tower. Cannot stress enough. If you have this type of a grip on the game, you want to hold all your tier 1 towers. Because the top tier 1 is slowly getting chipped by DM, being very annoying with his Dominator creep throughout this entire game. Of course, needless to say, we're getting all the greedy enchantments on all of the players. Axe has it, Centaur has it, Winter Wyvern has it, Mirana has it.
I don't think we're going to get a big patch before TI at this point, but surely that gets nerfed, though. That would be nice to see.
Post, probably. Or you have like a little bit more of a setback like we talked about. You know, it could... Maybe it should also like lower your spell damage output or something, like give you some type of drawback.
Very true.
Because you do have...
If it lowered attack damage and spell damage, how popular would it be?
I think people would still take it on specific heroes, and I would also say that that's like
as long as it's a choice.
Yeah, like I would say that just if you can nerf things, but people would still take it, it's a warranted nerf.
Yeah.
Because people would absolutely still take greedy enchantment. It's a very like unique type of thing that you don't really get anywhere else. I mean, Dota is all about gold.
Yep, true.
As most of these players will tell you.
At what point will Yandex be able to fight? I feel like they've been on the defensive the entire game. But looking at the PL, the Aghanim Scepter is done in 200. You can see Chira on the Earthshaker just starting his BKB now, just 1,000 in. So kind of a ways away. The Lotus also a ways away for DM, so it feels like they're not really getting any big itemizations coming in anytime soon.
I think 1W are the ones that are looking for a fight, like more so. Yandex can definitely look for like some chip or a poke, you know, a fissure into the totem, get some illusions out there. So Yandex are definitely the ones that I would say they benefit a little bit more from a slowed down game and keeping it at this pace.
Trời ơi, 4 thằng trên thì kép rồi.
Do have the Aghanims completed on BZM.
Saksa, wrong place.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong
quite
time.
a few people. TP. Ooh, that was actually close. But 20-minute mark, we know what that means. Tormentor will be taken by 1W.
And the Wisdom Shrine, you bet. Look at how ready they are with the 2 supports, but this time around Malady making the correct call. He's not anywhere close.
And we can see BZM on the Queen of Pain has the Aghanim Scepter.
I'm also happy that Pure changed his item build. He had like 3k gold saved and wanted to go Manta style, which I don't think you need. I definitely prefer the Aghanim Scepter here. Give yourself some more damage output, some illusion clear. Also the hypothermia against the cold embrace heals later. And you also just farm way faster with the Aghanim Scepter. You can even just farm with some frost arrows on the ancients, whatever it is. Make it easier for yourself.
Yep, he's only 600 away from that now. And 33, the last remaining core we haven't mentioned, BKB, still a bit away. Both teams probably going to chill a bit until these big items are purchased up and good to go. The Lotus does come online a little earlier than I thought for DM.
This is a very natural move here. Let's see if Yandex can find someone. Active rune spawn timing is always a very easy way to try and use one of your timings, catch someone off guard.
Haste rune, they're going to try to bait this maybe.
1W are not biting on this one.
Yeah, Chira Jr. initiated on by 33 with the hook shot to follow. Shadow Strike applied to him. The Cold Embrace keeps him in place. The Gust is there though, as Pure getting all the right clicks he wants. Chira Jr. had no chance. It is a trade for Whitemon, but not even enough from Yandex's perspective.
Honestly, that was just a good read by 1W. You see a lot of teams that in that scenario, the first guy, like your Queen of Pain, just jumps on this haste rune and takes it, but very nice discipline, just waiting Daybreak to smoke, and 33 gets his own engagement, even though the enemy team were the ones smoking. There's the Ags. Love that one. Super strong on the Drow Ranger.
Lead not growing that much though for 1W, so kind of been stagnant at the 5K mark.
The good thing for them is that their important heroes, I think, are getting the farm, and Quap is a good answer to PL. It's going to be about the time. I think later you're going to need Watson with, like, what's he buying now? He's got the Scotty queued up. And I do think eventually you need a heart to kind of, like, match the Quap's damage output in the fight. Like, kind of offsetting it. I think otherwise BZM will just plow through these heroes.
I mean, the thing I don't have a sense for right now is how good PL is late game. Like, let's say 45 minutes and beyond, because back when it was more popular, let's say 2-3 years ago, it would start falling off at a certain point.
I think he's still very, very strong. Because now what's happening is that they're getting like some items, you know, like you have the Ags on Drow, you have the couple items on the Quap, so you deal with him quite well.
Chira. He gets pushed to the other side. He gets Cold Embrace, but he's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Killed off easily by 1W. And they're going to get Malady as well, in all likelihood. Gets off the curse at the last moment, but doesn't buy him that much time. And that should be a Roche now for 1W, one would think.
It's just that the Yandex are finding the perfect start to the fight. CJ is the most important hero, like, for the Radiant draft. If there's no Shaker, there's no team fighting. You need this guy to stay alive, to keep the fight going for the PL. So honestly, most of the team fighting for Yandex will be around Watson and CJ. So need him to have a little bit better positioning or the Shaker, or to wait for his BKB.
Let's see, Watson, an ultimate orb away from finishing the Scotty. And then I assume after that you go some sort of damage, right? Daedalus, Butterfly maybe? I mean, I guess Butterfly against Drow is not particularly good.
I don't know yet exactly what he's going to go for. There's also a world, I think, where he could go hard, but I'm never a fan of going Scotty into hard. It's kind of like a forbidden dual combo, because it's like just very survivable. But to be fair, PL's the type of hero that if you just stay alive throughout the fight, that is how you win. You don't necessarily need to have 5 damage items to clean people up, but rather...
Feels like you need 1.
Yeah, I mean, at least his illusions are very strong. I need to see what he goes for after the Scotty. Butterfly obviously is good damage output.
You don't care about the Drow in that case?
I mean, I guess she won't really get to hit you all that much anyway. Obviously, she has multi-shot. Not sure if he's done the math on, like, what's best for him.
Let's see how much real estate 1W can get with this first Aegis of the game.
I think also that Orchid Bloodthorn could be something quite good on the PL. Obviously, if you can squeeze it in against a lineup that doesn't have that many Dispels or Lotus Orbs.
Yeah, I can see the Bloodthorn being quite good. I like that.
I think also like a potential Silver Edge. You have a lot of options on PL. I think that's another good thing.
Silver Edge, really?
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Shard is a mini Silver Edge.
No, definitely it's true. I would say that's like more the defensive one. You can play more aggressive with other options. But we'll just wait and see, because honestly, at this point, this game is going to drag on.
How does the... So if you get the Shard on PL, I just remember the really old version of this. And I couple that thought. As they are about to be in contact with each other. Pure, obviously the Aegis in tow. Do they get vision there? Not quite.
Not quite in range.
Good attempt, but no connection made.
So about the shard, what was your question?
Back in the day, the fact that I'm bringing this up, it might be Dota 1. I don't even remember. It's like so long ago. When you went invis with his old skill, the old doppelganger, you could tell that he used it because there's like a slight animation. Is there anything like that?
The only invis interaction I know of PL in Dota 2 that I've played is with their shard. The only doppelganger I know is this one. You create one illusion that deals no damage, but takes the same damage as yourself. And that's it.
Yeah, but the shard is with juxtapose. The ult. So
you now create, you create one illusion, you go invis.
I don't know if there is like a cast animation or anything.
No, it just happens pretty much instantly.
Okay.
Illusion starts walking, you go invis. You also have some movement speed, which is quite nice. Obviously, you want to like start disengaging. As it looks like for now, he is queuing up the Orchid.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like he is survivable enough.
It's also, it fits PL's kit like very well. You're more like looking for pokes, maybe a BKB, killer support, disengage.
Yeah, BZM.
Does have a shield rune.
Front lining, cold embrace. Okay, get the echo slam on the other side. The hook shots are trying to save him, but 33 is already dead. Sonic Wave comes out, it's enough to take out Chira Jr. So it's a 1-for-1, and now BZM taking the brunt of the damage from Watson's going to turn his sights to Whitemon instead. Pure very isolated right now, and look at this. Look at the illusion. That is a big Aghanim Scepter from the PL. Take out the Aegis now. As Ari with the Terror Wave comes out, but they're going to turn now onto Drow Ranger. No support coming out whatsoever from 1W.
Watson?
Actually, that's a lot of damage. Almost kills off Watson. Gets off the Doppelganger, though. Cold Embrace there. You can see the Shadow Strikes really starting to stack up. As Ari jumps in to try to finish the job. Not going to happen quite yet as the double kill comes first for Watson, but the PL eventually does drop down. I wonder how much damage was done from the Shadow Strike Ags.
Oh, a lot, trust me. Also, they found a very good jump there initially onto 33. I even feel like Watson could have lived towards the end of the fight there, tanking some of the, like, Ari's Bedlam with his illusions. As the fight recap is kind of trolling us. Yeah, a casual 7,300.
Yeah, it's good. Very nice.
You can see the power of Watson. If he's not the first one that gets gone on and he just gets to keep creating illusions, he's a super nuisance for these heroes.
Yeah, imagine if he had Orchid there.
Imagine if he could cheat some gold into himself.
That's right. Nice. See the replay here. Now, pretty much right off the bat, Chira Jr. and Axe just trade lives, and it's a 4v4.
Yeah, just like, sure, Pure has the Aegis, but DZM gets kind of forced away. And Watson just gets to go ham. Like, they get Axe first, now the clock, then he just chase down Pure on his Drow Ranger. Also, of course, very easy setup on the Aegis with the arrow. Even with the Manta, didn't luck out on his Manta spawn.
And a Terrorize missing there, kind of a big deal as well.
So much damage still though from Pure. And I want to see the end, like, look, like those illusions. I feel like my brother Watson could maybe tanked a bit, but Ari finds himself a very needed kill towards the end.
That's the most stressed I've seen him. Quite stoic in nature.
As the game is nearly even.
Yeah, somehow Yandex have crawled their way back into this game. And the question is, can they continue this momentum? Echo Slam back up. The replay, that fight was so long. Every spell's back up.
Yeah, we're
already.
back on a new smoke, new team fight. There are little things coming out though, like that starting the fight overall for 1W, it's not that easy. Like if you hook in, I think you're nearly instantly dying on clock. And even so, like if you jump in with Axe, it could be on an illusion, there could be a random Fisher that's like stunning the people that want to help you out. So I don't think that the game is getting much easier at the moment. There's a few good tools coming up for Yandex.
BZM working on an Octarine next.
Có này. Cái gì mà sao đã cân thế? Con tranh này chỉ có hơn 1.000. Với 1.000 tiền cho con cái kép thôi mà. 19-16 cho.
Like what is it changing for the game state? And I think like every single item coming out for PL is changing what he can do. Similar also, I think for DM, he's finally reached a state where he has a heart, he has a Lotus, he's starting to actually be a menace and staying alive.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing we have coming out for 1W will be BZM scaling. You know, him getting the Octarine, him getting the Shivas, because it's all about his spell usage and him staying alive.
VMP này đẹp ấy.
Another Tormentor taken for 1W, and the shard goes to Ari. It is a good shard for the Cursed Crown, but I wonder if they were hoping for... Let's see, who's the top net where that's pure? So BZM would have gotten it otherwise.
Yeah, honestly, would have done a little bit more. I think, like, bonus Brambles against a PL lineup, it's just going to be tanked by illusions. It doesn't really matter. Going for a smoke on smoke here.
Oh yeah, they're about to collide. DM gonna lead the way with that heart, although Soxa might be the one to block the smoke. There's the blink out from DM. I think gonna initiate.
Rồi. DM không, nhưng mà Magic đã ulti vào Clockwork ở đây thì bị stun lại. Philippines thì cũng đi luôn. Mạng với cho Watson của team Yandex. Rồi phải chạy thôi.
They can take that out before that quap comes back.
Yeah, and they honestly will kill Roche pretty fast.
It is not at all.
Rồi bắt được Dark Willow. Một đấm, một gõ. Up đến Dark Willow. Sinh dịch 1k lại về team Yandex. 19 đều. Đã lên 2k rồi khi mà Watson đã có nhìn trụ. Ở bot thì DM cũng đang đập trụ. Con xe tao này ngộ đấy. Ôi nhìn skin này có tiền. Xe tao gì đấy? Đập cái gì kia? Như con lừa ấy. Như con câu đi ơi nhỉ? Đẹp ấy, skin này đẹp ấy. Ai?
And is this an Ags game at some point? Not really.
Every game is kind of an Ags game.
At worst case, it's a save, but I mean, usually you want like a range right clicker.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how one win kill heroes. I think you need to hook shot and then get some claps on the guy or an axe call. So if eventually you're shutting down like the 1 or 2 ways that they can kill, it will always be good for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you won't be saving the PL, because I think PL will be saved by a Cold Embrace or a Fisher, and most likely he will stay alive.
I guess worst case scenario is just a mini stampede for yourself, which is fine.
Once Watson gets this hard, I know we're talking about the PL a lot and it's only a 2k lead, but they are already having issues, and once this hard is out, he's gonna have like 4k HP, with a Winter Wyvern constantly Cold Embracing him in the back.
Yeah, he's not too far away. Next fight, he will certainly have it. And then I assume he'll upgrade to Bloodthorn after that, and then, I mean, boots are not that important for PL, I would assume. I mean, is his shard not worth purchasing?
I honestly don't mind. I don't think he needs it yet. I think it's like... I wouldn't call it luxurious, but you want to build other things first. And also, like you said, you don't really need boots on this hero. Like with Aghanims, you have like a 1400 range charge on like a 3-second cooldown. You're constantly just zooming around. So he's definitely still got some slots to work with. I mean, I guess we can look at Pure. Like, Pure and BZM are gonna be the ones I think that need to deliver when it comes to the damage. And it's 33 that needs to find a call. A good one.
Smoke from Yandex, or early BKB from Chira Jr. Oh boy, he echoed as well?
I think he got his blink cancelled by the multi-shot right as he was going.
Goodness, that is rough.
Unfortunate timing for him, and quite fortunate timing for Pure there. That was a free go.
Pure luck.
Yep.
Wow. All right, well that sets them back a bit.
Oh, luck or skill.
And now the issue is you don't have Echo Slam for this Roche fight, if it happens.
It is a bonus. I do think it, like in other games, you need it more so, because which is also why I like the Shaker a lot for their draft. Like, PL, Marana, and Shaker are all very pokey heroes in nature, like from the mid-game onwards, right? Fisher told him there's illusions running at you, so I think the Echo not being available is okay.
I mean, 1W know this, right?
They do.
Surely.
But even, I mean, do they know?
I'd have to see the replay. I actually don't know if they had vision.
I think they were smoked and moonlighted, so I don't think they saw it.
Okay.
They probably saw the BKB, right? Like once you saw that he was fishering and then BKB'd.
Right.
But the Echo they may not know.
Yeah, I mean, based on how passive they're being, I don't think they know, actually.
I don't
It's actually working out for Yandex a bit, because they can get more farm throughout the map, technically.
No, because I think it's very difficult. Like, you're playing into this Radiant draft, and you need a very specific go. Like, if 1W, like, engage a fight, and it's not good, it will be lost on the spot. Because, like I said, if you want to fight a PL, you need your first hit of engagement to be clean. Whereas Yandex, they can just toy around.
Yeah, look at this. They're still sticking around here. I guess both sides on across the river now.
It's a quick pause as they are back ready.
I mean, Echo's back up in 8, so we can go back to this Roche stalemate.
We got a couple of force staffs, of course, on 1W, so they can always try to, you know, delay the initial start of the fight. You have double supports, you've got the Pike on Pure as well. It's certainly not easy. It could also be the type of game where it is so hard to get this initial go that you're not really playing for it. You want to, like, just poke, force back, then look for a secondary round of engagements.
It's going to line up with the BKB on DM now. As Whitemon, his cogs are seen despite being in smoke. So Yandex very aware of this. That is one W. God, it's so weird to say.
Will they get a W in this series is a better question.
Indeed.
And they do need it to tie it up.
Vision of Malady. Did he take that talent for Rocket Flare or not? As DM, oh, he gets initiated on by 33, the multi-shot to fall. On the other side, BZM already popping the BKB, not to really any use as a big curse comes out. That is a lot of damage to 33. He's going to die to his own teammate's hand. 33 has to pop the BKB in retreat now.
Ôi dồi ôi, cái gì đấy? Ui, nhìn tên là đập kìa, tele kịp rồi. Ở đây thì BZM có mạng đèn tàu. Ở đâu? Có mạng của Berserker ấy.
Mid for Yandex out. Meanwhile, offlane support for 1W. So really, that's your initiators.
Yeah, it is a good hold though from 1W. I think right now, if you get any gold and XP injected into BZM, it's kind of what you want. He is your best answer against what you're playing into right now with this ultra fat Watson PL. Because he's getting close to Shiva. He got his 20 talent earlier with the Scream of Pain damage as well on the quad. Can maybe squeeze him into the 25 territory as well later.
They're going for Roche. Under the noses of 1W. Don't have to worry about 33. Ari.
Nice positioning. You always have to terrorize to try and go for steal here. Whitemon as well coming over.
A lot harder to make work unless you have that rocket flare in there, which they do now. And Roche is going to belch as a result. DM taking a lot of damage. The Drow is ripping through him. A nice cold embrace to save him for the time being, but there's still enough magic damage to rip through him. On the other side, though, Pure gets destroyed by Watson. And that's the biggest kill of this fight. And Yandex, they still have 2 members up, and Roche is low.
Well, Ari,
1W, despite the Drow being dead, they have 4 members at the ready.
Yeah, Ari got Malady in the middle of it all. I think without any buybacks, they can't contest these, can
Sonic Wave finishes it, so BZM takes the Aegis as Watson applying some pressure. Don't know if he wants to fully commit here. Clockwork inside the pit will be the sacrifice for 1W.
Just dying to random spells and illusions.
Oh, did they pick up the banner, I guess?
I believe they picked up everything in the middle of that.
Watson pinged out the...
Nope. Jay got it.
There we go. Get something out of it.
Well, they did get the Aegis, which is the main thing that matters. And you also have a Catalyst on BZM. So, honestly, very many good things going their way to try and kind of punch back here on this one. I'm pretty... Like, Pure died to an arrow, right? I think Saxa set him up fully on, like, the Glacier. It must have been. I don't know how he otherwise dies in a stun lock.
That arrow right there. Boom.
Yeah.
Into Watson's right click.
Yeah, he just
dirty.
Gets blown up immediately. Ari did a good job though towards the south side of the screen here as well, killing Malady, who's had some insane team fighting with the curses. Here we will watch Whitemon just die to illusions and the Fisher and the Shard.
Yeah, disgusting.
Dead.
Okay, well, 1W coming out with that Aegis definitely... It doesn't equalize the game, but if Yandex had gotten that, this would have been very difficult to come back for 1W.
It's good right now. They kind of put themselves over this... Like, PL is still very strong. Like, Watson is the strongest hero of the game, but he kind of hit his, I would say, the Exodia moment was like 5 minutes ago. It's still here now, but it is slowly tapering off. You have the Skadi, you have the Heart to be very tanky, but they're getting their next set of talents on the Quap, on the Drow Ranger, and their next set of items, so they definitely can work with it. I mean, this talent on PL is disgusting. He was already hard to kill. Now it's a 6-second cooldown on the Doppelganger.
Yeah.
And all his illusions hurt. It doesn't even matter. Like, with the innate now, his illusions are so strong.
It levels up with his ult, right?
It's every 3 levels.
Oh, it's per level, so
yeah.
I see.
So he is racking up quite a bit of damage.
Right. So getting level 30 actually matters here.
Oh, it does.
And where is the room to grow here? So obviously the treads can be deleted. and Ags can be consumed. So what 2 items do you want to round it up? Because I feel like this is going late game. Extreme late game.
Probably, I could see like a Satanic also later. Maybe like Silver Edge Satanic. There's also like Daedalus +1.
I like that though.
Like I wonder where he will take it. Like I think you could go Silver Edge +1. I would assume it's like a combination of Satanic, Daedalus, Satanic, Silver Edge. Unless he wants a Blink to like get on top of the Drow Ranger. Because
how good is Silver Edge against a lineup that is already worrying about Moonlight Shadow?
I guess, yeah, Silver Edge is maybe just not that great, so maybe scrap that.
I like the Satanic Daedalus.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best. Unless they do feel like all they need to do is like for him to
He's
immediately
so
connect on a
pain.
Blink. Because you're gonna play against Pure Drow Ranger, who's already queuing up the Blink Dagger. So honestly, you need it. Like, Drow Ranger is very similar to PL in a way that you just need to stay alive. People will die. So all the Silver Edges and Blink Daggers are very good for you.
All right, going for the gold here. Everybody has the shard. At the very least, denying it from the Radiant side, as they are missing 2 shards on both supports. Unacceptable.
Very unacceptable. I'm wondering now if you're Whitemon, if you can swap maybe like going for an Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. Like it's not like insane against the PL, but it's good. You can cancel multiple Blink Daggers that you're playing against, right? From Shaker and the Centaur. Because maybe you can start thinking about bigger pictures. He is obviously going for the Lotus, which is great to take off the Bloodthorn. So absolutely, I don't mind that.
Yeah, we're getting into late game territory now. Very, very even game.
Yeah.
With Aegis right now onto BZM just for another minute. I doubt Yandex are going to want to force a fight here shortly. They are smoked though, a little bit early for this, considering the Aegis timer. Maybe that's part of the idea, is catching them off guard.
Well, they
see a
have
counter smoke down from 1W.
Yeah, they have decent vision. They also have Moonlight Shadow if they do want to end up using it.
Yeah. That rocket form. They're going to get the stun right now onto Watson. He'll pop the BKB. Trying to get the Winter Wyvern, but the Eon Disc is going to save him. Meanwhile, the Fissure onto Drow. Pure is already at half HP. Has to try to get away, but of course, Watson's just going to continue to pursue. They force out his BKB. So it's a Wyvern for Clockwork. As a Starstorm enough from Soxa to kill off 33, and BZM getting silenced with the Orchid, getting brought back into his base, but that's going to be the Aegis. And now Pure still on super low HP, keeping a distance with that multi-shot. The Fissure now, BZM continuing with the... No, looks like they're not going to go on top of him.
Gì đây?
Reinitiate,
Ôi
actually,
dồi ôi.
BZM does. The Hoofstomp's not going to be there because he still had the BKB. A big Terrorize comes out into the Sonic Wave. BZM's trying to finish this off, but Watson gets the Lotus applied.
Ôi, quen món nằm rồi. Bùa bắn ra liên tục. Mega kill trick and... Bây giờ phải nằm xuống và nhìn draw kìa. Chạy đi được.
They finally get the Phantom Lancer. It costs a lot, though.
It costs them 2 buybacks.
2 buybacks.
It's very much worth it. You're starting to get like all these level 25s on the heroes. BZM with the Blink talent. You have also Pure with his 25 gets more multi-shot waves. Very good against the PL as well. And now you've got 70 seconds to clean up the map a bit if you want. Looks like Soxa wants to go for a Wind Waker, which honestly makes sense. This was a good fight overall because they did kill Malady nearly instantly, which is, I'm pretty sure this is their best fight. Like, taking this Winter Wyvern out of the fight is incredibly good for them.
Yeah, the Eon Disc for Malady, keeping him alive a little longer, but does get chopped in the end. The fact that Pure survived this was kind of shocking.
And very necessary so as well. And you could see BZM got a ton of damage out in this fight. Of course, did have the BKB to cover him on the respawn. Pure had great positioning, like going to base and then keeping to the outpost to come from the south side here to clean this fight up. Ultra necessary, just clips him barely with the silence. I like that Watson is queuing up the Disperser. Kind of forgot about that one, to be honest. I think it's an ultra good late game item. More mobility for yourself for all the illusions, and another Dispel.
Yeah, that's true.
Get some close-ups here of the rivals, of course.
That's right. Oh, and a Swift Blink coming out for Pure.
It makes sense. Good late game item. It's all about the positioning. And honestly, him staying alive is quite good for his team. Like, obviously, Drow getting to hit is great, but also giving Drow aura out there to BZM who's getting to hit. Obviously, it's more about the spells, but just pumping up some armor into your allies with the Willow and the Quap is great.
This tier 2 being pressured just a bit. Chira Jr. didn't mention he did get it a while ago, the refresher. As BZM arrowed up, this is going to be a lot of damage applied. Get some distance though, and a Lotus applied to him. He will blink out. That was with very little commitment from Yandex, so BZM's going to have to be very careful. He's been known to be a bit of a YOLO type of person.
He's definitely been keeping it together, but as we can see, it doesn't take a lot from Yandex to force out quite a reaction.
Watson, 5.5k gold, obviously wants to retain buyback for these fights. So it'll be a while until he gets another item. Oh, I guess he could sell treads to get a little injection as well.
Yeah, he's still gonna need quite a bit more. I think at least like 2k, maybe 2.5, even with selling the treads. Well, this is one of the more even games we've had lately.
Whose shoes would you rather be in at this stage?
I think maybe still
Nhìn
slightly.
cái biểu đồ hình sim kìa.
I think like on Yandex.
Ảo thật sự.
It's definitely
Ảo ma thật.
like it
Ảo
is
ma
a
thật sự
close-
ấy.
71%, really? I mean, I don't even know why we look at this percentage.
Honestly, I'm not that surprised. I think
Cái biểu đồ.
at least it should be 60-40 because it is still by nature just easier, I think, for Radiant. Because like even so, let's say the fight starts, there's a card available. If they find a good goal with a Fisher arrow, like you can just double echo someone out of the game as well if you want to. Like I think if any of the cores die instantly on 1W, the fight is kind of cooked. But to reach that like type of scenario, I think it's just way easier for Yandex to have it as it is for 1W. Definitely eyes on BZM though. His scaling is working out quite well here for them.
Nice illusion rune coming out now. A few heroes that absolutely loves to see that.
Well, it's a very early Roshan spawn. And Saxa has a Wind Waker, so if they all in Malady, they can still try to save him. Of course, I think when he drops, there's still a lot of shit flying his way.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain, all his BZM spells, multi-shot.
Wait, I thought he had an Eon disc. We're going to see the arrow come in. Full arrow duration. 33 coming in with the counter initiation with the call as well. BZM staying alive. Gets the Sonic Wave on. It looks like nothing here as Pure getting gone on by the Centaur along with Saxa nearby. The Echo Slam was off camera as Pure now on the run. The solo curse. They're going to surround tactics on him. The BKB runs out and the
TL
arrow
chém
finishes the
đâu.
job. 33. Now
Baba nằm xuống không? Lốc lên, có Waimon về nhưng chắc chắn Baba sẽ nằm xuống á. Ơ? Watson có double kill rồi nhưng mà đây thì có
as he drops to the deck 90 seconds out.
Piranha phải làm lại.
Now on the run. BZM gets hoof stomped. No more arrow follow up though. Into the fissure. Do they have the
Nhưng PL thì vẫn còn cái gì kia. BZM bắt được vào Centaur rồi. Centaur đi được. Vậy thì Maladic sẽ phải làm lại thôi.
Splitting the uprights to try to create a little bit of havoc for BZM.
Có BZM làm gì đây?
Like the PL will live in the end.
That looks like we got another BZM show on our hands because he is popping off.
Thì cô show cho PL. Rosan sẽ dành cho con Vicat.
Same with the Stampede damage is very, very high. So, sure, you did have to use the buyback, but you're just getting an Aegis in return. And BZM now as well, I like the choice of the Bloodstone. He is like, you go full HP instantly if there's some PL illusions out in this fight. Honestly, at these round of items, they are pushing 1W quite high up there when it comes to like their own strength in the team fighting. I believe that was a fight where they killed Malady first. Was queuing up a Shadow Blade at the moment to maybe help him out with some mobility.
I thought he had Eon Disc earlier. Did he sell it? Did he not have it before?
I don't think he had it.
I could have sworn he had an Eon Disc. Maybe it was.
I mean, I would be surprised if he had it and sold it to have
It's possible it was 33 because it was right on top of him.
It's only him. You were talking about the one mid fight where Wyvern got jumped, right?
Yeah. It must have been Axe like right on top and I just. I don't know.
Yeah, because now it does sound a little bit familiar.
Either way, Aegis now for Pure. They have the cheese, they have the Roshan's banner, and of course the other Roshan banner from the second Rosh is on Chira still. Very important. And DM 5k health, going for the upgraded blink, so gonna have a lot more where that came from.
And people are starting to get really fully slotted here. Very low cooldown on the multi-shot as well for Pure, of course, with all of his talents. Late game on the Drow, very, very, very strong. You can see all the left side, just full multi-shot.
Yeah, it seems Satanic is the final item that he is gonna try to grab here.
I mean, it will help him.
Then you're starting to run out of space.
Yeah, it will help him stand his ground, of course. On Pure, who's he is dealing a lot of damage.
Hook shot missing.
Well, CJ's been having a pretty good dodge rate on that one.
That's true. Level 24 on the Earthshake. What is the 25 talents on him?
He's got the Enchant Totem cooldown, yeah, and the Echo Slam cooldown. I think they're both fine. I mean, whenever you have Ags, you always take the left one.
Yeah, he does not have Ags.
Because I think also once you have Refresher, the Echo Slam cooldown becomes a little more redundant. Because like you kind of want to only fight with double Echo anyway.
Yandex looking for a 5 BZM onto the south side. Blinks right into them unknowingly though. Pure, pop the Manta, take off the Orchid. There's a hoof stomp from DM. Pops the Ghost Scepter to stay alive. Gets force staffed as well. There's the Curse. Is it enough to take out the Clockwork? Not really. The Drow is not in range. Eon this procs for Whitemon. Terrorize going to be canceled up. As you see, the Clockwork is just taking heavy damage just from the illusions and the Bloodthorn, but a nice Wind Waker to save his life. Whitemon, but the Fissure comes in. One more Starstorm for the road, and the Wind Waker from Sox is going to keep him safe. Sonic Wave clipping a couple heroes, but I think this is retreat mode for 1W, or at least a soft reset.
Ah, this is nice. It's been a while since I've seen a late game where both teams can play on a lot of poke, jump in, Wind Waker out, and when people stay alive, you still get the Fissure into arrow.
33 looked for the call, only onto creeps though. BZM jumping back in with that Bloodstone activated, a little bit isolated right now. The Fissure's going to be there along with the Echo. Arrow's coming as well. He pops the BKB, and he's able to blink out just barely, getting force staff blinks again. And now Watson, they find the clip onto the Drow Ranger. Look how fast Watson is. He's going after BZM. He's going to kill him though. Gets the high ground again.
Blink đi được.
Vision, but now the Aegis is down as Pure pops the BKB on top of his Glacier, taking a ton of damage now from Watson. Do they have the vision though? Trying to get away. Force Staff gets on the Glacier now, but that's too much damage. As 33
lại chạy đi được. Xe với không.
Great fight again from Yandex.
Xe quy được bên thọ sống thọ thế.
He nearly got BZM towards the end of it, but Pure, after respawning,
he's dead for 2 minutes.
He chose the wrong way to blink out after respawning. He blinked right into Watson's hands, and they know there's no buyback available. Like if you, maybe you don't time it the second directly, but his buyback is still down for 2 minutes and 40.
Yeah, you should
know it's down.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see if BZM can put up another show.
It is hard to push into an Axe and a Quap with Ags. Watson already at half health here. The building damage is not particularly great. Sonic Wave, a hook shot from Whitemon. BZM blinking in as well.
Ôi, silent.
It up though. Another Wind Waker. Keeping him alive. Eon this procs as well. Hook stop from DM. There's the Curse though on the other side. 33 with the call, but he's
Ôi,
taking
nhìn
a
ba
huge
kìa.
amount of damage, attempting to get out.
Killing
But he
free.
gets chopped to the ground himself. Does have buyback though. And now Bramble's being quite the nuisance. Feels like DM needs to just tank this tower to be able to take it, because Watson going to be very difficult for him to do it alone. Still 50 seconds, no Drow, but this is such an annoying lineup to push into.
Man, they're doing a really good job.
They use the horse cart. Workhorse for the Centaur is BZM just brushing it off, and this tower's taking like no damage at all.
This is where the overthrow practice comes into play. Mike, bro is just using
hook shot. Whitemon gonna push the Centaur back in, but there's the Echo Sound right on top of BZM. They have the damage. He's dead.
Ôi rồi đấy.
Does have his buyback though.
Có vẻ như là sẽ là gì, nhưng mà có buyback hết mà.
The Drow from earlier.
Không buyback, bắt buộc phải buyback chứ.
Doing the math with me.
Doing the math.
And this is gonna be
Queen có, Ace có. Spotify lên. Sẽ là phá hết dàn thôi, nhưng mà không bài đã phải buyback rồi. X phải là buyback ra rồi. Tất cả đã đều buyback ra rồi. Mirana làm lại. Rồi tên đã có mỗi Mirana đâu.
So Yandex going to be
TL có Butterfly.
late game butterfly.
Cái này 21.000 tiền khi 3 thành viên của con Việt kép đã buyback ra.
Honestly, more so for him, it's more about his own damage output, I think, than it is for surviving against the Drow.
Quá nhiều tiền, vẫn còn giữ 5.000 tiền.
BZM.
Watson.
Putting on a show, but now you have multiple
Đấu kéo dài gần 1 tiếng rồi. Chưa kết quả.
Chữa actually did go for the enchant totem cooldown, so I assume he's going Ags. Now he's not.
You'll eventually go Ags, so it's fine.
Interesting.
It's definitely the better of the two. Once you have Refresher, who cares? Also like the Yashakaya. It's all about getting your fish out there quickly, follow it up with the totem. See what 1W can do here. 40 seconds for Saxa. Any hero being out of the game right now is a big deal.
And Yandex just, from their perspective, just got to chill. As 1W obviously looking for a pick-off. No Roche for a bit. We'll know in a minute. Malady.
Oh, they're always stun lại. Shiva cho X.
Speaking of annoying lineups to push into,
honestly,
Yandex is even more annoying, I think.
It's both of them. There's just so much stuff flying your way. They are doing a good job dewarding the map right now, though, 1W, during this downtime. Another Wind Waker. I wonder if eventually someone will look into thinking or talking about a nullifier. Of course, that's a good way how you stop these Wind Wakers from coming out. But then the other part, it's annoying buying a nullifier at this point and slotting it into your inventory.
Remember, if Yandex wins this game, then they secure first place in the groups. If 1W wins, then it's going to be tiebreakers. We get to see this all over again.
It's a juicy one. I'm sure the viewers wouldn't mind, because this is a very good series.
Nhưng mà Viên sẽ chạy được thôi. Ở đây thì bà Eco Slam đẹp quá. Đã Willow buyback rồi. Chứ thành viên nào của Yandex phải nằm xuống, nhưng mà nhìn kìa. PL nhưng mà bắn cũng rất đau vị trí của đâu. DM đã buyback. Triple kill với cả Six thôi rồi đấy. BGM mà nằm xuống là thôi. Quá nhiều đệ từ VL rồi. Quá nhiều bóng. Rồi thì sao? Tôi đã Willow đi rồi. Tôi giết được cơ. Nhưng mà sẽ là đẩy nhà thôi. Không thành viên nào của con Việt kép có buyback cả. Trong khi bên kia thì có PL với Winter Wyvern. Có thủ được hay không? Rồi, sẽ là đẩy thôi, lên 2 round tiếp thôi. Và đập trực tiếp vào trụ luôn. Chịu rồi, thôi GG này chắc chắn là phải GG rồi. Làm gì được? Gì được đây? Khi đập thẳng nhà chính Fortify lên mà thành viên của con cái chắc làm gì có buyback đâu. Hay không rồi? Chịu rồi. Không làm gì được ấy. Sẽ là GG thôi. Gì được, bắn à? Bắn thì cũng thế. Phải đào ra, phải đào ra. Mà lao ra là cũng đi. 2 thành viên thì làm sao? Chỉ đánh nhà. Chỉ đánh nhà kìa. Chỉ đánh nhà kìa. Khó chịu chưa? Rồi. GG. Rồi GG thôi.
Backdoor protection. They're coming. Save them for a little bit, but the creeps are coming.
They actually held for now. Are you serious?
Làm gì đây? Waimon. BGM. Thôi, GG rồi. Đấm nha. GG. Ok, 2-0 cho Yandex. Chúc mừng cho Yandex.
Doing a very good job at holding this one, but yeah, Yandex proving that even in these difficult games, they just know what they need to do to come back. Because their early game was not good. DM had like no game at all. They just found a couple of picks in the mid game, got a little bit of a comeback, and Watson on this PL. Honestly, big delivery performance here by him.
Yeah, he ends the game 19-3. question begs a question. Why do we not see more PL right now? This looked like a masterful performance.
It's such a specific hero, but the CIS PL, it's always been the best one. You know, even DM himself, he plays a crazy PL. Nightfall, probably the best PL in the world. I think Watson's got something to say about that now as well. And yeah, honestly, banger of a game. 1W still looking very good, but you can see there's a couple of cracks in their armor.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soxa, he knows about those cracks in the armor. We talked about the inside information here, Kazoo.
Yeah.
I mean, he played with them for quite a while, at least most of the members on the team. And comes out on top of this. I'm sure we'll see them face each other. I'd be shocked if they don't later on in the tournament, but so far, at least at this stage, for the group stage, Yandex take number 1.
There's definitely some things for 1W, I think, to take away. There's like some stuff here where you're up 5k, 6k gold. I do think they found themselves dying a little too much in this Radiant jungle early on, kind of handing a bit of golden XP into the Radiant draft. And it's usually something 1W is very, very good about. You know, keeping their lead steady, not overplaying. But yeah, Yandex, they found those openings, and they definitely made use of finality as well.